was only 6 months ago that you tricked me into going to Morris Isle,
Enjoy,
boss.
sir.
And
Hey,
now
over
you're trying to
here.
send
Yes,
me
sir.
to
I won't be a
Cordoria,
moment.
the royal tomb? I'm lost for words, to be honest.
Well, they've posted guards, locked down the gate towers, and blocked the roads.
What the?
Boss?
Mercy! Have mercy, please, no! Dead meat, you! God!
Hey! No need to get all hot and bothered. Oh, cheese men are right outside. We're all in for it.
I simply cannot. 3 days from now, eclipse shall come to pass. The chaos it ensures will be the perfect cover. By the steep cliffs of the Vesper Covering, you shall find a waterfall cave, a stream that disappears without a trace. Cover by the stars, I know a stream flows from the direction of the an underground river feeding into the doorway, yet not within the choose to find themselves. So the rift break lies here. Apologies, Lily. I have dropped you in the deep end of the destiny speaks.
Almost burned myself.
In 3
Might
days'
as well
time,
try-
we'll be in chaos. It will cause chaos, allowing us to sneak in via the underground river and let cool down before.
Hello? You're dozing off? Hey! Right, well, if you want me to sneak in, that's what I'll do. You're the boss, after all.
Welcome everybody to the European Mid-Season Challenge. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severia once again with a full day of action. This time around we got trios. The trio teams are going to be duking it out to see which team is going to be able to come out on top here to represent Europe in the Mid-Season Challenge. Yesterday, Severia, we had a lot to talk about yesterday. There was a ton of action for both EU and A. Just straight heat across the whole board. But today we got more. We got more today.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we got some teams here that are competing again, once into the MSC qualifier, but also across the year, and seeing how they are going to stack up. I mean, for trios, I'm more excited to see where this ends up going, because some of these teams, for instance, have competed in the past. For instance, with Hypercube going to the MSC last year, right, for what we kind of had as our E representative, right? The other thing too is kind of seeing where the teams that have made it to J Cup with the teams, including with Hex. Now, obviously, putting themselves into grand finals is a feat that's been never reached before. But before we go further into that, we need to talk about the scoring, because this is a little bit different. You know, we got to talk about the scoring because it's a little bit different from trios to solos. And you can see that the martial arts is actually a lot more value, with 8 points given to first place. And then the second gets 4. Third and fourth get 2 points, 5 and 8 get nothing, right? But ranking points is also different. The way we get it is ranking points for first is 4 in the BR, 2 points from second place, third and fourth get 1 point each, fifth through eighth get 0 points. Now, basically allowing for us to kind of see more into, you know, how this works with trios. This is going to be a system for trios where the 4-phase system is in play as the pick bands go in order, and it starts from round 2 up until 5. And the way it goes down is that within that pool, you know, this is also where we're talking about the prize pool, CA. Money, shmoney, 6 bands for first place.
That's a lot of shmoney. I'm not gonna lie, 6 grand plus a qualifier for the mid-season challenge. I mean, y'all gonna be eating good. Split that 3 ways for that 6K, 3.6 for that second though. Still good amount of change for that. And, you know, and for that third place, 2.4K. Fourth place, 1.2. Fifth through 6, 600. 7 through 8, 300. You probably have enough for like a burger. I'm gonna lie. But how the economy is.
That's one DoorDash delivery, bro. Not even.
Oh man, but yeah, I mean, it's gonna be very interesting for me personally. Haven't been tapped in, especially with the EU side, how the trio teams are looking. You know, a team like Hex has been very strong throughout the years. Also, you know, in J Cup, we saw their run that they had, being the first EU team to make it into grand finals for J Cup as well. I think that's a very major accomplishment, because apart from C, maybe AS, maybe I don't remember. You know, other regions have not made it into the finals, so I would say that was a big accomplishment. But you know, now there's a roster change. They don't have the same 3 trio that have been working up there for Hex. So you know, I'm gonna be keeping my eyes closed there on Hex. But this is a rundown here for the teams. Severio, I mean, you know the team's better than me, so go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about it, right? So going into Hex, Squeaky being now par as the 4th for HRG, but their 3rd now be replaced by Lexin, previously from BWG, to kind of formulate and being in their 3rd. Strengths in numbers though. YG is making its runs down here. Touch of Death, Hypercube, Henan King, which is H and K. These guys are pretty nasty, right? Hypercube we talked about before, and their scoreboard check, especially for you know, for a Touch of Death. I mean, they had the highest in the qualifier knockout stages, man. They had 101 points. So kind of looking around that board and seeing how that's been. I mean, these guys are going to go through the format, right? Martial Arts Duels, their first match is that versus round. So they're going to be going through martial art duel competition, right, for that mode. No, you know, with full ultimates, all the cycle, all the nooks and crannies. Now, how I'm seeing this is that there's no mirror comp pick for rounds. I'm kind of wondering how that's going to turn out. Match points, or at least hero points, still in effect, right? So you can't really have the opportunity of running it down with certain comps over and over as many times as you want, right? You have to use it a limited amount of time. Usually it's 2 times, and that's it. Because after the 3rd time, if there's no hero points, you can't. You know, that thing is going to be denied. Hex is going to be running up against Raven Ate My Cheese. And then obviously Henan King, Risk Takers, are going to take their 2nd fight. Hypercube versus TD, Touch of Death. Young Generation versus HRG. It's kind of interesting looking at this rundown, considering that the first fight, especially because, you know, it's like former BWG members that go, or like, you know, BWG members going up against each other, right? Lexin being under Hex now in terms of that banner, putting out between Raven and My Cheese, which involves Zay, you know, who did win the MSC solos, right? So he goes in from yesterday, winning it out by 0.5, getting himself as a qualified first place player. Crazy, right? 0.5 was nuts. Guys got to watch that back. I think it's probably the most, you know, momentous thing you've seen, you know, by far in the pro league, at least in terms of seeing it in global competition. But getting into today, right, this is going to be going where he's going to be playing in trio, seeing where his team stacks up. If they get a little more money on the line, I mean, that's money on the table for them, right? They've been playing pretty phenomenally too, in terms of trying to make sure that their team comp has the capabilities to go up against some of the big dogs out here, man. You know, YG is one of those teams, right? Hypercube is one of those teams. But seeing how TD is coming down here, that's one of the, you know, regulatory EU teams, right? Coming out for Trek's team. And I know it's going to be kind of a situation of seeing how those guys, you know, and the competition, how they're going to be presiding over the MSC qualifiers and what's going to happen for their trio statement. Because some teams been playing this game for a while now. some players have been playing this for a while now, but finding the two forces to come together, right, to combine this down, I'm really curious in seeing what their synergy comes out once in the competition mindset. Because once you hit into competition, when you're in the day of, scrims are one thing. Once you hit into today, it's just to see where you falter and where you can come right back up.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, I mean, teams have been playing for a while, but, you know, this is a new format once again here. We got trio martial arts, so this is the first official that we have here for outer regions to, you know, test out the system in actual high-risk situations. But starting off here, Hex already getting active in the back end. What do we have going on? Sachiko gets caught up here by Winston. Do have the pressure going towards the Kurumi's way. It's just a full burst there, full damage there onto Sachiko. Gets grabbed by the monk as well. BG now is going to be securing that hit confirmation, but in the back end, the follow-up nearly connects, but doesn't manage to get the full hit there for Zay.
Yeah, 2.0 comes out here from Bajin, and you can see the corner control as much as it comes down to it, having combo breaker ready to go. But the blind nice, you know, disparity is this. I mean, two players that have it can just connect one blue focus to a follow-up, but now that follow-up getting paired by Lexin, getting saved right here from Wooey's Takeda, Fury and Blast coming out here. He's going to find himself on the fan, trying to swap this out, looking for Wind Blast and looking for the R&B hold check. He does not get any value, getting parried as a result. Almost slapped on the wake up there. It's going to be that 2v2 with position. And as much as these guys go down here, I don't know about a second wave of ultimates, but Bajin's been getting these parries like non-stop, man.
Yeah, this is some massive parries there from BG. You see him trying to chase down Sachiko. Now showing up, I believe it's Wooey, on the Takeda staple character for himself. BG, though, has a Kurumi tether on him, gets caught about the prio on the back end. You have the damage now being inflicted, and Wooey's going to take out BG. Now, Winton going to be the last one standing there for that squad. And a 1v2 is going to be a rough situation, doable, but it's going to be a very hard task. And you see it there. Hex are going to be able to clean up the first round. And, you know, this composition right here, that Takeda Kurumi, this is I would say this is meta in this 3v3 martial arts. From what we've seen in the Pro League, we kind of saw this being unfolded in the second half of the 2026 season, which, you know, we've seen value having that Kurumi in play, which we haven't really seen for a long time.
Yeah, for real. I think it's one thing too. We see this composition in the third round pick, but bringing it up in the first round, having a little more value against what, you know, the forces of, you know, whatever it might be. What kind of comes down to it is in having that burned out and going to this next composition, the Alcosire Viper. Now, this is going to be a weird setup because the Inner One, Zay, he'd have to be the pressure holder against the Viper Ning most majority of the time, right? Taking the teleporter right now, but Gino's kind of scared for a little moment, making sure, because the Akos cage, right? Once you have the Akos cage on a target, they cannot take the teleporter as long as it's outside. I mean, in that case, you'd be locked down for a Viper ultimate for free. There it is. There's the Viper ultimate. The silence is guaranteed. There's going to be the ultimate to come out, and the Inner One ultimate from Zay. Now, the Inner One Zay is going to be coming out, and he's going to save the day. Look at this impale connected. Oh, there it is. It misses. Not in time. It's immune, and we lost one chance as a result.
Yeah, I mean, that's just drastical there for Zay and Co. We do have the pressure still being unfolded. Zay's trying to feel as much as possible there for BG, but damage is done already. Hex have already inflicted a lot of damage here onto Raven 8 My Cheese. It's just, you know, just a ticking time bomb, I would say. You see BG getting full looked at, but opens up with a parry. This could be the turnaround that they were looking for. Sachiko eats up so much damage. Now Zay in a 1v2 here does eat up a lot of damage. Still up though for now, playing spear on the Enor. Lexin and BG in the isolated one, but this is a trio fight. Sachiko with an R&B in the back end. BG now has that hottie ultimate. You see him looking for the Viper. Sachiko, there goes the elimination. Now this is a turnaround that this squad needed. We do have the damage going towards that player's way. Lexin, very, very low, trying to stay up, and just maybe in a matter of time, if he's not able to outlive this hottie ultimate, he might be taken out as well.
Yeah, and this is going to guarantee that reset for Vegeta. I mean, listen, he's going to get caught by the Scare Rush and immediate combo breaker F2 to tap dodge. Vegeta's been reading this like a book right there. It's a 1-1 situation between RAMC and up until Hex. And of course, looking at how Vegeta, I mean, him and Zay, man, you know, these guys are like competing just yesterday, and they're locked in today, man. It's kind of going to be a point right now across the board. What's going to be happening as they're going to be bringing out the Akos Viper Syra, and then seeing how the Enor 1 composition with the hotties and ping, it's going to be a turn out for Hex.
Yeah, that's a good turnaround there. They lost a member pretty early, but stay composed, and they're able to get numbers. And then from there, they just snowball in, start scaling down the health pool of their oppositions. But now round 3, Sachiko inflicting damage onto BG, Lexin onto Zaping. It's gonna be the Enor composition here for Hex. And I mean, this comp, man, it's like you gotta beat him twice with the sustain of the Zaping and the peel of the Enor. And you see now the Enor ultimate, I believe, is invested. Man, I got no sound cue, man. See Zay though, staying up. Viper jump LEVs, big damage there out to Zay. Massive parry from Lexa is gonna eat up all that damage to the backside. I believe we still have 3 players alive. No, someone falls at Zay. Now the 2v3 Hex have the man advantage, but are they gonna be able to close this out this time around?
Yeah, 2.0 comes from the back end. You know, Vegeta's looking at to try to lock down the zipping, but the pop ultimate on the V1 into the impale. This would be a guarantee. We get that parry though. Ooh. And Lexan burns out the auto aim, and that's going to be a point right now for Lexan to get the LMB uppercut. Wenshin gets knocked out here. And seeing how it's going down for our Ramsey, this is down for the count. Hex is going to go out and winning this fight and guaranteeing themselves that semi-qual round.
Nah, that was fire. I'm not gonna lie. The way he went to the face, just
it was extraordinary. It was extraordinary.
That was extraordinary. Yeah, it was. All right, let's see it here. Round 2. Who do we got? We got Hypercube against Touch of Death. Aqua's composition on one side, and we have a variation of it with a Zaping or Tessa. Sorry, with a Tessa on the other side. So kind of mirror, but we swapping out the Aquas for the Tessa. Windy here for Hypercube. Go ahead. Invest the Viper ultimate early. I like this. That was some good timing here because the Aqua's cage is going to be able to shut down all this pressure. And it's just big damage there onto Emery's. Emery's almost gets eliminated. There it is. Taliska there with elimination hit confirmation onto Emery's. And now Hypercube are going to be having the health advantage currently right here. We see it now. Window's going to eat up so much damage to respond there. It's just big damages here from Team 3. Oof. Still not being able to close this out. But now we have the mix-ups here in a 3v2 situation.
Yeah, the R&B comes out and the test enchant guarantees Taliska's falling, and then Chili is also in a position where he can get caught by a slap out. I saw that, man. This is going to be up to real rough standings. He's going to see the Silence guaranteed on the Tessa. R&B's releases. The Wind Blast is guaranteed for a double. And the Roar to line it up, man. Catch the fade. Go to round 2.
Beautiful. I like how they invested the Viper earlier. The Viper, a little bit earlier than the Aqua's cage. And it really full confirmed that Viper stun very quickly. We've seen it in the Pro League that, you know, the timing for that, it's literally 1-to-1. But from that situation right there, I'm not sure if the Viper popping it just like a half a second earlier is better. It looked better in my opinion. In
that order, yeah, I'd assume, right? Because you think that the Akos is wanting to confirm for her, and then having the Viper ultimate to be like the wait a second, that's supposed to be second. But then utilizing the Akos later means that he still has the gold focus to kind of knock back any pressure, right? Especially considering that he'd be able to have that for 12 seconds. But you know, running into the second round here, Taliska's already going to hatch to Gwendo, right? Deflighting exactly the right moment, but getting caught out here. I know there's going to be F2 confirmation for Taliska, but he'd still be doing work against Gwendo. TOD getting a nice parry on this. Emery's looking for that 2.0, walks it back. Taliska still working this 2.0 down, but he throws a 1 instead. And this is actually, this guy's been spamming this down, but he gets punished completely.
Yeah, and there it is, elimination there from Trex, takes out Taliska. Now TOD has the health, or has the man advantage. Chili tries to stay up, last one alive, I believe. Eating up the nunchuck spam. Now TOD, all 3 members come in for the cleanup in the 1v1, or 1-2-1 for both squads. Now into round 3, Hypercube against Touch of Death. They're gonna be going at it once again. What do we have? Enor Comp against the Yushan Lee. This could be a nice mix-up as well. And I like that they're swapping weapons as well, because I was watching NA scrims and some teams were not doing that.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. I mean, that's one of the biggest things too, because you can just run blind knives to everybody if need be. There's also the kind of looking at the connections between pole sword wielders, like Tien Highs and all that, or even seen Whip Sword, but it's mainly like 100% going to be picked through in here. You're going to find a nice snipe though from Taliska. He's actually putting himself around the pillar to get another 1.0 so he can get a nice yoinkage. Basically becoming a DMR user, bro, at this point.
Big damage you see now. Taliska's trying to stay up, trying to weave there with the Lee ultimate. Now the F gets invested, but the Transformers are doing justice right now. You see Chili, that Yushan form there for his squad. It's gonna be the mix up. Taliska still looking for the drop down. Do manage to lift up Emery's in the back end. Trex there with the clink just to keep his team member just alive by just a slitter of help, but now responds with the R&B. But Windy there with the R&B from the fan takes them out, and now it looks like Hypercube are going for the cleanup, and they do. They end up taking this round of the martial arts. Now we're moving on in to HNJG, and then against Risk. What's that team name? Something King, right?
Risk?
No, the HNJG.
Oh, good question. I'm pulling it up right now. HNG, Hennang Jing Guy. Yo, someone, yo, that was bad. That was, yo.
You HN from now. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not gonna get butchered.
Don't clip it out of context. All right. Listen, HNJG puts Karasa in this position, right, to have the Tianhai as a shield, which is kind of interesting right now. They got to get this 1.0. Oop, that grab denied it. Did he get a double grab? No, just still a single against Brandoro. Scare Rush comes out here from Rustin. The pressure is down. He's still missing up those 2.0s. He needs to hit that, but that might be it. There it is. The V1 passively procced out the Viper ultimate. Actually catching Rustum in a predicament. And Creditor too.
Oh, big stun. B1Z being able to ice off some of that pressure. Now the lockdown here in the Aqua's ultimate. Tries to go through the wall, but the focus is good there. Onto Creditor. Now you see Rustum trying to pimp for his teammates. The Monk FS invested as well. The drop down is good, I think. Rustum now applying the pressure here with the ground slam. Gets the damage there onto the imprint. Now, once again, gets the damage for the second time onto B1Z this time around. Full chasing down off the area attacks. Catches the third onto ZDD. Everybody can catch it. Rustum applying so much pressure. Takes out ZDD. Now in a 1v2. He's trying to stay up. The F recast there to create a little bit of that distance. Is he going to be able to 1v2? But the F is good there for the Aquas, and that's all is going to be needed there for HN. They are going to be taking that first round. Could have been scary, though. Could have been scary.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a moment there. Switching to fan, I was like, oh, this man with a whole check released this all the time, bro. I already see it. Now, this comes down to the next fight coming through. If it sums it up here for the Inner One composition on these guys, I mean, I think HNG might have the Transformer check on standby. I mean, Hadi's ping, or Tianhai is Zenda Wu into the Tumult, though. This is more of a composition that we've seen off of the MVPL side, of just like valuing off the Tianhai into launch grabs with the Zenda Wu bow shots. But I'm noticing here from Rustin's angle, he's getting locked in here from Karsa to kind of create a distraction. You know, this is going to be a point in time, right? Once we see this value come out of the Tumult, it's going to be right after this One ultimate ends, and there it is. At least in terms of the lasting duration, denying the impale, but still taking a lot of damage off the damage from the ground holds.
Yep, now how they're going to try to ice off that pressure, and that's going to be a good opener there for ZDD. A double parry there to open up. Creditor, though, still seeing the weaknesses there onto the Zaping. Big damages there. The Zenda being able to have that ult down as well, inflicting that damage as well for Creditor with the jump LMBs on the fist blades, being able to inflict some of this pressure there onto HN. Karsa, on the other hand, going to go ahead and try to stay close to Brandoro. Brandoro staying in the pocket as well, just back and forth between both of these squads in the 2v2. Staying in the pocket. The shotgun bursts are good for both sides. You see HN now with the man advantage. Take out Brandoro. The reset for Creditor in the back end. Karsa is going to respect the one for just a moment and pop that powder. Now the power going towards HN's way, and that's going to be the 2-0 in a nice fashion there for that squad.
Yeah, man, they got that thing locked in, and now it's going to be going to our next fight, right? It's going to be Young Generation versus HRG, putting out Fumio, Revelia, and Taki. Fumio making it today, though. Surprise coming through here, which is going to be putting them at their core strength. This is the main top three in the composition for HRG. As for YG, Young Generation comes down here in terms of competing, and of course, you know it's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call if they come through with a 2-0, but for Boomski, it's composition, right, with these two players putting themselves apart. I mean, you can see this is going to be a lockdown from Revelia's point of view, and the immediate Viper ultimate to try to deny his head pressure, and then of course trying to look for the timeout here. The stun comes up, the gold focuses are thrown out, and Revelia is just like trying to find the lockdown and just hoping not to get that Cyro ultimate to pop in here too soon.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes down. We do have the pressure already thrown towards HRG's way. Revelia, go ahead and try to back on up. HH gets caught up on the terror there from the Akos. Big damages here off the fly. Now it's put the grab from Fumi here to stop the pressure for now. Looking for the double grab. He's going to confirm the hit just for the damage. And now a player falls. That's Taki. Taki gets eliminated now. YG has the player advantage in the situation. Big hits there off the fist blades. R&B focus is good. In the cleanup there for YG onto HRG. Fist blades in hand there. Being able to do good work there with that weapon on both players. Now we got the Yushan Lee with the Shayo. Okay. Not familiar with that comp. But Enor side there for HRG.
Yeah, this one's weird, but it works. You know, we'll see. Considering how it works down with the Wei Shan, it might be locking down. Shayo gets a free setup there for the shield throws, but more so just to kind of protect the Shunhuan, right? It's a soft target. But let's look at HH here as he drops in there with the F1, confirms it for a knockdown into uppercut. Now he walks in straight, chases down the Xenor. He doesn't disguise to be a threat. Having his Xenor 1 ultimate, though, on standby means that he's just waiting this as a response. Seeing what's going to be happening next year for Revelia, let's take a look and wondering. 2.0 off the ground, just gets a clink off, has no F2. Another 5 seconds for that. Mid-air zipping from Fumio, though. Gives him a little bit sustain, but he got to rush it back down to his teammates. He's thinking about the V1 time. Should I pop it now or later? But then the clink off of HH means that he is focusing the right targets. He's looking at the soft ones as Zipping. She tried to scale out. Not able to supply her teammates with any sort of sustain herself since she has yet to pop the V1. She is holding it for the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane how much time he's able to stall there to keep that ultimate online. There goes the imprint. Big damages there onto Boy. Boy's gonna eat up a lot of damage here. You see him not trying to scatter on out. Boomkey, on the other hand, you see him chops very low there in that Yushan ult. Gonna have to see how he's gonna try to respond from here. We are gonna see the big parry there from Boy. Does get the damage confirmation off of Fumio. Fumio now on the other hand going for the R&B jump LNB. Tries to catch the jump LNB parry, but doesn't. The Revelio gets the hit confirmation. And we see now the Yushan getting inflicted with so much damage. Boy falls. Revelio and Co now with the man advantage here in the situation. In this Yang are gonna be, or martial arts are gonna be having the upper hand. We see now the F. Nice weave there from Boomkey. Does get the damage on the focus though. Still fighting here. The F invested here for the Yushan staying up. No, the Fumio is going to be eating up. All this damage can make this 1v2 pretty soon. Do have the damage now coming in. The fly knives is good, but the follow-up is good. It's just back and forth in a 1v2.
Oh. No, really, you can't go down like that. There's going to be the F1. It's a 1v1 situation right there, right? Potential 2-0 or 1-1. HH doesn't have his F1. He's going to go ahead and utilize this for a raw uppercut potential here, right? But Fumio's got the parry. He gets Kai. He gets jump LMB. The damage on the spike of the attack buff puts YG on that winning path. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. That thing goes ahead. That's 10% as extra attack. This man just like burned it alive. Now we have to wonder, right? He's going to be going out here. As it actually, I got the name changed. It's actually Henan King. Henan King. Henan King. But I'm not sure. Henan King.
There it is.
HNK.
But not like this emote there for what we just saw. That's tragic. It's tragical. Unfortunate. But Henan King now going up against who we have. Who they're going up against? Keep looking at me. Hex. Oh, it's a big scrap off right now. Both teams winning their first rounds. Now into the second round of martial art trios. What do we have? Karza here. The Akos looking for potential lockdown, and ZDD is gonna try to respond, but there goes the grab there from Lexan. Gets the damage confirmation into the shotgun burst. Into another grab there from Lexan, being able to get that damage off. And Karza eats up so much damage, gonna be forced to pop this Akos ultimate. Viper ultimate now invested there for ZDD. One tether onto Lexan. Now B1Z looking for that damage there, but no stun confirmation. I believe I don't see any bars there showing that there was a stun being inflicted.
Yo, it's crazy too because this is like, look at, I got the 1.0 energy in here. This is gonna be the point in time where the Akos is deleted. You saw that, man? My man's gone, bro. Lexan putting himself out here for a win blast. Gets to F1 in the middle of the fight, which is great tenacity, kind of pushed him back. And then of course, looking at this is a sick victory. It's a clean sweep. And not even a point in time where Lexan had any issues. He got the healing off the Kurumi, trying to make sure he stays alive. This is now putting himself right now for this team. They're at 1 so far. HNJG is putting out here for their one zipping composition against his Aqua Viper Syra, and I'm like, all right, run it down. If we get an early ultimate on the Viper Ning on top of the Enor, he's going to have to proc ultimate to iframe through it. If not, it's going to be a point right then and there for the Hadi ultimate to look to escape, because Lexan's putting himself as, as a ground unit. He needs to, right? Because he has the F2 roar. Once anyone starts to put their forces of nature, early Halio, for instance, early Halio means that these guys can just go in there as the zipping is going to be kiting around and providing those F1 heals.
Yeah, they're able to start out this audio. They can start bursting with their ultimates, but the damage is already being inflicted. You see Hex now calling in the Aqua's ultimate. Now bounce back into the blue focuses there from both players. We see now the stun being connected. B1C falls. That's beautiful there from Hex. Now applying the pressure here with the Syra ultimate. It's a dazzle in it, and ZDD can't even move. Can't play the video game. Just getting stunned into the dazzle just so much that Enor not being able even to peel here for his teammates. That player falls, and now Hex in the 3v1 situation are gonna have the upper hand against the Enor. Once this ultimate goes out, not even that, he's already getting bursted down, opens up with the parry, but it doesn't even matter. It's just so much pressure here from Hex, being able to cleanly make that a 2-0 so quickly there, and Hex are gonna be moving on to the grand final round.
And this is going against Cell's next fight. It's going to be up to Young Generation up against Hypercube. Now, this is going to be two teams, and I'm like, man, it's crazy we got these two guys on standby, man, because now looking at YG, it's whether or not they're going to be the newcomers to make it happen, at least to kind of burn this down. Obviously, right now for YG, pulling themselves apart here, we're wondering if Chili's going to be looking for the early Oculus, and they do. They actually go ahead and they try to act in response with their own Oculus Ultimate, taking pillar play, guaranteeing a stunning on the side, but the stun comes to the backside, and this is up to Young Generation to make it count, but putting themselves apart, they lost Boomski. Boomski being down and having to worry about the Sire chasing these guys means that there's going to be a chance right there for Boy to go down, man. He got dazzled. He's going to be at an F2 War to protect his teammate 6 seconds on that duration, but the F2 War and a silence to put him down, and it could be just a clean sweep for Hypercube here.
Yeah, even though they didn't get no damage there onto the stun, it doesn't even matter. Hypercube already in a 1v2 advantage. Are going to be having the last scrap out here against Boy. Opens up with a parry, though. Doesn't get any damage confirmation here. Another parry for Boy. Has eyes in the back of his head. Chili eats up so much damage. It potentially can do so, but no. The F2 Roar is just too good on the Oculus. Just eating up blue focuses after blue focuses into a jump felon B finisher there for Chili to take out that player. One up there for Hypercube. YG now have a... You know, they got to bounce back, got to try to stay up here in this fight. Can potentially do so. Got to come out victorious here in this round and make it to round 3. Teleska and crew. That's it, man. We have that Hardy comp. You know, not even arguably. I would say this is the best comp in trios. I mean, it's first round pick every single day.
It is. Every single day, bro. Doesn't even matter, but if you're like, oh, I don't feel comfortable with this comp, you still run it. You have to. Yeah. Just throw spears around, get a teleport out, boom, done. Now Taliska's putting pressure on the early Haughty ultimate again, but this time level 3 to deny the parry. Nice. I know Taliska's looking at this like, I'm not gonna get parried. But the thing is, that's what you can do against a Haughty. Sometimes the eyes behind the head, but the Shio is a way to kind of semi-mitigate this. Of course, for Young Generation, they're putting themselves apart here to kind of see where this early Shio ultimate is worthwhile, right? We saw the last time they had this in competition, and they got melted down through, but then they came right back up, right, winning their fight. But putting this into the hands, right, late Shun Huan ultimate, that's something that you really don't want to have because you're trying to scale out, you're trying to get away from the fight, and all of a sudden he has his auto aim on you, and he's got the throwing knives to guarantee it, right? Vulnerability stacks on, knock back, knock up. That's all that you need to go ahead and worry about, right? And it not only to be with the waist shot, but having to go ahead and try to get him out. Boomski is almost there, but he gets out. Wendy finds elimination. Hypercube. 2-0 potential lead here as YG's HH holds on, straggling on for dear life.
This is a second time bomb, man. HH just off the vote, just gets completely obliterated. Now we have our 2 finalist teams going at it. It's gonna be Hypercube against Hex, man. I feel like I'm back on
classic.
Yeah, classic. I feel like I'm back in the day. Like if we seen these 2 teams duke it out time and time again. If I believe so, I think Chili stopped playing with Hypercube for a little bit, came back. So we'll see how they do now for the 2026 season here in this major martial arts. And like Severio mentioned at the start of the show, I mean, this is 8 points you go on in. That's a good amount of points for this martial arts. This is, I would say this is a perfect amount of points compared to what we've seen in the Pro League.
No, for real. And it's crazy too. I'm just thinking Chili's like Walter, you know, like Heisenberg's like, you need me when it comes to Hypercube. But the thing is, I mean, he's a strong point. That's a good grab. That almost became a double grab, but we couldn't even go for a double grab if we wanted to. We just go for the slam down. But you see Lexon's HP? Bro, I'm anti-negative HP. Sachiko keeping the defense still, keeping him alive. He has armor at least to kind of mitigate this point. There's no burns in this team. But the Viper stun into the Aqua's ultimate after the ultimate on the Tianhai. The pillar plays are just phenomenal. The stun, 2-for-1 deal. Let me get that bargain right then and there. We cannot not get the kills here. That was an elimination that was happening towards Hex. And of course, it's leaving Sachiko here alive.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice setup there from Hypercube. Now, see Hex trying to fight back. We have the pressure being thrown towards Taliska's way. He opens up with a massive ship parry there onto Sachiko. Sachiko falls, now to 1v3. Wooey has to do wonders here to try to stay up. Not going to be able to do so. The cleanup there from Hypercube, taking the first round into round 2. Inner composition for one side, which is swapping. I believe we're just swapping.
Bro. Yep. You can't. Or I swap the comps.
Swap.
I just gotta look at the weapon. I mean, I like seeing the spear inside of this composition, though. I love seeing the spear in terms of it's just a blow up. You get a guaranteed stun, bro. You did 900 damage, and you do it 2 times in a row. I mean, someone's gonna be done and dusted. But looking at Wendy, man, what is your HP bar, bro? He lost all his armor in the engagement. Usually, you be that force of nature to kind of rush it down, but of course, him getting melted down means that him not having the pop ultimate, it's kind of a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, but this comp right here, I think it does a very good job of stalling a lot, plus the sustain. We see now the cage being inflicted. Nice prism there to avoid getting out of that situation. Taliska has to burn it very early. Lexan and crew now looking for the engagement in their side here by the cage. Believe the Viper ultimate was already inflicted, but not sure. What do we have? Parry's now being called in. Wooey and crew still start trying to stay up. Nice F there from the Akos to be able to stop a little bit of that pressure. Chili falls here in this engagement. Now Taliska eating up so much damage here as well. Hex now looking to make it a 1v1. Have to live out the pressure there from the Enor. Enor still has that ultimate online. Good dazzles there, stun. And now in a 1v3, Hex arguably able to clean this one up against Wendy to make it into the third round here, into our last final round of this martial arts trios. There it is, round 3. What other better way to do it and see it in a 3-round fashion?
For real. And having the chance and looking at these guys in the last swim, Justino Weishan into the Shunhuan for Hypercube and bringing it down here for Hex. Having this Hadi Enor Seping as their last and final composition to play out. Now, honestly, Justina compositions to take this on paper, but the problem is just if you don't lose, if you get lost in the sauce, you know, the kiting is going to be impeccable. It has to be from Lexan's side at least, as he's going to be on aerial support. Early Shunhuan Lee ultimate, though, gives a guaranteed snipe. And of course, for Lexan, he's going to be going right back in to try to save the day for Sachiko. Sachiko goes ahead and backs off immediately. The F1 zipping is out for the teleporter. It is consumed. And you see the chase down from Taliska, right? Getting caught by the impale almost. But Justina to get the guaranteed freeze on the Enor locked in animation might put Hypercube in the advantage here.
Wow. Almost ate up all that damage. I thought Lexa was going to release there on the fan for the damage, but now Taliska applying pressure here against Hex, being able to get that mid-range focus attack off the flying knife, but the Yushan always up. You see Hex now trying to live out the pressure here from Hypercube, being able to inflict a lot of damage there onto that player. Wooey in the back end, though, very healthy. Taliska gets caught up with the F. That's forced to pop the F, sorry. Got caught up on the Dragon Slayer. We see him now looking for potentially a reset. No, staying in the pocket at the top of the pillar. We got Wendy, though, taking out Sachiko. Man advantage now for Hypercube. We see it now. Lexan drops very low in the back end. Big parry there. I believe are going to be getting the both eliminations at the same time as you see it there in the kill feed. Lexan and Wooey get taken out. And Hypercube are going to be taking our game number 1 with that 8-point ranking points for that game alone. That's a nice setup to move on over to the next final games here of the European Mid-Season Challenge. Hey, they started off hard already. I mean, we've seen how composed these teams, they've been doing the homework too, watching how the Pro League teams have been playing as well. So love to see that game 1 concluded just like that. But man, we got BR next. And you know, in the BR, it's a whole different demon to try to outcome here to see which team is going to come out on top here for our mid-season challenge.
No, for real. And another thing too, right? Some of these teams have been studying the NBPL, right? The Pro League for a while now, especially from Sachiko's end. He's always stated, like, I've been watching these guys for years, man. I can see that it's going to be something that can, you know, we can get through with. But the other crazy part is that you see where Hypercube listed themselves under. I was kind of interested in seeing whether or not Taliska was going to get that second recast on the blades, but it didn't really worry in his mind, right? Because he still had the F1. He was still, as a Shunhuan Lee, able to move around, keep himself mobile, and then obviously putting himself in the spotlight of, you know, being able to concise parry with the, you know, 2.0, right? Finding his team and finding those small moments that kind of comes out. Which also another interesting aspect is that the Hadi ultimate, or rather to kind of make utilization on the teleporter, is the fact that these guys are trying to get to the wall as soon as possible, hit the 2-chain mark, and then obviously take the teleportation, right? That's the one thing. That's the one thing you can utilize in having the time. But the whole thing is that if the Syra is not there to kind of create staggers for your Viper to kind of get the guaranteed stun, or for the Akos to guarantee stagger, by not pushing them to the chains, you know, pushing them inside the center. That time position really revolves around that in order to get full value. But putting ourselves aside, I mean, working this down, one of the builds, right, having the glyph board, having the Sans, such a strong thing. Even one of the players from Risk, from Brandoro, saying, you know, not a lot of players are really getting combo breakers out available, usually because they know that the disengagement will be one thing to take rather than getting silence and not getting your combo breaker and dying for it. But guys, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna go into round 2 for the BR. We're gonna be at Padoria nighttime in the midnight. We'll see you guys in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for round 2. BR is going to be going through here for the mid-season challenge for the EU Trios finals. We got ourselves going out here after the martial art versus. Tremendous fight coming out here. You know, new word on the box. Just making sure to seeing what's going to happen between Hex and Hypercube on that 2-1 point value. That goes in the value of Hypercube. Now, this puts us in terms of going through here. I mean, one thing is that with 8 points, right? 8 kills. Right? You got to look at it that way. And with 8 points going out the board, I mean, you're talking about putting 8 kills on the floor, and it's still not it's still like a lot to think about, because even 4 points, 4 kills, that's like an off-drop fight and some straggler that you find. So Hex is going to take that into today's games, and then obviously Young Generation and HNK bringing us down for 2 points. They're going to be bringing us down in terms of 4th, and obviously looking at between HRG, Touch of Death, Raven Ate My Cheese, MC, Risk Takers, they're all going to be going down here without any points, but they still have chances to kind of catch up, right, placement-wise, and just making it out on top.
Yep, there goes our match schedule. Locked in game 1, now into game 2. Padura Midnight, first BR match of the day. What I'm interested in here, Severio, is how the team comps are going to look, right? We saw little interesting comp there from one of the squads running the Shayo into a different squad, and here it is, right? Standard there for the Inor Hadi. Best composition in trios in the game. The Akos, Viper, Syra have been a staple as well in the Pro League. We see Hypercube running that as well. And Touch of Death is going to have that Tesla variation that we saw in that game 1 as well. And then the Lee Yushan Justina has been another comp that teams have been running. And then the Zenda Temi Monk has been the new variation, I'm guessing, of what we had, which was the Zenda Shayo.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
I haven't seen this comp in action.
Yeah, Zenda Shayo F2, but in this case for Zenda Wu, I think they had the combo breaker instead, with the Tianhai, just because the launch off of the Tianhai grabs guaranteeing the Zenda Wu pressure in midair for a re-grab, and then getting a guaranteed bow shot. I mean, the mark on is going to give a little bit more pressure on that person that's grabbed, but then again, it kind of insinuates having to be in face value throwing blue focuses, right? One thing that you kind of see about this too is that the Tianhai is there to kind of mitigate any range pressure that comes down, so that if he does get caught through the Shunhuan Lee, for instance, having the semi wall denies the Shunhuan having any sort of pressure with the V1 recast, having the snipe, and that knockback into vulnerability denies slam down, right? And the holding in the hands means that Shayo would, or at least to see where the Zenda Wu comes in the hand, is that if she needs to continuously keep pressure on the, for their teammates or to peel them off, the V1 recast guarantees that firewall 8 seconds. That's going to be range resistance, right? That's going to, or rather, it's going to block range shots, range projectiles. It's also going to create a burn tick every single second. Yep. And anyone who's in the vicinity of that, I mean, that pulls them away. Even Transformers, right? Wei Shan, Enor 1, the list goes downhill. The only thing that's going to be really problematic for that composition is more like a Viper, right? Because you kind of worry about the line of sight the Viper comes through and is able to kind of tap dodge off of the play that the Tianhai can do. That's what Tamos can also do, right? Deny her from tap dodging. In the timing that it comes down to it, if he pops ultimate on the latter end of the ultimate, that team mentality has to be so in line that you guys just have to be one-to-one thinking, because that denial of the stamina bar for her means that she gets free grabbed. And then you're going to have to see, because this is going to be our round 2, folks. We're going to look at the drop down here as Young Generation are taking the fight in the Imperial camp. They're going to be pulling ourselves aside against the BWG's team, which is going to be part of Raven Ate My Cheese, RAMC parry mid-air, though. And it looks like these guys are going to turnaround.
That was a big parry there from Wenchen. I mean, that denied the kill confirmation there for YG. Now Wenchen invests the ultimate a little bit too late. They do end up losing that member. And now YG, the man advantage, trying to clean up. You see now a parry onto Wenchen. HH, go ahead and try to get an R&B focus off the spirit. Catches. That's in the F there. Locks him down there with the pros. Being able to bring that player back. Still don't have an Elam confirmation. Zay's still alive. Spins back to R&B focus and now invests the Enor ult, but this is a third party moving on in. What do we have on the top side? Who moved in? Oh, HN. HN's in the mix. Oh yeah, they gotta get out. You see YG trying to retreat, but the damage is done and there's a big commotion happening in the back end. I don't even know what's happening. I'm blind.
Bro, my man is like on the Raven,
There you go.
That's not that way. Yo, this is crazy though. Pulling ourselves across the board as Raven Ate My Cheese. Zay pulls no impale, couldn't get it, and gets metered out. Hypercube to Liska being the reason of his downfall, and of course rocking the new Viper fit. Got the severely dark elf, going down here, but hey, it's popping off. He got the glasses. He can't see nothing, but he's going ahead and have his team on a point value where they can get purple armor for Chile at least, you know, because this is going to be where we think about economy wise. You guys don't know, in the Mortal War, right, the shop's available now with money earned after kills and trios. Pretty big setup. You know, you'd be able to kind of hoard out money for certain shop items, and then considering that the Mortal Defiance is guaranteed in the shop and purple jades as well, team composition comes through here. Moonbane being thrown out here, diabolical from HNK, at least that's what's been told to me. But HNJG's ADD, right, with Bokai and his team, maybe potentially look at that biz. If they can get this lockdown here, these kills go up to 3, and then they can go ahead and just start scaling towards Imperium.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Hinan King. They're not able to get any sort of eliminations investing that Moonbane, but they do ice off some of the pressure. The whole zone was already looted, so I wouldn't say that's a big one, but still, they're able to claim that ground. They're trying to rotate whatever direction they're trying to rotate to scale on up. Team 7, Hypercube as well, going up for the scale game, and this is where we are going to start having these teams fully invested, just scaling for that first Yang pretty soon. Potential run-ins with other squads to have isolated 3v3s they're able to do so. A team like TOD have been scaling up. We do still have common armors onto 2 players, but potential blue weapon rarity is on everybody, which it's a win, especially in the Mortal War. And here we have it. HRG against Hex. The F entrance there from Rebellion are going to be able to get some sorts of damage there onto one of those players, but the Zapine Lexin for Hex did not get touched, right? And that's the Zapine for that squad. Want to try to knock out as much HP on that character as fast as possible to try to force out that Zaping ultimate. And Sachiko, see him already investing this Eater ultimate here to try to shut down Hex. Or Hex trying to shut down Hypercube.
Yeah, and the thing too is that the HRG is being locked through here for Sachiko. They saw how low his HP bar is, but since that's going to be elimination against Taki, they're going to have to pull away from this for a moment. Hoping to see what's going to be coming through from this grab from Fumio. I mean, listen, Wui's going to get full sustained out here. He's got the F1 zipping with mitigation, even with the 2.0 and the V1 passive healing. Now we're going to go focus down the Tian High, right? For Fumio, trying to get some grabs here as Reveille trying to look for some yoinks off of the F2, but of course, looking at Lex and keeping a line of sight. Maybe not a lot of supplies. It doesn't really matter in this case because it's going to be a 2v3, but it's always about the third party, right? So look at Taki. This man came back here on a salty res personality pick, and Fumio popping out the combo breaker, getting a Tumult ultimate in close proximity. I mean, this is going to be a one-play wonder, but if they can get this, they have to lock him down. This is the one spot, right? The teleporter's taken. They're going to be floating around here for a couple of seconds, and then dropping right back down. You can see Wooby on flight path and making sure that he can get pressure in flight mode as a hottie. He's going to fly towards Rebellia, pulling out swipes. No parries. Actually, no, he does connect in the F2 to connect off with Lexin, but look, Lexin's got ultimate ready to go. He can proc this down, and it won't punish them for ult usage because since it's going to be over time, these guys are going to keep on getting healing. And a double parry confirms the end of HRG's members with Taki going down here. And then obviously in the kill feed, another Moonbane charm, right? Hypercube actually going to use the second one in the game, while it looks like Hex is going to be locking the last remaining member for HRG for their second line.
Man, this comp, man, it just surprised me every single time. It's just so much sustain in that comp. You gotta beat him twice. Now we see HN going against Zay and Co. Do have the elimination going towards HN's way. That's 2 down now, being Zay and BG out there for that squad. And now they are gonna be looting up the bodies inside the zone. Zone 1 not hurting for nothing. Plus the resurrection, they're on to the last member of HN. There goes the looting. Being able to get all these resources are going to now start rotating on in to the round, which is going to start forming up in a minute and a half. What do we have? B1Z on the Yushan. This comp as well has been doing big damages in the Pro League. We've seen the success that this competition has had, especially against Transformers with that Lee intact. And Hex, though, good start here for their game 2. 4 eliminations already on the board, trading J's and resources. There goes the Yang Gate, starting to form on up. Hypercube starts rotating towards Skygate's Cove, potentially going to be running on into Risk. Going to hit up the buy zone, seeing if there's any more resources they're able to snag up before entering that gate right above them. TOD, you see them rotating top left from Imperium. Going to be potentially running on into the Hex. We don't have aggression to go into those Roma Yangs, just to the fact that you can just spam to go in. One player from the comp, whatever character they're on, is usually specific characters that can really claim the center of the gate, right? Like a Justina just pops F, waits for that realm to open up, goes on in, secures a realm for their squad. And, you know, we see that multiple times with different characters where these teams and players are confirming those rounds. But no need to get aggressive, no need to, you know, end your life or potentially just ruin your run to, you know, get a kill outside of Yang. Not like back in the day where we had that Tesla comp.
Yeah.
Long range sniping.
You may see this, when we saw this guy in his tracks, boom, done, gone, bro. It's crazy though. First Roman Yank fight today. Inside of this fight, I mean, I don't know. Risk is going to be entering. I'm looking at Predator and Brandora, but I don't know where I don't know where Rustam's at. But in terms of this, Gwendo, open to see about this, and him and Emery's as well with a touch of death squad against Hex. I don't know. This Forbidden Seal. This play to deny the realm of Yang portal is kind of sketchy because they got the Yang pass. If not, I don't know if they have the Yang pass. I'm looking at that. I don't see any, but that's an F2 test in this mix, which is kind of crazy. But the weird thing is that since they have no ultimates, they can't get any sort of confirmations on the test ultimate in this scenario. If one of these guys have Yang pass and you're trying to deny the other wielder to go in there, I mean, this is going to be going through for, I guess, for TOD. I don't know. That was a weird pick and fight. I mean, another thing too is that we needed rage, right? Look at Viper ult is at 33%, so building it out before the Realm Yang fight as much as possible. But they really couldn't do anything else to, they have to go in the Realm Yang. They can't go out because that team was ready to go. Purple armors. The only way they didn't ingress was because of ultimates. But looking at how the silence was late, Gwendo getting full captured out, knowing that he's probably going to be food for the fodder, that's a bait and a half. And seeing how Gwendo gets himself here saved by the Syra ultimate for heal back. And as much as Taliska couldn't really go anywhere else but backwards, you're looking at Gwendo burning out that Volpine's essence.
Yeah, there it is. Quickly, you see it here for Hypercube. Look at so much damage. A double stun there. Gwendo's gonna fall there to Chili. I was massive there from Hypercube. Trek's trying to stay up. Without having that Viper ultimate, man, you kind of... It's so rough, man, especially playing a comp like this, which just locks you down, throws the Viper ult, stuns you with a Syra ult as well. No sustain, nothing to counter anything like that. It's just rough, and you see it from Hypercube. Unfortunate there for Gwendo, man. He was just a boss whose stagger bar got broken, and he was just... It was just off cooldown. Everybody, big burst there onto him. Gets eliminated quickly, but Hex got in, and they end up winning.
Man, against Risk. Yeah, I mean, Risk had a blue armors across the board. Gear-wise, they were differing, Now they're going to be able to get gold dual blades on Sachiko as the Enor 1, having the opportunity to get this Vermilions and start pushing through with 7 eliminations on the scoreboard. I'm going to remind Prod, press Z as in zebra. I'm going to shoot a message and say, yo, let me get the scoreboard because I want to see engraving on the build. Actually, remember we were talking about yesterday, right? The whole entire 9 yards. I want to see what everything. Now, we're looking at Carson taking a fight against Windy here. That fight is going to be kind of like a poke. I don't think these guys are really looking at each other because they got Vermilions, buff bros. Honestly, in Trios is a different story. I feel like in Trios you can actually force out a fight against other buff players in this early part, with the Vermilions, right? Though, not guaranteeing this knockdown, forcing the Akko's ultimate. I mean, Garza falls down twice. Look how fast that was, right? Which guarantees him to dash away from this. But he's forcing all the players there. He gets a silence. He's also silenced. He can't dash out for nothing. He's going to get powerful dazzles. Oh, look at the range. Oh, he avoids it. Gets a reset and gets a blunder going. This man is like, all right, combo breaker. I'm safe.
Wow, that was a beautiful parry there to start that off. And you see Hypercube now eating up so much damage. Predator and crew start to show up as well. Third party showed up here from Risk. You see Cars on the hand, trying to take a quick reset in, but it's Rustam having his eyes onto Cars. So looking for the damage onto the Justina. Not sure what happened. Elimination happened there for Brandora. We moved into Imperium here. Trex and Co going out against Hex. Big damage is here. Tesla here being invested there for Trex. Predator falls though in a kill feed. That action was insane on the other side. We do have this here though. Trex though trying to stay up. Sachiko eats up the damage there off the LME focus. Does get shut down, I believe. Not sure. Sachiko takes out Emery's though, so health advantage or command advantage is going to be going towards Hex's way. Hypercube lose Chili in that altercation there against that Justina. And the Justina, man, with that parry to start off, being able to get the dash through, plus the F right on time. Just did so much wonders for him there against Hypercube, and it end up eliminated Chili. But Hex, on the other hand, what do we got for them? 10 on the board.
10 kills. Double digits, bro. Double digits. Yeah. First thing to make it on the board here. Got a lot of fans for every other teams. You got HRG fans. You got, bringing out the teams and hoping to say Raven ate my cheese. But Hex is some of the teams I hear that's like almost guaranteed. Raven ate my cheese. I plead the fifth. Listen, Rustin puts himself out here for the combo breaker, putting himself out here for a little bit of time for the rage bar if he gets his ultimate online. But as long as he doesn't take as much damage like right now, he would have gotten a chance at 11 kills right now for Hex. I mean, he was distracted. They found him out. Now it's coming down to be an overpowered team, right, in terms of gear. But look at the gold, right? Around 80,000 to 90,000 Dark-Tide coins to be in the set. Almost 90,000. This means that Mortal Defiance is a guaranteed purchase. They could also, depending on the Rummy Yang's position, they could try to get themselves another purchase in there, like whether they want to run Jades. But hoarding this gold is also going to be a play to kind of seek into, you know, after the Yang fight. Because listen, they get more gold afterwards, and then they can start rolling for the Jades. It's just a limited inventory. Whether there's a select Jade in the shop besides Immortal Defiance, that's 30,000 Tartec coins that they would purchase and utilize, whether it's an offensive or a defensive Jade. All it comes down to is just being able to, you know, be in a predicament where they have no issues gear-wise. Because considering there's 3 other teams besides themselves, at least 3 full teams, I would assume, they would have a endgame fight in the range because Yang Spearwell itself, those are the type of objectives that they just want to make sure to pressure through and kind of showcase what they got, right? If they have a Moonshard Storm, they got a grandiose, you know, if they have a chance of getting a Horror Burst, you know, gold focus skills that just really put the pressure on anyone who decides to kind of come close and try and deny that.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I believe, I'm not sure. Yeah, they did. Yep. So Hypercube did have enough money to buy back Chili, as we see him here in the mini map. He is player 7. You see him across as well. Repicked up his inventory as well. We saw him there with purple armor. Now the overhead view here of the teams posted up for the Realm of Yang. You see Hex on the left hand side by Arcadia. HRG rotating on in on the right hand side, right atop of Skygaze Cove. Hinan King posted up dead center. Looks like potentially YG and Hypercube going to be contesting that Spirit drop there on that Mystic Might for the buff, but we'll see once that time unfolds. YG full blue armor here on these players, potential full blue weapons as well, as we see Void for this squad already with the blue fist blades. I mean, this is be rough, man. You have a team like Hex that has been scaling up very, very nicely throughout this game too, having Jades, purple inventory on both armors and weapons, are going to be able to have an upper hand, and they are going to be going up against YG, that being HN. So it's gonna be a double purple armor situation on HN side against full blues on the other half. So we'll see how this unfolds, but I would say it's kind of even. No, gold fan, sorry, but here it is.
Yo, made air snipe. My man's charging up, bro. Look at this. Hit him. Boosh. And all of a sudden, we got to reposition because that's Yo, he got Boomski blown up, bro. My man said, yo, see you in the lobby, bro. I'm seeing it later. You better switch classes. Yo, this is going to be a great grab for a double potential there, but he does not, and the freeze is good. You know, boys at half HP, but last one alive live going through here. Gold armor now in the hands of HNK in this case, and of course, putting it on their blue armor for Biz, and probably just swapping it over, giving it to ZDD, I'd assume, or even Justina in this case for Hakarsa. Just because, you know, Transformers give you a chance of getting more armor for more, the higher your armor, the higher your health. But if your soft targets are on the ground, I mean, they'll take more advantage of that armor. Even though you're going to get a health pool that's going to be increased, you're already going to get 100% HP restore for some of these characters, right? Like for Weishan, he'd also get mitigation, right, with the V2 variation. They're going to delay this death to try to make sure they can get as much time as possible. I don't know if that's going to be something that, you know, comes into effect with White Tiger's prowess for sure, but Mystic Might is usually the pick because Mystic Might is always going to be, you know, a way to deny damage, get vision, and being able to prepare for Yang Spearwell.
Yeah, and opposed to the first Yang, right? In first Yang, we don't really see the strat anymore. They want to be in and out as fast as possible. You know, in the past, we would see stalled out for the Vermilions, but it kind of just shifted towards teams going in and out just to try to capitalize off that Vermilions Birds Might, right? With only 8 teams in the field, you got a limited amount of, you know, eliminations you can potentially get. So we've seen, you know, in the Pro League alone, teams just full on getting rid of that last player that's alive for that opposing squad once they're in that first Yang. But, you know, this is pretty much standard here in the second Yang where, you know, we see the stalled out there for that buff. They're trying to maintain it there towards the longest of this end game that we can get to, just to try to stay up due to, you know, the commotion that we get right after, especially with teams entering plus that Yang depletion. You're forced to try to cleanse out, and it can just quickly become a crazy battlefield here in these matches. But a team like Hex, double gold armored up already with the Mystic Might of minute 38, looking for any sorts of information, as well as HN, putting that gold armor on the Lee. Have a little bit longer, I would say a minute longer there on the buff for them stalling it out. So we see them already trying to buy up as much resources as they can, the remainder of money that they have in their inventory. They're going to start rotating on in. Try to find some more information here. We do have Risk Rustum, though, in the mini-map. Could potentially get spotted here with this buff. He's a lone wolf, so this could be bad for him. No, Predators at the back as well, so does have a duo with him, but this could be bad here in the 2v3. Just the fact that they have that buff potentially get run into, but now it looks like they are going to be able to rotate around quietly, not get spotted. team up or buy up still happening here for this squad. There it is. That's what you want right there. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I saw you. I mean, I was telling that this fast. You know, I want to read it over because the Jades are a really big part. You know, I saw the HP went up, and I was like, okay, it depends on what it is. Soul Release would be kind of funny to get on in the Shun 1 league, but if it's more so, if it's a vertical Phantom set. But in this case, Skyforce, it means if he gets a guaranteed kill, he gets 1500 armor, just like that. But if he's at 0 armor, right, and he's not really going to be wanting to be in that position anyways, unless he gets fully focused out, somehow grabbed and yoinked out by an Enor 1, and he gets pressured out by his team if they are able to do, especially with Justina. Though, just kind of looking in the scene on the scaling of this team, I also want to see what Hex has in terms of store, because they have more to the fine potential purchase on Sashika, right? They had 80, like I said, nearly 90,000 Dark coins on reserve. Now for Rustum in the zone, right? They're going to see about Risk trying to get back into the zone, but I mean, look at this. I mean, I'm looking at the map. I want to see the map. I got to see what these guys are, because they're nearly in that weakest escalation. They're pulling themselves apart here in terms of, I mean, obviously they're on reset, so the Jays won't be as much of impact, but they are going to be able to kind of get back into the zone, and hopefully not within bell distance, because there's going to be a bell that's going to be showing up here on the northeastern side of Skygate's Cove. That would be a little bit problematic if they get spotted out. That's going to be an easy 3 eliminations. Risk has not been having a great game this round, let's be honest, be transparent about it. Though anything can happen in the short few minutes when they're looking into scrap offs and then taking the gear on their their oppressors, players that get eliminated out. Now, like I said, northeast corner, you can see Rustum on the map there. You can see YG Young Generation rocking into the bottom of the ship, looking at the back end. Stanchion Skypillar going to be in the hands of what seems to be with Biz, but having the purple staff there, hopefully doesn't get parried if that's his only weapon on the back end. Still having this last fight that we had is Yang Spirit Well time, baby. 10 minutes on the bing, and there we go. Now it's going to be up to these players. Once Skygate's Cove starts to be the last area, we are going to enter into a lot of the more open terrain, and then hoping to see about how that terrain is going to either lock down a team or finding an escape on the cliff sides, because Verdant Chasm is right there, and there's a lot of space within them to kind of see if the next objective is going to be, going in that way, over by Heaven's Watch. There's a lot of areas to kind of keep in mind about, because it's all about your, how well can you traverse this while your team is getting, one of your teammates getting pummeled, and how well they can get disengaged from it.
Yeah, and I saw the minimap or the kill feed right there. We had an action happening. Creditor falls very fast. YG being the main aggressors, and they only have that blue armor, and they invested his Monk ultimate, but Hex starts to show up, and this is where it becomes a big problem here. The third party starts to show up. HH tries to knock down a little bit of that damage there on the top side of the rock, but now the deform off the Monk. Hex is now going to collapse onto this team, as you see already happening near the zone. Wooey now applying pressure there onto the Tomo. Boomkey now trying to stay up on the top side, but no, does get clipped off the 1-2s into the focus attack. That's another one there for Wooey and Co. Hex now capitalizing off of that commotion that team was doing, and that's just unfortunate for them, because Hypercube could potentially start moving on in as well. You see Risk trying to just cut line of sight. I believe they're probably hiding in the bush right there on the right side in the mini map. Both players stacked up. Hex get the Elim, are gonna go ahead and take their reset. Lexin full topping off that armor as well. HRG rotates on in. They do manage to potentially move out some of the pressure there from the top side, but now the contestant of the Spirit Well is going to be another wave of damage here for these teams. And with ults being invested, it's going to be kind of rough for the teams who don't have that ready if they're trying to secure this Spirit Well. As we see it here, HRG being the first one dead center there with full blue armors. This is going to be rough. Hey.
Yeah, it's gone. Oh man, I need to see that a little bit longer. So like 5 more seconds, basically. That's all I need, and I run that thing down. But hey, listen, Yang Spirit Well clicked in. 3 minutes on the clock right now for this. I don't even know that Sunwing's flag is going to be picked up. You saw what HNK was going to do over there? My man was like, okay, let me get that real fast. But for Hypercube, they got to play patient on this. Even though they extend their timer is only a minute, they still have to do tick damage. And if tick damage comes out of it, I see a crossbow in the hands right now, Windy, so he could just get like little strikes, little shots here and there. But for HNK to kind of run this down, I mean, they're going to be putting this flag into play if they can get it. Look at the cliffside. I saw that. Yeah, everyone's on the cliffside waiting this down. Having the builds up here. I know they got Stanchion Skypillar for anyone that's going to close in. They got Myriad Winter Sweep being popped out here for Karsa. So hoping to wonder whether or not Karsa puts himself here 2.0s left and right, just to make sure if anyone's throwing range shots, they can deny, they get a full heal, walk away. And what's crazy about this, look at HH going down by Wendy's hands. That's a soul bloom right now for HY. That's going to be also money, so they can take it to a shop. I'm thinking about the vicinity. There is no shops in the vicinity of this area, where the zone is. The only one that would potentially be here is right across where Lexin is crossing over. But find Brandoro, one of the last remaining members of Risk, and then he's going to have to pop the Wayshawn ultimate. honestly, that could be one way for them to kind of look into, you know, forcing eyes and the attention of Hex if they get a nice, not an impale, but just like knocking him back into the, you know, to the center of the attention span, right, for the players. But you can see them spreading across this ravine side, and you can see Hypercube, I think, are also in the best position here, having eyes on the board and being able to see everything from the back end, even with the Vermilions, with the Yang depletion, say, on effect.
Yeah, and then for Risk, they're running to Hypercube there. You see Wooey, that frontliner here for his team, being the first one in there, full chasing down that Yushan there from Risk. But damage stops for now. Brandora, on the other hand, eats up so much damage. You see him with a drop down. Good damage is there onto Hypercube. Hypercube try to snag up this elimination here against Brandora, but Brandora not making that easy there for this team. Do have to Monk now. Gonna open it with a massive parry, and there it is. There it is. Chili gonna be taking out Brandora there. But the Bane, though, the Bane gotta be a big problem here. You gotta be very aware where that thing is gonna spawn up, because we've seen heartbreaks, man. Oh, Lexi gets grabbed there. Oh, into the bounce back as well there from the bird. Doesn't get focus attack there, so it does manage to retreat for the time being. Wendy and Co, though, staying very composed, being very structured here, not full committing to anything that they're not able to full capitalize off of that, as well as HRG snagging up that the Spirit Well was major for them. We do have the snipe down, but Wooey getting the elimination onto Rustum just in time, and that was a duo prayer, right? Everybody else now in the field. It's a 3-man squad, so it's gonna be a stall out to this circle. Completely closes, and I love to see that we're gonna get an end game for our first BR match here for the European.
Love it. I love it. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Endgame, bro. And the crazy thing is that it's towards full teams, so there's still Yang depletion on a lot of majority of this. Chili getting impaled on this end, but getting the heal off from the Syra ultimate. I know Wooby needs to set himself apart here, but they also got a minute on the board, at least for 2 of their members. Seeing how Sachiko is going to be the one that's cleansed, he's going on the offensive, right, as he's the one that got the impale. And as for Wooby, going to set up a teleporter here to make sure the team gets it, and having to lock down one of the 2 players here. He looks at the Viper, just making sure she's going to be coming through here. She still has the ultimate ready to go, and the Aqua's ultimate is set up. The teleporter was used too late, and even with this, it's going to be a Palm Lightning V1's into Woo. This feels like a 2-for-1 effort here from 2 other teams, and Wooby getting obliterated here. Mortal Defiance had already procced there, and of course taking in the back end. Tacky from HRG, the betrayal from the brethren. This comes down to HRG. You know, this is revenge from earlier. You know, they took that fight in the ravine, and then the double stun from Wendy here could honestly take away 2 of these players here. And there it is, it's grouped up, but the way Sean comes into play with the immunity and stops all that pressure that Hypercube had, right? Chili being down here, losing their Octos, leaving only the Syra available. This is up to now where HRG have this lobby down to the right. They got that Tianai ultimate ready to go for Fumio. The Shuan Lee tries to scale up here, gets knocked back. That's okay. He's got the F, and he's running it right back.
Now the Monk ultimate is going to be invested. Fumio now is going to go ahead and try to make wonders here with this Monk, looking for a grab. Karza does not get grabbed there at the bottom side of the terrain. ZDD gets grabbed. Taki and Ko now ready to get the slam, the hit confirmation off the slam. We see the focus attack into the re-grab. ZDD falls just like that. Everybody else cuts line of sight. Karza still on the bottom side. Got to be very careful here not to get grabbed. But the hands from the Monk, not good enough. Yes, they are. Grabs are just in time. But the Monk deforms. Now the pressure, not gonna full commit to Carson, knowing the Hypercube is still up. And Hypercube in that altercation there against Hex did burn out their ultimate, so they don't want to full commit here against a team like HRG, who just only committed the Monk ult. They still have 2 other ults online if they need it. Oh no, halfway there on the Zenda and half of the Temi. I thought it was back by now, but HY, little bit less there on the Rage pool, as we see it here, 23% on the Viper, and pretty much all other all other of his teammates are pretty much the same, except for the Syra that has around 50% now. So now it's gonna be a stall out once again. Wow, that's just, I thought he wasn't gonna get grabbed. He was right under his feet. He still got grabbed.
He was waiting for the angles. Wait a second. Just move his left shift, move his right shift. Getting gets it. The one thing is that the HRG had a rough start, but they came back in here. I mean, even after the salty rest, that kind of allowed them to kind of have a little bit of a worse for wear's position. Look at the armors, look at the gear, and look at their position right now. Top 3. Now putting out Windy, right, with Taliska. I mean, the Viper ultimate isn't ready for another 50 percentage points, and also, honestly as well for the Syra. But for Taliska, I mean, they have a little bit of better time to kind of dip out. It's just about rage over time. 2.5 minutes left on the clock out here before the circle closes in completely. As for Wendy, he's gonna go ahead, try to chip this down here if he can. Bliska almost got by the F2. Nice read on this end. I mean, it's real fast too, right? The F2 is a lot faster than the for the velocity, travel velocity speed. It's a lot faster than the F1 recast for Zenda Wu. But having this ultimate nearly to be online, I think Reveille would take an opportunity of utilizing this ultimate, knowing how soon the ultimates have already been invested from the Viper with Syra, but taking her down here to Liska's to be their focus fire, and you're gonna see how this is gonna turn out for H&K, and then Justina. Focus has actually slipped on there. There's gonna be Fumio getting this, and the Soul Bloom, they get it. Hypercube might have a chance here. Tianhai might have ultimate ready to go. There's going to be the Syra ultimate, of course, and the Zenda Wu can be utilized here with the V1. Reveille launches it down, gets a nice flip into the LMB shot. Woody's going to be having the Viper ultimate, hoping to get the V1 as a combo breaker if he needs to, but Reveille's just going to be floating him down, and there it is. Going to hope to see about cornering off around the side. The tap dodges, they go in the zone. They throw the whole 360, and the stun is guaranteed, but the Tumult ultimate denies all that pressure.
Ooh, double parry there from Wendy off the Temi wall into the silence as well. Taki now responding there with a massive parry. Taliska falls there for Hypercube. Wendy last one up here for the squad, and then clean up there for HRG in a beautiful patience fashion, man. HRG pretty much not scaled at all into that end game until they captured that Spirit Well. End up capitalizing off that situation from Hypercube and Hex, getting aggressive onto them. HRG comes in, third parties had the perfect opportunity, and they're able to close out game number 2 with a good amount of eliminations, potentially 8, I think, plus the dubs. So that is going to be a good run to see who's going to take MVP, because Hex had 10. I'm not too sure how many Chili and Co had. But it's going to be close there for the MVP. So the top 3 is going to have a good amount of points moving on over to our game 3. But what a match too. Hey, end games, I mean, they're kind of rare to see now. I believe we only see one throughout the whole day, but to start it off hot like that with an end game is just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, really, you look at the positions in which these teams are just flow-charting themselves out there. Of course, having to see where the turn-up is, right? Especially, especially when it came down to what will you do in a turnaround after your team had lost the early fight. And that's exactly what happened to HRG there. But then having the members of teams such as with Raven MHGs going down here in the zone against HJG, otherwise known as HK, this is going to be a point in time where we kind of put ourselves with Hypercube, right? A team that kind of allowed themselves to get into that realm game. We saw that value of, like, whether they should be taking the chances here, as well as like TOD, for instance, when they came out of that Rummy Yang in the first one, and then putting themselves in the spotlight, looking at how they kind of ran this down. Heaven's Watch was a really big spot for not only this fight, but also for that Yang Spirit Well. The positions that would really kind of allow them to define and foster the amount of gear that they take from each elimination, because you see every single one of these kills that happen, you can see the amount of gold that's been stacked up here. The line, even though this is funny, this is also a tech to kind of deny the depth of opponents to get the guaranteed duration on that buff to be as long as possible in the outskirts. Then, of course, just looking to run it down. And that's exactly what just occurred here for a majority of these players until minute 7, I feel like, considering that it was just 3 teams just waiting this down.
Trying to snipe that. Very close to do so. Looking for that third party. Unfortunately here for A10, I mean, they get grabs. DDD gets taken out there with the re-grab, but I mean, he got booked attack plus and so there's no way he was gonna get out of that regardless. And now this is our last and final moments of game number 2. Hypercube try to stay up, but HRG, man, look at the full gold armors there, potentially there from Hex. Once they got those eliminations, they scale up beautifully, get all the resources. That's 10 for them as well, plus a dub, so they are going to be taking that MVP. Yeah, without a doubt, I believe that was a nice game there for HRG with a bounce back. You saw them being eliminated earlier there in that game, and they were still able to bounce back. And I feel like that's probably the hardest thing to do in a trio scenario. Just, lose those off the that mid round fights, and try to come back from that, especially if you lose Yang. I mean, being able to cleanse out is not an easy task. So teams who are able to do, being able to survive in those high risk situations and have a nice pop-off game like HRG just had is just a great thing to watch, especially with just how rough it is to do so. So we saw it here, man. That's gonna be crazy though, because top 3 they all had a good amount of elips, so it's gonna be probably about, like, I would say, like a 5 max point difference between the top 3. It's not gonna be that high, so we are having another super close top 4 potentially, like we did yesterday for solos. So I mean, that just makes everything a lot more exciting for me.
Yeah, I'm watching the scoreboard right now. I mean, HRG got 15 points that game. Hypercube got 16 and 15 for Hex. HNJG got 10 points, 2 points for Risk there. I mean, you can see here on the bottom and then the top, right? The top 4 is really the biggest point of contention. Hopefully we see the scoreboard right there. As it comes out to Hex being, having the Wooey being the MVP, because he did have 7 kills, having nearly 17,000 damage. Though putting in terms of it, right, their team was able to take that 8 points from the first round from the martial art versus. They got 15 with this round. I mean, that's 23 overall. And considering that HRG was 15 this round and 16 for Hypercube was second. That's 20 points overall because they took 4 from round 1. And off of this rip, I mean, everything's close. A lot closer. Now, for everyone in the bottom end, right, with Risk, with YG, including with TOD and with Raven Ate My Cheese, Ramsey. The other thing too is these guys, have this first round as like a jitters round, right? To kind of see where they can end up going through later on. We've seen teams like you've seen players, right? Especially with like the turnaround from 8th to 5th to 4th to 3rd place. Anything comes down from this first round as it came into Padoria Ventside or Padoria Midnight. Next round is going to be more Silent Night. Some of these players might be feeling a little bit more comfortable with their phasing and also with their map selections in terms of composition. So hopefully we get those standings up here soon, and then with the round scoreline, that we can get everything kind of situated. That way you guys can see what I'm talking about in terms of scoreboard.
Here it is. Let's see it. Overall ranking points here for Hypercube taking first place actually with 16 total points. So they're able to win out the game there with 1 point over Hex. HRG as well with 15. I mean, that's beautiful to watch because that bounce back that they had, man. I mean, that was a very good game there for HRG. Henan King with 10 though, so top 4. I mean, it's just 6 points from first to fourth. And then Young Generation with 3, Risk Takers with 2, Raven Ate My Cheese with 1, and Touch of Death with 0 there for their game 1. But man, it's just super close, man. The top 4 just points away with how close they are, and we don't even have the game 1 points in, which we'll see right after this screen, and seeing how the overall standings look, which kind of with that 8 points that were up for grab are gonna drastically increase how much of the point difference is going to be from first to fourth, obviously, because Hypercube was 16 plus 8, right? So there are going to be around the 20 plus point mark for that for the Spartan overall standings. And yeah, man, I mean, this is a hot start here for the European region in trios. And yeah, this game too, it could be that jitter game, but yeah, we'll see how it turns out. But that's Severio. We'll see it.
Yeah, man. Overall, baby, I hopefully see what happens later on, because honestly, when we get a chance here for what this composition's kind of ring out, it's kind of the staples, and seeing how the Aqua's Viper Syra comes through here, just kind of taking quick jabs here and there, but then seeing how how HRG came down with it, with the Tian High composition. That honestly came out as a surprise for a lot of these players, as a Zenda Wu composition. For that matter, you saw how it came down with Vervelia on the whole entire thing. But we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna talk about we're gonna Zendo F2 out of here. We're gonna get yoinked out here for a break. We're gonna see you guys back for round 3 as we hit more South Night. See you in a couple.
Welcome back, everybody, to the European MSC Challenge. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severia. We just saw our second game unfolded here out of our 6 games. We had HRG with a massive bounce back here into this game too. Hypercube with a massive game as well, taking 16 points for themselves, 15 for HRG, and Hex as well, matching that energy with 15. Team like Henan King as well with 10. So the top 4 overall have a good amount of points in this game too. The bottom 4, yes, bad game, that's fine. We got to get the jitters out of the way now. Game 3 with the amount of points that these top 4s are inflicting right now. You got to come on online now to not get left too far behind moving on into the remainder of our games. But yeah, we're going to be taking a quick look at our overall standings here into our matches. And you see it there. Hypercube with that 8-point game off of game 1 really set him up there to take the top of the pyramid with 24 overall points. And Hex in that second place with 4 from game 1, taking that second place spot there with 19. HRG had a rough game 1, right, Severio? 0 there on the board there for their martial arts trios, but they do lock in 15 for the game 2.
Yeah. Kind of reversed out. Forgot the Hypercube were the ones that kind of come through there for that 24. So that makes it so 5-point difference, and the difference to the next is 4. And having that to be into the third round, more solid nighttime is going to be with the pick bands for this teams to kind of get into the rotation. Now, next is going to be where, you know, whether or not we get a good chance here, or we'll have to see what the teams are cooking up on the top of the board. I mean, the Shio composition might be something to be brought out. If not, we would see that Mazenda would be more of a predominant 4th round pick. Even though some of the teams might be feeling uncomfortable, you're feeling a bit more comfortable about it. Let's take a look, because first phase is going to have the Inor Hadi is appearing for Hex, but Raven ate my cheese. Ramsey got that Tessa Viper into the Syra composition. Kind of tough. We're gonna have to see how that turns out. Having Hypercube though with the Inor Hadi Zipping, gonna have the Weishan Inor for Touch of Death. Henan King, HNK, gonna have himself the Aqua Viper Syra alongside Risk Takers, since they saw that there was no bans for that character. And then bring out the Weishan Inor 1, that composition for Young Generation HRG. Are gonna take it again with the composition, bring it out with these with the Tumult, with the Zenda Wu and the Tianhai. Though kind of getting us in the spotlight right now. Kind of seeing about how they're going to be feeling comfortable about the composition. I'm curious in seeing what this is going to turn around. I mean, this is going to be double the triple compositions to be available. The Viper, the Syra, especially because when you have more of that composition, I mean, those are really more outskirts teams. They end up putting themselves across, inside the Rub Yang if they have to, but really kind of looking and searching towards players. There's not a lot to kind of offer themselves outside of the Spirit Well. So running this down in terms of having, only 8 teams and having only 1 Spirit Well, I mean, those teams are going to kind of clash against one another once they hit to 1, or maybe even giving a free clear for that buff and then moving around to see what they can find any of the realm winners.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to be looking at that Tesla Syra Viper comp, because from what I'm aware, I haven't cast the Pro League trios in probably the last 2 weeks, so we did see probably some teams ran it probably once or twice from the games that I've casted in the Pro League. It wasn't a very highly favored comp, so I would like to see more of it. We did see a little bit of it last game, but now this time around with Raven Ate My Cheese, they are going to be running that composition. And I'm also curious if we're going to see that other variation of the Zenda comp where they run the Lee Matari, right? That one is another one that I have not really full on seen in a competitive setting. So that's another I'm gonna be looking I'm gonna be taking eyes at. But no, we got already action here with TOD getting active. Hex as well. Aggression here at Shipwreck. We see TOD Touch of Death. Aguindo trying to stay up here in the situation on the Viper, but gets grabbed. The Syra ultimate now being invested. Brandoro from Risk it's gonna be forced to back on up, but it's a chase down there. Eugene with the long leap there into the grab onto Teleska. Does get the grab, plus the damage before the D-Muck comes into play. Now Eugene's gonna be inflicted with pressure, with so much damage. I'm not even sure who that is. That's HRG.
Oh, HRG running this down, man. They got them out of the outskirts, and the V1 recast comes out from Predator, hits multiple targets. The V1 Viper ultimate, walk away, but the Brandor ultimate is not available as the Weishan immunity is going to be coming into effect. So Predator just spacing out completely. Having Relic get almost metered, guys, Viper's with the Viper's silence into that parry, of course. Having Rustum to go down here, 1 R&B is needed, 1 stagger is necessary. Rustum putting himself on the top skirts of the houses and hoping to see where Chili stands here. Since Wendy still has the Inner One ultimate ready to go, so let's go on active with the active Hadi ultimate. Teleporter is taken. kind of looking to assess where the positions are of the other players and just backing off completely. Too much action. Moonbane in effect here over by Shipwreck expands. I mean, all these players are kind of working off and just seeing what's going to happen, whether new parties are going to be showing up due to the attention of that Moonbane dropping, and then of course putting themselves across and seeing if they can get any sort of snags, like right here. Finding out between TODs is Emirates. It's going to be up to whether or not Hypercube put him down or taking him out and then rushing right back in with the Moonbane themselves for purchasing.
It's getting too hot right here, man. The Bane, it's just a nail biter here in some of these situations. Taliska in the outskirts as well. Creditor and Co. do have Yushan online here for Brandora. We see Creditor trying to retop off that armor pool, but aggression happening on the bottom side. We have, I think, Enor ultimate there for Wendy as well being called in to bounce back some of that aggression there from the Yushan. Chili, on the other hand. Man, they always get me. They always get me thinking they're gonna get clipped off that Moonbane. It's just, man, they just like playing with fire. Everybody just stays in the outer ring of the Bane, and you know, most of the times it's not too safe, but it is very close to call to see if they're gonna get hit by that or not. But so far, aggression, I feel like, has settled here at Shipwreck. We did have some eliminations come into play, but teams off of that have rotated out. Now a team like Risk are able to claim the remainder of resources here on this side of Shipwreck to scale on up for the realm in about 4.5 minutes. Still got a lot of time, still got some time to start scaling. Most of these players also still have that common armor. Some have blue. Nobody really super scaled up from Risk's side right now currently, but overall this is gonna be a little bit of stall game thus far. I like the tempo though. Aggression off rip, you know, cut it out to start posting up for the realm, and then also off of that we do have aggression after. But it kind of slows down right into that end game just to fully what we seen in game 2. It just to get the full close zone there, in like we did in game 2. So we'll see if we have that same type of situation into this game 3. But overall, you know, same thing. Everybody's gonna be scaling up, gonna be waiting out, try to take this round. Overall, Hex full blue armor, blue weapons across everybody, flying knives here for HRG. Staying on that gas pedal, they end up taking one elimination there in that commotion in that shift rep, and they don't lose anybody, right? You still have their souls out there for all 3 players.
Yeah, man, the crazy thing, right? You know, TOD over by Mirashard Pond in the northwest means that they're undisturbed. As for HRG, putting themselves over towards the north side near the Islet Crater, they're going to be putting themselves across, you know, kind of getting more loot. What's kind of crazy, too, is kind of seeing where Hex went from, you know, Victim's Haven, made their way towards his S Winery, now about Fulham Cleansing, and Generation's going to be the only team here that I'm like, I don't know, it's kind of such G in terms of aggression here, because they can happen. This is the Viper Aqua Syro comp. These guys can lock into one person, and it's a Wayshawn. And actually forcing the Wayshawn ultimate early means that it's taking time. I mean, you look at the Viper ultimate that can be utilized here after the Wayshawn ultimate has been consumed, but they're still putting pressure on the Wayshawn in terms of forces. And the Shunhuan ultimate actually being procced out in midair. The lockdown here from Hex is kind of look into this as Lexon's on active Justina ultimate in the moment once they get it confirmed. And then the Syra ultimate comes down here. You can see the Wayshawn ultimate is going to be looking to the cast. If he can pocket, there it is. And the Viper ultimate now has value. Now, the spacing here is a little bit sketchy. You can see Wooey going through, but the Moonbane purchase, right? Oh, God, man, we didn't even look at the inventory, bro. I've been missing out tabs so much, I couldn't tell you. And as for the Aqua's ultimate, it's only on RNG at this point with the Moonbane drops. The freeze is going to be guaranteed here against Lexon as he comes through, and he gets not caught, I believe. So I think he gets the spacing, and then Boomski turned around on. And that Syro Dazzle, even though it comes down to it, Hex is already on top, bro. Moonbane in their side. This is just more of a benefit for them than anything else. And there's going to be YG losing another member here. Boomski, the next one down. Jabel and B, that's going to be up to Lexon, bringing up their kill count to 5 at the Zest Winery.
Oh man, that's insane. HH is gonna be taking out Hex though. Still a lot of aggression, man. 6 eliminations already into this game 3. Still, man, full scaled up now, ready to take that first Yang. You see the portal starting to form on out with our Spirit Well spawning as well. The team now looking to start posting up for the gate. Risk first one's up. We sit on the top of this ballista tower just for the safety net here. Predator being the pilot there for the ballista tower, seeing he can scout anybody out. But looks like we have full blue armor. Didn't really pay attention of the weapon selection here for that squad, but everybody here for Raven 8 My Cheese has blue armor as well as a purple halberd there for Zay to start going into this realm, as you see him here in this Monks and the Tammy comp, which You know, very interesting, right? I would have never expected the Zenda to have a very high Trios presence when, you know, when she first got released. I was very surprised to see the Zenda Shayol. And then we have this variations, which I would say by far does, you know, it looks a lot better on paper than, no, yes, we do get the shield on the Shayol, but it kind of lacked something, right? It didn't have like that X factor that, you know, some of these other comps have.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of interesting too. Yeah, like on paper, you said just kind of working down the Shios and the Wu when we first saw it. I thought it was more of a martial art dual composition. Just kind of have that thing there, just kind of burn out, you know, blow up somebody. But the other thing too is that having just a Shio there, or at least having the Zenda Wu there, you know, at least provides you field pressure. So anyone that's like kind of looking to lurk into there, you launching one of those arrows, it's not you throwing the arrows, the 8 arrows beforehand, right? Those are knockbacks. Those are full staggers. You can protect your teammates from a distance, whether or not they kind of get caught by something that they didn't need to, like a blue focus, you know, like whip sword or flying knives. You can basically kind of keep them protected from that full damage spike. And then of course, putting yourself in the DPS front. But we're going to have ourselves here for TOD, bringing out the Viper, bringing out the Tessa, bringing out the Syra. They're going to be pulling themselves with the V1 Viper to hold the C, but as Taki is in the early Viper ultimate, he's going to use it in response, looking at the tap dodge, does not get the stun. Tess Enchant comes out here. We get guaranteed on Taki, but the Syra ultimate, I think, is going to be coming up here as an available option.
Wow, that's a beautiful counter Viper ult there for TRD, but HRG, though, still manages to sustain out that pressure. Yeah, TOD are going to fall there. We do have 2 members still up there for that squad, though. Trex being one of them. There goes the Cyber Dazzle. The signs there in the back end there from tacking onto one of TOD's members. Do have the pressure still being thrown towards Trex's way. The parry connects. Good damage there from Taki on the fan. The wind guns nearly connects. The raw uppercut is good. 1 player remaining. And like I was mentioning, they're going to try to clean this up as fast as possible here to try to capitalize off this Vermilion's Bird's Mind. But Emery's not going to make that very easy to do so. See the Scat Russian coming into play, but all it needs is 1 catch, and there it is. HRG staying up now with 4 in that first Yang. They didn't keep an eye on the kill feed, so not sure how the other Yangs went, but we did have a lot of eliminations already happen as well. So we are going to be seeing our teams with our buffs come out of this Yang. Predator and Co were one of those teams, right? Risk, go nunchucks here on a Justina. I mean, this is just fluent gameplay, right? Nice set of nunnies on a character like Justina, being able to dash through, get freeze confirmations, plus that R&B bonk. And a gold rarity, man, it's gonna hurt a ton. Hypercube being another squad that wins out their Yang. Don't see the gold weapon on anywhere. There it is. Wendy, gold fan there for Wendy. So still has the blue armor, but like, yo, we'll compensate you. We'll give you the gold weapon because you're rocking the blue armor. But let's see now the funny run. I saw it there on Wendy having that in the glyph, the glyph board.
Yeah, I love the purple focus, man. It's kind of get their initial. I don't know if they only have 1 point into it. I doubt they have more than 1. Looking into having that parry up as much as health as possible for the restore. But then again, in trios, you're not really looking through that, right? Group heal is going to be in the hands of Boomkey. Boom. And no advance heal, right? But they got a Swift Cup, they got a Winnie Treaty on HH. He's stacking 16% attack, by the way, as Alkos, which he should, right? Because F2, and if he's old, he can get those launch back. It's really about the F2. But we're looking over here by the event side temple, and I'm thinking about the fact that we just got a huge, actually Noble Cave. This is going to be a huge impale potential right now for Windy. He's looking to try to get the mark if he can. This Ira Ultimate's already invested. This is a rare cliffside victory for Wan. He gets a nice stagger against Wendo. He jump R&Bs again. He's looking for it again. And he sees the Viper Ultimate and he walks away. He's got it. The Tessa Enchant kind of goes through where he could take the teleport. He doesn't get a chance to. And that's for millions. Just burned down just like that.
That's a good shutdown there for TOD. Onto Hypercube. Chili now gets silenced. No F for a matter of time, but the Hottie is online here for that squad. Taliska looking for the damage there onto our window. Does get a double parry off of this as well. Doesn't get the damage there onto the Hottie, but still looking. The follow-up gets double parry there for Emery's. Lexin falls in the kill feed as well. We have Chili though staying up here in the situation. The 1-2 Tessa Enchantment to the back-to-back RB focuses for both players there. Getting big damages. Tracks into the F with the RB bulk up the spear. That's beautiful there off the Tessa. Being able to close that out. And now they're trying to see if they can get the remainder resources, but the damage is done there onto that squad. It looked like they had the upper hand for a little bit of time, but we still have action happening on the top side. Trek still alive there. Lone Wolf, I believe, there for TOD. But Riz having a commotion there on the top side of the Marine as well. And now, man, it's just so much pressure happening here. Hypercube being able to stay up once again, even with that Vermilion's proc there onto Windy, and it didn't matter because Chili and Taliska were there to stay up.
Yo, Raven ate my cheese. Showing up there in the midst. I know Zay got the elimination, and I'm thinking, seeing how Wooby died to Yang depletion as their third, but he can still get rest. Having the opportunity right now for a third party, though. I mean, HY or Hypercube has themselves a little bit more time, more than anybody else, to kind of wonder of who to isolate, and they found one. But thinking about it, I mean, Taliska's in his 1v1. We have ourselves in a 2v2 here. Chili trying to reach the team to go ahead and reset towards each other, but Taliska's still having his individual fight against versus Brandoro. Now, Brandoro's putting a little bit of work here, but once the sustain is out, he goes down. That's going to put our teams down here to the 15 count. But of course, for players alive, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, we did get rest. And as for Bajin, he's going to seek these guys out here as Raven ate my cheese, right? Putting themselves across the board. Still alive and hoping to kind of work this down. As for Hypercube, though, still going to the body, Brandon, trying to see what the supplies are. With Zay with the gold, the duel with the gold nunnies, I think the only person going down here is Bajin, as he has that Yang completion. And they're looking to purchase them back. They got more than enough Dark coins for a purchase on the Reaper Charms if they're still available in the shop.
Yep, waiting that up. You see Zay already posted up at the shop. So yes, Hex lost Yang. I'm assuming, right, because that's what I saw in the kill feed. It was a elimination. See it now. They are having an altercation there against YG. Team like HRG though have been, you know, smooth cruising through this game 3. Been able to snag up 6 eliminations on the way as well. So this is a good. This is on pace here for this squad with the game they had in game 2 as well. But Hex, on the other hand, are having a 1v2 here in the zone. Lexin to be able to snag up the resources off of this. Gold Spear off that player, plus the armor upgrade, remaining resources as well. Nice little upgrade there for Lexin. Wooey's still dead though, so they're gonna try to. Yep, there it is. Sachiko got all the shmonyan, so they are gonna be buying Wooey back now. But we got zone keepers. Look at that, HRG. Here's the resurrection, I believe, or here's these players' commotion earlier. No resurrection yet. And HRG are going to try to capitalize here onto Hex, trying to see if they can find these eliminations. You see Tacky having his grapple out, trying to see if he can find anybody kiting on in. A player like Sachiko makes it inside the zone. Very low, but he gets caught up at the 1-2. The U-shot F caught in there from Sachiko. Nearly clips him there off the F, and Sachiko now is on the run. No help here from his teammates because Hex has to survive here to stay up here in this fight, especially with the amount of coins he had. I think it was Sachiko that had all the coins, correct?
Yeah. No, this is tough, man. Tough and emotes. And this is up to HRG, right? They're like, all right, get him. Rattle him, boys. Yo, all he needs is 1 HP to go down, right? 1 burn tick. Going for the crossbow. Obviously, we don't have Venom bar bullets, but the Waystrom ultimate's still available for him to get 100% HP and then still working himself into the zone potentially, right? Because he can take all the tick damage here. Yeah. Actually, being able to go further in the zone than anyone else in this team if they're really willing to afford it, because it's really that point of no return. No way. Look. Oh my. Did he buy it? I don't think he bought it. I think he didn't get a chance, and that's their 25,000 Dark Tie coins. And I'm not sure. I mean, I looked at the count in the pickup there, but if they didn't pick it up, then it must be somewhere where he bought the Reaper Charm, and they still weren't able to kind of get that on hand. Though, switching to the Rummy Yang fight, as we switch over to H and K versus up against Hypercube, the 1-2-3 dual ring, aka with the sign thing. It's going to be up to Taliska here for a parry, double parry, connections to the Whip Sword R&B. Oh, he goes for the horizontal instead. And going for another sign fang for the 1-2-3. This man is a menace.
Wow, he spin it back, knocks out that player down. You see B1Z trying to stay up here on the hottie. Are going to be able to eat up the damage off the RB bulk, and ZDD falls there. Now Hypercube with the man advantage, +1 as well. This is a 1v3, gets caught up on the Dragon Slayer, and it just full blue focuses there onto Henan King. They are going to fall, and Hypercube still, man, pedal to the floor, man, still scaling up here into game 3. Putting up that gold armor onto Taliska with the gold great sword in hand. Chili as well, and there's a ping. Gold armor sustained with some health as well. Windy, I believe, is running full health. Man, they are just jacked right now in resources with how well they've been scaling into this game 3. With 13 alive, we have some teams with very rough situation like Hex right there, right? They were able to get Wooey back, as we see it. The pass did get by just in time. That could have been bad, very fast there, but he does end up being being able to purchase the Resurrection Rebirth there, as we see it. But Wooey still in shambles, common armor, no white health. I mean, it's going to be a rough one to try to bounce back. But, you know, we've seen this team come back from situations like this before. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do so here to game 3.
Yep, and seeing how it comes down to this, I mean, Reaver Charms can be left behind by Spear Whales if they haven't been picked up already. So they end up making their way towards one or the other. There's no longer any Spear Whales from this point on forth to give them the Reaver Charms. It has to be the old ones, right, from the previous rounds. The Predator just got staggered. It might be a chance for him to take some aggression against Fumio, but I think it turned around because HRG just turned up on to him. And as much as Predator has a V1, he knocks down Fubio, and then now it's up to HRG to come through here. They're at 7 eliminations. They're about to pick up their 8th one, so long as they get this kill and without any sort of issues afterwards and going to zone. Rustum's also in the outskirts of here. I'm not sure if Rustum's going to be looking for a res. But Predator is keeping himself so far alive as long as possible. You could actually see that the play of the game right now is thinking about what is H and K up to, because these guys, like I said, I cast a curse them. I said, as long as nothing happens to someone in the outskirts, but H and K are right there. And they could pick these guys apart because, I mean, Royale doesn't have ultimate as an Octos.
Yeah, this is rough. It was burned there as we saw it when we first got to the screen. And now their aggression here from Hinan King. We applied tons of pressure onto Taki. The ground slap is good off the Enor. It's just back-to-back juggles there onto Taki. Manages to have the sustain there for himself. So now trying to retop off the armor. HRG being able to live out the pressure for now. HNK though, on the other hand, still getting aggro onto Taki. There goes the Marquee. Doesn't get the slam down though. And now the Viper ultimate is going to come into play. Hinan King's players, Karsa is going to start trying to retreat here to try to avoid the Viper stomp. But it stuns in the back end. ZDD falls. Fumio there with a last hit confirmation. Massive parry there from Taki onto H1. They're already able to get that B1 star. They're already able to enforce that hot EF there to retreat back into zone, but this could be bad soon. We have a third party, as we see here, Risk Creditor already in the mini-map, sees the commotion, potentially trying to get active here as we see it there against Taki. Gets the 1-2 mink spam there on the Halberds, backing up Taki there to try to retreat to his teammate, not being able to do so. Risk now with tons of pressure onto Taki, but he opens up with a massive parry. Creditor falls there in the third party. He said, "You're not getting this E-lip today," at Taki being able to bounce back, and we see HRG snagging up another one on the board.
It's crazy because this team today, it's like on a different timeline, wouldn't have been a possibility, but yo, give me the Jades. I need to see what these guys got. The crazy thing is, these guys weren't even going to be competing if Fumio wasn't here, but these guys got him down, and this is going to be going crazy today, man. These guys are at 11 eliminations, taking the 15 points from round 2, and hoping to take this game with 11, and hopefully taking more as it came through, because now that Raven my cheese in the back line, BWG Zay looking at it to try to get off for Rustum and hoping to see about the ult cast to get a guaranteed hit on the way Justina, but no, we got, oh man, you know what I was hoping for? I thought he was going to go ahead and get the line of the sight shot, bro. Pull out the op. He's going to be going through on the cliff side with the hit, but he did not. He went off. He dashed too early to end it. Now Rustum's going to get himself away, even though Vegeta actually keeping eyes on him. Here's the heals. F2's up here right now for Zay to kind of lock him down if they see him, but he's getting resets, and they got to keep in mind about the vicinity, what's happening around the forefront. The name of the game, the bell's already down. They need to understand that even though they're under geared armor wise, they still have scaling right now. The only thing is that they don't have is either grapples or an ultimate for the Zenda Whoop. So she can't chase down. If they get a grab, they can't go ahead and close in to save the day. She's gonna have to find more supplies or be given to that. Otherwise, HRG in the zone right now just kind of wow, they're really ringing it out here to kind of weight this down for the Red Yang Spearwell to be cleansed or to be picked up there, and then staying safe once it comes through for time.
Lexington getting active though. You see him though full chasing down, I believe Rustum trying to live out this situation here from Lexington. Lexington's gonna be invested. It's just the ultimate does get the freeze. He does. The RB buck is heavy as well, big damage, and they're gonna be able to claim this elimination there onto Rustum. No other team start rotating on in SEC. HRG right next to them, but not full biting there into that commotion. Could potentially though, that man advantage, get that cleanup, but you see him playing inside the zone. A team like Raven Ate My Cheese playing for that spirit well, and then Hypercube contesting this as well, making sure they don't get this for free, but it looks like it was claimed already as you see the retreat here from Hypercube, and Raven Ate My Cheese arguably able to start scaling on up. We do have one purple armor. Gold nunchucks there for Zay. Has a decent amount of blue jades. I mean, he has a full scale there on in that aspect, but overall HRG now looking for the cleanup onto Hex. Wooey hasn't been able to find anything much there in the scaling department. I mean, he still had common armor right before this situation as well. Vulnerable inflicted onto Fumia there from the lead ult there from Wooey, but no other commotions happening. We see a little bit of retreat there from that squad. Hypercube though joins the fight. Wooey now getting chased down here by Chili and Co. Do have the ultimate, I believe, already ran out there from Wooey. The full chase down, the funny run as well. Really does close out that distance very nicely there, if I say so myself. That was, that's the first time I've actually seen it in play, because most of the time we just see it when people are rotating on in.
For real. Now we have a chance right now to see, because this Void Thunder is going to be a blow up, but they only got one other use besides the usage right now if they decide to. If they get a blown up here, it's because of Windy. You know, if it kind of goes off of the F2, knocks back into the catch. But as for Raven Name My Cheese right now, still having blue armor on Zay. These guys are still holding themselves down here. Puma getting a nice grab on Lexin here in the building, trying to lock down Hex in terms of placement. That's going to be elimination right then and there. The gold, the Soul Bloom. Getting this picked up there for the Akos, hopefully. But Reveille wasn't there fast enough. It had to been picked up by Fumio in this case. And now they're going to have to scale it all the way to the hillside due to the Moonbane being placed down here. We got to move. Oh no! Walk away! Walk away! Walk away! Yo, I'm scared for my mans. Yo, get the F1 out of here, Fumio. Yo, look at this. It is what it is, right? Look, get to the edge and stay there. For these guys, they're up to around 40,000 Dark Cyclones, so kind of, or 43. Then having their shop be in the zone. I mean, if they want to buy last minute supplies, they can. If they want to buy more J's, they could. But Zay, menace, getting the F2, getting the Wistro, getting the crossbow, getting the Tumultuous, just locked him in this area, forcing the Syra ultimate, and then the Viper ultimate. But what happened to Wenshen? He gets punished for it. But look at this way, right? If they've invested 1-for-1 ultimate, right? They still have the Viper ultimate. If it was a 2-for-1, it would have been best value for BWG, because, or at least for Raven Ate My Cheese, because then that's 2 ultimates down. You know, even though the rage has to be given for the Akos, which they know is down if they've been watching, it at least kind of burned this team for the other opportunity for Hypercube. But Hypercube is way out of line of sight. They're all the way down over towards the ship right now to kind of wait this Moonbane out, because the next objective is that Spirit Well, which might be claimed up here if they're playing the risk inside of that Moonbane, which ended just now, and now it's up.
Oh man, I'm not sure that was a communication error there for Raven Ate My Cheese. I mean, the setup was nice, right? Zay goes in, snags up the F, then the Wisp connected there for the Tumult. The Monk was in the back end, as you see it now for BG, and investing in here to claim the Spirit Well. I don't think they were planning on getting the loop off the Fs there alone, but unfortunate enough for them, they lose Wenshin. So Tumult here for this squad. You see him now trying to claim the Spirit Well, but the contest is going to come into play. A team like HRG playing very patiently there, not making sure they're the third team in instantly. They want to have the most delayed push in as long as possible while these health pools go low. Taliska now to be forced to retreat, does manage to cut that line inside there for the Viper ultimate. Chili and Co for Hypercube in a good spot. There goes the Hadi ultimate invested here for Taliska. They're going to be full invested everything here to try to capture the Spirit Well. Big hits there onto 2 players there onto that team. Taliska being able to do a good amount of damage here on this Hadi. Oh, Rebellion on the other hand, very low there on the white health department. Still has 1 block left of that purple armor, or 2 I should say, or 3 actually. Good hits there off the Hadi ult, still being able to inflict damage. Ult's gone, but still 90% there on that ult. They have the Draco now, and they are going to be full W keying into all these teams not here in the zone.
Yeah, cannon shots to the wall, guaranteeing a little bit more chip here as it comes down to 13 kills for Hypercube, hoping to lock in the horizontal hold check on the blistering edge. I hope.
Oh, nice weave.
Misses attack. He's nice. That's what I was about to say. The LMB RB though, will it come out? Yes, it would, but it doesn't connect. Cannon shots from Bajin here from Raven Ate My Cheese is going to be walking down here with the Primrose Path. He's got his ultimate at 66 percentile points. He gets pressured in the yo, go back, please. I know that Taliska gets a Soul Bloom right for as a Mahadi. He wanted to give it to Windy here, post his ultimate ending here, but Zay gets caught in the corner here. RB connects. That's to be elimination. Raven Ate My Cheese goes down here, and as for Hypercube, they're gonna have a Hadi ultimate proccing slowly with Enrage over time, and of course getting the teleporter set up here to the level 3 in the middle side of the building, getting to level 1 to level 2s, and the Whip Sword RB holds him in place, parrying it through the parry, getting there or possibly denied, and of course having Taliska to go insane in the mix and pulling out a lot of hits and last hit confirmations. I'm looking at 16 kills right now minimum for Hypercube in this final moment.
Yeah, it's just insane, man. The skilling off that Draco, being able to get active off that buff alone, plus re-getting your ults back. In the way Taliska has been playing the Hadi as well, has been inflicting a good amount of damage onto these players, but Chili gets grabbed as a pain there for Hypercube. Doesn't really take a lot of damage. The re-grab doesn't connect there for BG. Looking for a better line of sight, but these buildings cutting a lot of that out. We see him now coming out of that monk form, and now it's a chase. Got to catch up to me if you want to get this elimination. I want to get that second place spot. You see him being able to do so for now, but HRG now trying to get active onto Taliska. Taliska here for Hypercube is gonna be able to stay up, but Windy takes out BG. Last one standing, Reveille here for HRG. They are gonna be taking that second place spot. Go inside a zone. Elimination is gonna come into play fairly soon, and there it is. Hypercube with a massive game 3 already going into this game alone in first place. Now making that gap even larger into this game with a good amount of eliminations. Not sure how the overall kills were, but HRG were in that top 2 as well, so they're keeping up. I believe Hex had a very hard run as well. They're trying to bounce back there from losing a member early throughout the whole mid to late game. They were kind of just swapping between the solos and the duos, but we'll see how the overall standings look here for this game alone. But overall, an exciting game 3. EU has been, you know, they've been playing the long game. They've been playing that end game, which we don't really see in the Pro League. We only see around 1 game during the days that really go the distance. But back-to-back games here for the European region, being able to stay composed and really run out the timer. And we see there the damage that Hypercube was able to do. And also with a full game 3 highlights here for our recap.
Yep, seeing how this comes down here, there's actually 22 points for Hypercube and then the overall, but we have the recaps of the first fights that happened outside of that skirmish and shipwreck, which brought out between Hex up against with the teams with YG, and then having the Moonbane in the backline, having the Viper ultimate not capture Lexin, right, when has Justina ultimate came through, and him turning the fight around, right, in the favor of Hex. Now, HRG took his first Royale as a victory, and this lap really just kind of allowed them to propel. I mean, this is their first set of kills in the entire game, right, for the moment. And then, of course, kind of looking to locking down TOD with Touch of Death. Having this second fight inside of the ravine for TOD is just like it was a close call. But since Hypercube had themselves with that Vermilion, even though Wendy went down here completely in the fell swoop, the team was able to come right back in with 100% HP. And even if they had any sort of no ultimates, they know that the other team doesn't have it, especially they needed to invest it.
Bro, he sustained on it. That's insane, man. The zip, man. It's a follow-up hit. They take out Emery's. The ping ult into the blue pickup there just kept Tilly alive in that second run. Second Yang here, Taliska and crew. I mean, Hypercube just full real here in the recap. Massive wins for themselves. Big juggle there onto Karsa there from HNK. Pick up the last kill inside the zone. This was a beautiful parry there from Taki, being able to eliminate Creditor, which was trying to go in and third party and snag up elimination. Wooper just dies in the zone, and this is where Raven ate my cheese. Had a massive grab on the Zenda F into the Temi F, and then I believe that Tumult invested the ultimate dead center, but no follow from the squad. I'm not really too sure how it went down after that, but overall, they do get eliminated, or that player, the Tumult, does get eliminated there in that situation. Hypercube lasted final moments there of game number 3 with the cleanup there onto HRG. But still, man, it's been it's still very close. Game 3, halfway mark, still have 3 games remaining. And what that was Hypercube's 3rd slot, but the Enor comp got given up by Raven 8 My no who picked up Tessa. It was another team that had that first round selection.
Yeah, Tessa, I believe was bringing it out here from TOD. Yeah, Tessa with the Akos with the Akos with the Viper, or not Akos with the Syra, the Viper, and having a Tessa there. That was kind of bringing down, which is kind of crazy too, because looking at the scoreboard, right, in terms of the MVP Taliska, Hypercube took around 18. They took 18 eliminations there. Taliska taking 8 in the board, right, with 25,000 damage, 782. 18 kills in the end game like that is nuts. So I mean, second place was going down to HRG. They had 15 points to be earned that round because they had 13 kills. Forcing Raven Ate My Cheese in 3rd place, they take 4 points with 3 kills. Hex actually bringing it out here for 9 points. And the thing that's kind of crazy about this is this, right? Double-digit killed eliminations in this spread. It only comes down to where multiple teams start getting double kills, so long as it comes into like a multiple team to take double kills, right? Like double-digit kills, I should say. When reses are happening left and right, allowing for it to be farmed and giving the opportunity for teams to kind of take some sort of initiative of like, let me get my teammate right back up, even after losing a fight, losing gear and all that stuff, gives you more of an advantage there if they want to play like a trap animal in the trap, like just getting him injured, forcing him to go back to his retreat, going back to the cave, and then rushing them down, seeing where it is. For everything that comes down to it, Hypercube comes into 18 eliminations in this round. I mean, this is if anything came down for HRG, phenomenal game 2, right? And the overall standings, we'll get that in a second for y'all. But for everything coming down here for Hypercube, I mean, they steadily keep in 1st place, most definitely after that 1st and 2nd game after the results.
Hypercube and HRG are playing very well. I wouldn't even count out Hex out. I mean, 9 points for a game, that's still a good amount of points. I didn't even notice they had 8 eliminations before they got taken out of this game. They were in 2nd place going into game 3. 9-point game is still a good game. That is not a terrible game, right? It's not like you got a donut there and, you know, you just had a unfortunate game. So, you know, off of this alone, they have to, you know, get back into it for game 4 and try to rack up more points to stay up here. I think they're going to drop to 3rd potentially. They had that 4 points lead opposed from HRG. But, you know, I think now it gets compensated there for HRG with their game 3. And a team like Hypercube was in first place with just a couple points as well. They end up taking 22, which, you know, now they're trying to, or now they're going to start taking that, taking the lead a little bit more here off of this game alone. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Bottom 4 has a lot of ground to cover though after this game 3. Halfway point out of the way now into game 4. Pressure is on for all the teams, and here we go. The overall standing is going to be 46 points there for Hypercube, a 16-point difference there against Dumb and HRG. Team like Hex, you see 28 points. It's not that much. We've seen
not that much.
You see the team of caliber that Hex has been at. You know, that 22 points that Hypercube just had, Hex can do that as well. And the way HRG has been playing, they can do that as well with the back-to-back 15 points.
Yeah, you can actually have Hex on a 20-kill game. That can happen. That's happened in the past in terms of scrimmages when they were down in the count, and then they just hit 2-tap 20-kill plus games, and then having the points just go insane in the mix. So depending on the, you know, where the value is, don't count them down just yet. 4, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get a couple minutes away. We're taking a break before we hit into round 4, which brings us into Hollow Rock starting now. Just take a drink, take a break. We'll see you guys then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Game 4 commences here for the MSC Challenge for EU for Trios. As we commence here, my name is Severio alongside with Creatives. We got to put ourselves aside because talk about the teams, talk about the players, talk about the scoreboard, right? Overall, kind of thinking about this. Since we have ourselves with Hypercube, I mean, they're taking the score, you know, with the scoreboard, pulling themselves aside as the top remaining teams, having in second place, having HRG, having 2 phenomenal games in terms of points, right? Putting ourselves with third place with Hex. It's kind of going into seeing how, you know, the top 3 players or top three teams are doing so far, but still can't count anyone in fourth, right? H and K, I should say. They kind of running this down, as well as looking at Raven Ate My Cheese. And then hopefully kind of working into what's going to happen next, right? Because we head into Hollow Starry Night. Objective off of the gold platform for the salvation point for the gold weapon. Seeing who decides to take over who. If they take a fight off rip. Or saying, you know, let's say about we take another fight over in the Snowy Forest, right? Seeing in the northwest of Hollow Rock and seeing what happens there. City of Tong is really one great position to see how teams perform under heavy terrain, but having this in the board, we're going to have Henan King, having Henan King going out here for the Akos Viper Syra, having the Enor Hotties of Ping for risk takers, one young generation as well for that composition, and in reverse for HRG bringing out the Akos Viper Syra. Then this is also looking at Hex's Shunhuan, Justina Weishan composition alongside with Hypercube and Touch of Death, but Raven Ate My Cheese bringing out the Zenda Wu this time with the Tianhai, with the Tumult being the only isolated composition of that nature in this mix, which sometimes these compositions, when they're by themselves, nothing to lose, right? They kind of have more, like, ironically, sometimes having more offensive pressure usually against any of the other comps, especially since there's 3 of those Weishan, Enor, Shunhuans.
Yeah, and they're running it back. They ran that last game. And they're going to be having the same, they're going to be on the same comp for this game as well. So we're going to see how they do this time around. I'm probably butchering Henan King. Sorry. Yeah, either or. But HNK, right? Being able to have that first round selection for this game in their composition. Like I said, stable in multiple scenarios. Very surprised that we're getting a little mix up there, though. Sometimes, like these past 2 games, that the second set of the first round selection are not selecting that compensation, and then that the first slot of the second round selection are able to snag up that comp like we had for Hypercube last game, which had an extraordinary game as well for that game 3. Now it's a game 4. I mean, pressure's on. I believe Risk just been having a rough time too, right? Getting their momentum throughout their games. I think I just remember them just trying to bounce back from situations. I'm not too sure if it's them losing their off spawn fights or whatever the case can be, but they just haven't been able to really keep their momentum throughout the remainder of the matches. And these matches are long, right? These matches are going to end game, and you know the skill game really puts a big factor if you're able to contest for those spirit rolls in the last and final moments, which as we saw there in game 3 for Hypercube, they really capitalized off of that situation. And, you know, just being able to get that ult again. Draco Storm was a massive buff in an area like that. It was just full chaos there for that squad. And now we have it once again here with HNK against YG to start off here for game number 4.
Yeah, starting at the Ice Jade Pond, looking at here whether or not HH is going to look at the R&B spam. There it is, fist plates in the back. And of course, he's looking at it as a whip sword as his primary function, but Fireflies are around here in this area, so he takes one off of that with the Viper Ning ultimate popping out here. The stun is guaranteed, 1 target to be deleted. They can get it, and there's boy, he's down for YG. Young generation living it down for one of the teammates. And that's for H&K, right? Putting out here for the Akos Wards up in 2 seconds. Carson's looking around here, looking at HH, trying to get a range after if he can. R&B doesn't get this connected stagger. That elimination is guaranteed. And the Akos, or the Hottie ultimate's up, while the Akos ultimate is not. And the Forbidden Seal being there means that these guys, even though they can deplete the Hottie ultimate, they will still have an escape path if they get caught.
Oh, but the pressure is there. Massive parry there from Boy into the air R&B. They eliminate Karsa there for HNK. Good win off rip there for YG. Now, with the man advantage, are going to try to clean up here onto ZDD. Jump LMBs. No. Got to call to retreat. Hypercube shows up. They try to back on up. Who this is? This is Wendy in the mix here for Hypercube, applying pressure onto HH. The R&B focus there in the back end there from Taliska. A perfect third-party rotation there from Hypercube to come in and snag up these eliminations. You see Boomkey on the other hand trying to retreat. Wendy with his eyes on him though. Seeing if he can get the counter grapple, loses a little bit of that trouble, but now recatch it back up. Boomkey has a good movement game going on right now. Does get caught up here in the side of this terrain. The 1-2s are good, and the 1v3 eats up the R&B bonk, and now Team 6 shows up to the mixes. Raven Ate My Cheese. Now, the F there from the Zenda being able to knock down Wendy for just a moment of time there, but the pressure is on. Hottie F's invested on the top side, playing in the no ult zone. Hypercube still have some dashes here on the Justina, but can't really full commit due to the no ult zone being popped there in the center.
Yeah, double dash comes out here, can get a potential stagger, but then Zay is kind of looking into the recast. He's not going to act off of Windy. He went in the opposite direction. The chase downs for Virgin, though, for Raven Name Cheese, as well as Wenshin kind of locking this in, who has purple armor right now, by the way. As a Tumult is actually going to be a really good spot to get this elimination for the team. F2 doesn't confirm for a kill, but still having the money be earned. Having the shop's not nearby, but it could be over by a Servant's Pass. It should be something that they can, you know, delve into if they need to buy a Moonbane for next fight. But looking around, Taki taking a fight against TOD, Touch of Death. Hex actually taking a fight against HRG, which actually going to be the next transition here. Taki going to be not having his opportunity to pop the Viper ultimate due to the Forbidden Seal, and Naka's ultimate utilized before the Forbidden Seal means that these guys have it down. Sachiko getting a mid-air stagger off of Revelia, stay rushing to see if he can connect a stagger again. You can see the pressure coming down from these. Look at the jugglers, right? Like these guys looking it down, man, and he's done, dusted. For our next position, I am looking at Hex and having around 30,000 Dartite coins near to get themselves upgrades, but this Forbidden Seal is a symbol for TOD to rush these guys down.
Yeah, it's always it's just a big reticle on your forehead once you're in these ult zones. And a team like TOD, I believe they have all their ults online, but that's a massive pair there for Wooey. Doesn't get the follow-up damage though. Has go Pulse Sword, that would have been a big decider, I believe. But Wooey still inflection pressure. Has his ult online here for himself on the lead. Trex now getting full looked at. What's gonna be the mix-up off of this? Just charging up. Gets the damage now. There it is. Trex though eats up so much damage. Trex now does manage to sustain out the damage there off the follow from the Yushon as well. There from Sachiko. Sachiko still going for the area bonks. Lexin trying to get the last hit confirmation there onto the Justina. There goes a second area hold there off the LMBs, and Emery falls. Hex now bouncing back here, being able to snag up that elimination. Looking for the second, the third, now connecting soon. There it is, and that's a full team wipe once again, and it's round 4 because HRG is running it back here against Hex.
This is running it down, man. Robbie Close in the chat. You know, Sachiko is looking at this one moment to the other, up to 6 eliminations before the first Rami Yang. So when it comes down to this, Sachiko is like, yo, let's get ourselves to the city of Tong. Let's get ready. Let's get prepared. The gear these guys have right now, I mean, they can slowly write this up here. If they go into this Rami Yang, I mean, thinking about Wooby, Firefly Cage in the northeast if they want to see if it's still up. Fireflies in the northwest side of the camp if they want to see if those things are available. Because once we get into the spotlight, right, teams are still on the reset route. They're going to go ahead and they're going to keep on looting up city of Tong. They got everything down here to the bridges, and they're still having a phenomenal point, right, lead-wise. I wish we could look at the scoreboard because I think they have the kill lead in terms of the lobby so far. But putting ourselves aside here, I know we're running this down in terms of Imperial Village as a reset. This is where YG have decided to go ahead and instead taking their respawn. And luckily getting some blue armors here and there. But getting an ambush here from Hypercube would not be the best predicament, right? Considering that Hypercube took themselves from Ice Shard Lake up until here. They still have themselves looted up there and just kind of working this down, tempo check and seeing where they are. But for YG, for Young Generation, still having a lot to hold besides themselves. I mean, this composition, it really starts to scale out there. Just as long as the Enor 1 can get some gear to go through, they can buy that purple armor, and there it is. There we have it. And then looking at this, Hex also made the purchase spree. And since it's going to be available for all 3 of them to have the scale up, they're going to be able to kind of move certainly into the direction if there's a Firefly Cage.
Yeah, you see him now. With a good start to the early game. Going just to that first Rama Yang. The full purple armor is going to be a nice advantage to have. Be very interesting. We have them going against Hypercube for this first set. It's be nice to watch. I think they had that game 3, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll see how it pans out for game number 4. Rama Yang Gates started to form on up. You see Raven ate my cheese on the left-hand side there of the center of the map, Plume Castle. We have now Sachiko and Co. waiting out the outskirts of the zone, seeing if they can find any more resources, to find anybody lurking around, and able to get a free elimination. But it looks like they landed Salvation Podium, right, with that gold pulsar in the hand in Wooey. It's just a nice weapon to have early game when most of the players don't have enough damage reduction to even sustain a massive arm being bonked there with that weapon alone. We see it here for YG posted up as well. Waiting this out, they are able to get a blue armor onto HH due to Boomkey being able to find that purple armor. They're on this pink, so they have the armor advantage there on the sustained character for themselves. HNK, on the other hand, going to be running on into them. Full Carmen armor onto 2 players. B1Z, the only one with blue armor here for this squad. So don't really want to pick a fight here. Just want to get in as fast as possible, safely as possible. You see them now with that opposing squad, HRG, being able to go in. They are going to be able to chill out for now, but Hypercube starts to show up. Risk as well are going to be moving on in. HNK are going to make the call to back on up and play for the Draco Storm, but YG are going to be going against Raven Ate My Cheese, I believe, here in this Zhang. And the Monk Ultimate is already called in here for PG.
Yeah, but Gene's gonna be going ahead and popping in earlier here. The jump LMB from the pole sword, a little sketchy, but there's gonna be a potential to grab. There it is. All right, double grab potential here. Keep him floated. Doesn't get a guarantee. The Ainor one is good. The teleporter is taken, but Gene's still looking to lock in a single grab if he can get it, but he's just throwing hands at this point, literally into the void. But for everything here, right, deforming here, having full armor, still being healthy, having this team fully on blue, on purple armor. I mean, Raven Ate My Cheese is really rocking this down. Grapples are gonna be coming left and right, but Gene having himself in the sideline, hoping to see about a drop down R&B, maybe even potential staggers and knock down the guys who try to escape, but he gets impaled potentially. But Zendo Duwu has those arrows, bro. She drops it down. We throw the horizontal, and Bajin still getting himself away from this fight is able to disengage.
Wow, the reset now comes into play. HH very low. The raw uppercut is good. And BG with the R&B finisher there onto that player. Blue key now for his squad. Trying to stay up. Does manage to invest in the ping ultimate. So they're going to be having that sustain on his side. But in 1v3, man, it's going to be very rough to try to stay up here, even with that ultimate intact. There it is. Full capitalization here from Raven Ate My Cheese. Jump LMBs. But look at the sustain, man. Even though they're just throwing jump LMBs and LMBs, still being able to live out a little bit of that timer, but not enough with two of your teammates gone. Raven Ate My Cheese. Oh, big scrap off. Hex takes out Hypercube in the other realm of Yang, like I was mentioning. And they are going to be coming in with that skeleton off their first aid plus that Vermilion's Bird's Might.
I gotta see the fight. What's going on over there, bro? Let me look at the other realm of Yang, bro. I need to see that fight going down here. That's tough. Yo, let me see the gear. What did they get outside of this, man? Looking at Reveille, though, for HRG outside of Northwest, outside of the Grizzly Rise. He's actually going to be putting himself out here, too. He's going to be the only one left alive. He's got a lot of gold, though. I mean, this team is still available to get res if there's rebirth charms. At least one teammate. Then they can complete the quest lines. Greatest thing in this game right now that's been added is that if you're by yourself, right, you get quest lines of 3 people, basically. So that way you can, you know, do all the quest lines yourself, right? But it just depends on where they are. Because I ain't seen any salutes. I ain't seen sort of, you know, yes sir, no sir. I haven't seen anything with the blessings. He's just going to go ahead and get the purchases going. If all the Reaper charms are going to be purchased by him, I mean, look at Risk right now, winning at the Realm of Yang, 2 eliminations so far, at least getting something set up here. Switch Dazzle, Caploom, Sky Punch, and a tune on Brandora, and having a Swift Cut on Rustin, which, you know, with Gold Katana, I mean, that's a lot of damage. It's scaling really more so for him as it's Molt, or as an Enor 1, I should say, to kind of contest any sort of damage that's needed to be done. I do see someone in the outskirts here. Who that? Oh, yo, H&K's bush is like, don't look at this bush. Don't look at this bush. And they got him. They just did a check here in the bush. I mean, I like that. I like every single time these guys like, you know, just in case. And then they hit it. But now we're going to look at the chase down as TOD's Gwendo getting chased down by Hex and Sachiko, winning that Realm of Yang and pulling up to 9 eliminations and trying to get the double digit with 10.
The movement here from Sachiko, being able to keep his line of sight there onto that player. That player falls. There's another one on the board there for Hex. Eliminations are happening throughout the map, though, so you see them. They're going to try to rotate as quickly as possible. YG, though, on the other hand, getting made up by the pressure here from Hypercube. Hypercube lost their Realm of Yang, so they have to try to cleanse out this Yang as fast as possible. Good marking into the drop down, slam down there onto the ground. Aerial R&Bs, big damages here off the Enor. The freeze, though, connects just in time there onto Boy. The Justina there for Hypercube does wonders there for his squad. Taliska looking for the overhaul ult charge here. Does not manage to release, I believe. Chili on the hand of the Yusha, inflicting damage there onto the Sapine here for YG. Chili there with that blue armor gets cut off the F. Now the F recast still online here for Boy. There it is. Avoids that hit. Chili takes up so much damage. Boom key there with elimination. And this is good for teams like HRG and Hex that were trying to catch up there onto Hypercube with them being eliminated there off one player already.
Yeah, YG putting down to Taliska next, having that Enor 1 ultimate, or rather having themselves with the pressure from the impale, but also with HH having the Hottie ultimate ready to go in case he gets 2v1, which he did get 2v1'd. As Taliska's kind of switching off control there, and now he's in the zone. You know, fast forward, they're from 3 eliminations, or up to 4 eliminations. We did lose HH, though. Apparently, Wendy did go down there in the distance. I'm not sure as to what happened in terms of getting the kill, but whether or not he goes down, they still got money if there's rebirth charge. We just saw HRG's Reveille having enough money to kind of have things down to the shop. But looking at Fumio, you can see that one of the other members for HRG is still alive. While they're still working around here and resetting, Fumio heading down south. They're going to be looking to attempt. I'm looking at the gold. They got it. Rebirth charms available in the second shop. It had to happen. I saw that go down 12,000. And now they're putting themselves to get their teammate right back up.
Yeah, you see Hex now rotating as well on the opposite side here from Raven Ate My Cheese. I know they're trying to get active. They still have this buff, right? It just ran out, but they do end up running into these. I think this is a dual pair for YG. Yes. Oh, no, Trios now back up. Able to get that third member up. You see him there with that Carmen armor just in time. HH is now back in the mix, but Hex a little bit too late to the party. They were trying to capitalize as much as possible there with every million's birds. Are now going to start rotating on into that second realm of Yang. You see no aggression from these teams. They want to have the fight inside the Yang there for that buff. So we'll see how that's going to go down in just a moment. But wow, what an upset there, right? I think that was a big turning point there with Hypercube getting eliminated there. It just makes it so much harder. I think Wendy is still alive though, right?
I think so, yeah, because he's got the eliminations on the fist splits worked out. Liska's down as it comes out.
It makes it so much more harder though.
It really does. I mean, you think about where these Reaper charms are already sold out. It's just about Spirit Wells at this point. I mean, I would assume that as with how many reses have gone through. Remember what I was talking about? Wolf's Den, right? They kind of look at getting wounded and going back. All the players are going to get their reses and it's going to give more eliminations, right? Gives them a little bit more kill participation across the lobby. It's just a matter of trying to look into where they are on the weakest point. As for Fumio, he got rested earlier. He's at 70% right now in the rage bar. He gets caught by the 1-2 from the staggers. You can see the distance there. Rebellious in the zone. I don't know why he's so low, but he's low. And Fumio gets fully focused down here. This 1v1 basically became a 2v1, and then all of a sudden the whole team's there. Fumio goes down. Rebellious dies, passes into the zone, and HRG, you can potentially go down fully. Nope. Looks like they still got tactics somewhere in the world. I'm not sure as to where, but he's on the edge right now. He could potentially go for the res, but I don't know. The zone is closing in pretty predominantly fast for them to kind of go out, get the res. Hope they have enough supplies to go right back in.
Some good pressure here from YG. Boy, there with the Minx, man, he was applying tons of pressure there, not letting that player even breathe in the zone. And they end up picking up the elimination. Even though Ravelli got eliminated in the back end, it's just no help not being able to do so with just how low he was. Now Hypercube, yep, Wendy's still up. As we see here, the Justina here for Hypercube just makes everything a lot harder, right? 212 on the Dark Tide Coils, but around Yang. Second round Yang, we got Risk. Risk against Winchin and Co. That being Raven ate my cheese. Let's see now Rustum. Trying to flick the pressure here on the inner ult, being able to get some sorts of damage earlier, looking for the aerial R&Bs, not managed to connect now. Second one misses as well. There goes the third one onto Winchin. A little bit of bounce back onto the Tumult there for the opposing squad. Tumult ultimate gets called in as well. Rustum trying to stay up. Predator door eating up so much damage here in this corner. The elimination still hasn't connected. Brandoro does get caught up there off the Zenda F. Doesn't get hit off the blue, so Rustum though staying in the pocket. Gold Katana in play. Sensei gets parried. Now BG with a massive pick up there on the Gold Katana. It's gonna go ahead and snag that up, but BG stay in the mix with another parry onto Predator, and that's beautiful there for Raven ate my cheese.
Yeah, Virginia doing this 1v2 situation in his favor with the parries. The Kaplan though might give elimination there if they get the clink with the R&B swap out to the Katana. Gets a nice stagger speed. Look at this. Gets floated on here with a jump LB spam, and of course Virginia puts himself down as the MVP in this Rum Yang for sure. 9 eliminations for Raven ate my cheese. They're gonna get that gold armor, another gold weapon, gold soul jade, hopefully not an Earthshaker. But then again, that actually is that's the best pick here in this composition. You know, unironically, but still having these guys go in. Lexton taking a fight here on Hex's end. We're gonna fight out YG and win. Now we're up to 14 eliminations, man. These guys are already gonna have enough kills to kind of stack up. 14 players total up alive, 11 opponents for Hex right now. As they win that round, they get that gold armor as such, as I said from before. Now, putting ourselves aside here, Hypercube having Chili to be not alive, not to be alive, probably not even possible to get rezzed. But for Hypercube right now, still lurking, right? A 2-man squad in this case, a Shunhuan and Justina, they can still do work, right? They can still do work. They can connect off of ultimates. Now, obviously, since we don't have an ultimate ready to go under the Shunhuan Lee, we're gonna look at the gear check. Since it comes down here, gold flying knives have been picked up here, and this is actually part of the good strong pick. And Sachiko getting the gold pole sword, as well as for Wooey, and then seeing how these guys are dropping the money. Let's kind of see about gear and all that. Wooey having around 43,000 Dark Tide coins, maybe to see if that Mortal Defiance is purchase available. Mortal Defiance actually on the Shunhuan Lee is actually probably the best option, right? Because if he's in V1 state and he's already active, and they try to melt him down, if he's low, he'd at least have the multiple, have that recast up to go ahead and cast and be in, be focused, right? Being able to have ultimate focus, having to be mitigating all the pressure onto him, and then getting a burst heal 400, and he goes right back in by throwing out those blades, giving every single one of his teammates value, giving him enough pressure really to stay alive, and then backing off again if he needs to.
This second wave of Yang depletion is gonna be very interesting. Got teams that Raven ate my cheese now scaling up. 9 to 10 eliminations into this game 4, and then a team like Hex, man, with a massive 13-point eliminations thus far with that Mystic Might as well, and they're gonna spot Wendy. This is unfortunate here for this Hypercube member being a dual pair, and not a lot of capitalization onto Taliska as you see it. They have the call, man. So smart here from Hex. They end up calling out Taliska, and they find this player pretty much lone wolf now with common armor. It's just gonna be a matter of seconds that they pick up this elimination, and just like that, they make it 14 on the board for themselves. And Hex now is gonna start rotating on in, potentially look for the third party in that set of Yang depletions, and YG being that one of those squads, and you see them already posted up, and the aggression is going to be thrown their way here by YG. And Hex now with that Mystic Might advantage are going to have that order to make sure that these players know we've got the buff, man. We got the buff. They are playing around that no ult zone, but it looks like they're going to start rotating on the top side. YG with 2 minutes left here in the Zane depletion to try to cleanse out. They might spot Risk there on the top side as you see Creditor being one of those players that gets counter grappled on the top side. But Hex might rotate back on it, potentially now with this aggression being unfolded here for the YG against Risk.
Yeah, Young Generation, we're going to see Boy popping out the Inner One ultimate to get this elimination. The Impale could be guaranteed either on the Transformer or on the soft target here. We find Reston, we get the knockback. We still work around the jump LMBs and see if we can get enough sustain here. Nice aerial view, love it. And now, of course, looking at Boy, right? He's going to look into the drop R&B, looking for a hit here if he can get it. He's looking around to try to connect another lightning mark, but there's no spear available for him in another 4 seconds. Having this chance, he's going to back off. I don't think there's any Fireflies available here. This game has been going on for a while. And then Boy really backing off with his entire team. 100 seconds left on the clock for the Yang depletion, still having that ticker going through. But of course, seeing how his teammates are still running this down, I'm seeing Creditor roll up here with Brandoro. And Brandoro, I mean, Risk as a whole, these guys are stacked up higher than they are, especially with the ult advantage. Hoping to see, considering they still got the Hottie ultimate, they still got the Zipping ultimate. The parry is good. Creditor gets himself in the F2 combo breaker. And then Boy trying to hold out for a parry if he can get it in the crossfire, but he is going to get healed off passively while Brandoro and squad are going to be working this down. Risk gets a parry off against Bongi, and Bunky going to go to the sky. And we look at the Hotties, and they're going to be the MVPs in this fight because the amount of pressure they're putting against the other players that are on the ground is going to work out for the Zippings, but it's still a ticking time bomb for the Yang depletion.
I mean, like I've been mentioning, man, this is a 2-round fight here with this competition in play. And this whole time, I've been keeping my eyes on the mini-map, man. Hex has been playing very patiently, now forefronting, and now they collapse. You see the damage now being inflicted onto Brandoro. And Wooey with the last hit confirmation there to snag up that kill. And that's what I was waiting on the whole time. They're just like crows chilling on the top side, waiting for all the ults just to be dispersed. And you see Hex now full collapsing, capitalizing off of that situation. And a team like Hypercube also does situations like that, but there's only a lone wolf this time around. And you saw Wendy rotate late, was trying to get a last hit confirmation from long range, but not being able to do so. A team like Raven Ate My Cheese though was playing for that Spirit Well, as you see them already full, already locking in that Spirit Well with halfway mark through that capturing zone already for YG. Catch up Lexin. Lexin now needs some sort of sustain here from Hex to help him out here with the pressure on YG. Sachiko with the last hit confirmation onto Boy. Now looking for the elimination onto HH with 38 seconds remaining here on the Zane depletion. We have the full capitalization now locked down. HH now getting caught up here by Wooey. Wooey on the lead with the F there, being able to get a little bit of the damage off, but you gotta be aware of Raven Ate My Cheese. Now is there time to collapse as you see them rotating here on this left side of the map onto Hex as well. HH managed to sustain out the damage there that Hex was being thrown at him, and now it's gonna be an isolated 3v3 between Hex and Raven Ate My Cheese.
LB Army comes out here from Wooey. The stun is going to be nothing but guaranteed, and there's going to be a pushback here for Wooey. He's got the shoe on ultimate, ready to go. He sees the V1 passing out here as Zay gets himself out. Figure Sachiko still putting pressure and deciding on where to go as the Weishon, at least to make sure he pushes himself out here. Both Bowshot doesn't connect there, and as Raven Ate My Cheese get this Yang Spirit Well, look at the scaling right now. 9 eliminations on this board, but having all the gold weapons available for them to scale around their characters, and as well as for Bajin having himself with a TNI on the high ground. The Forbidden Seal is over by the Pinnacle Town. These guys don't have to worry about pushing up, but they're going to do it anyways. And having these guys looking at this clearing off the Spirit Well to make sure they can get themselves rid of that Yang depletion. They get the reset and they get the ultimate, and this is going to be a case right now with the V1. He's going for gold focus mid-air strikes. Uppercut's good for an attempt, but it's not going to be had, and there's going to be a catch right there. There's the Aurora Burst, kills on Sachiko. 10 eliminations right now. Raven Ate My Cheese getting the Soul Bloom picked up here as Wenshen pulls himself together. Gold focus into the sky. He's hoping to get himself a quick yoink for his teammate from Bajin.
Yeah, that was a nice skeleton there from Raven Ate My Cheese, man. Playing very conservative, and you saw them playing for that buff, and now they're able to inflict the damage that they were wanting here into the remainder of this game 4. Hex took the more aggressive approach during that big commotion with that drawn out fight, right? I feel like that fight was just so long. They just took up so much time and gave up the spirit well, but Lexington getting hot here against Wendy. Sado knocks off that with that after on that Zen to stop the pressure there from the parry that Lexington connected there onto that player. And now the chase down. 2 players still up here for Hex. They're trying to capitalize as much eliminations as possible, forcing out the FL there from the Monk. Lexington here with that Phoenix Blast can be able to flick a lot of pressure off that purple long sword, but the Bane's in play. Gotta be real careful. Nearly gets clipped off of that. Does have the moment there to stay up though in that situation. We have Raven Ain't My Cheese though still in the mix. You gotta be real careful, man. If you get hit off this Bane hits, man, it can really turn one of these fights around, and you can make it or quickly make it a 2v2 as fast as possible. But it looks like Lexington got caught up, forces out that after on the Justina. No all online, so he might get clipped off with so much pressure here. As you see Wenchin catch a prowl, 2-on-1, good. No, in the back end, had to slam down, I believe, from a pole sword. Now it's still trying to scale on top. How many players are up? I think it's still the Hypercube Lone Wolf staying up, staying out of line of sight. Wooey goes down. Last one up is Lexington there for Hex. Wendy in the back end, not even getting looked at. Lexington runs past him, and Raven Ate My Cheese being able to stay up here in a massive game 4 to pretty much take this game with a 3-player advantage opposed to the 2 Lone Wolves. After seeing them now getting active in this being Lexington against Wendy. The overhold is good too.
Oh man, dead to the zone, bro. It's over. Putting himself aside here, Lexington picks up the last elimination here for Hex and putting themselves up to 19 kills. But with Raven and My Cheese, they're up to 11, which brings up to 14. But Hex takes MVP this round, having an exhilarating game. I mean, look at the points right now. These guys are going to be climbing up that leaderboard as they needed to, since HRG, as well as with Hypercube, bringing themselves out there for placement and still staying alive until the very end, for at least for Hypercube. It's not going to be a catch-up game, and these guys are really on it. I like I said, don't count them out. There's going to be a 2, this is actually a 20 kill or 20 point game that we were talking about from earlier. So yeah, 2 of these is necessary to get them on the leaderboard, forcing these guys out. The Yang Spearwell picked up here from Raven and My Cheese and putting himself to kind of make sure they get an individual lockdown. As much as it comes down for an old investment, they just keep it, steady and, painful, right? Because that Quarry fight was really much more of a position of like a disadvantage to work in their advantage because they had it first.
Yeah, that was just insane, man. That was a massive game 4 for a team like Hex and Raven Ate My Cheese. 2 different approaches there into that end game, but this is the start here of the recap. Hypercube with a good start there with that perfect third party, I would say, with that commotion that happened there near the skating ring of the map. Wendy picks up another one onto Boomkey. HRG against Hex, and this was the first round of fights that Hex had in the early game. Then the third party came on in, beyond TOD. Hex cleans this up as well with some insane LMB holds there from the Yushan over here from Sachiko. Having that gold pole sword in hand, and Wooey's hand was also a big factor, be able to get a lot of damage here, as we see it here in the cleanup here for Hex onto TOD. The 4th round nearly came in, but it was just an ice off. Everybody went their own separate ways. Raven Ate My Cheese and his realm of Yang against YG. Nice raw uppercut there from BG. Snags up the kill onto HH. Boomkey backs on up, pops on ultimate. The sustain was not enough there in the 1v3. Hex now coming after his Yang, looking for, I think, a lone wolf. They scout here. Yes, it was someone that popping in the ult, what we saw earlier. This was a massive elimination from YG as well to Hypercube. This is where, Hypercube lost 2 members and couldn't really bounce back off of that alone.
And putting ourselves here, right? Once the second round Yang came into play, but Gene really carried out Raven Ate My Cheese's performance here, considering that a lot of isolated points, like the F2 for the Zai or the Zendabu pushing the side and switching over to Katana, kind of close the gap distance for the R&B, and then getting a little bit more pressure there, obviously with the staff. Now for Lexington, having to carry down here for it with against YG. I mean, this is a fight that was kind of holding him down. He gets a kill off of the F2 there, and then hoping kind of lock down to Liska was kind of the play to kind of get a little bit less strenuous effort to kind of catch up to Hypercube for placement. But of course, putting ourselves aside here, Wenchin's Aurora Burst. I mean, this is a dangerous conversation. Just combination of the Hong Sword being gold rarity and having these guys pulling this out aside. Raven Ate My Cheese really came down on top first place, and this is the first time they get themselves in that position for the lobby today. And then, you know, this is a cycle between HRG, Hypercube, Hex, Raven and My Cheese, try to go through. As for the other teams with YG, with, you know, with Risk, kind of get themselves back out of the burner. I mean, this is really a spotlight for them to kind of work them away and seeing what the last 2 rounds are going to end up, because we're going back to Midoriya, right? We're going into that Ventai timeline, which is with Fireflies for Dusk. And then going after that, it's a free pick round, at least to kind of make sure everyone has hero points available.
And I would say this is a perfect time to come online too, right? Game 4. Right. Seems like Raven and My Cheese had a rough 2 BR matches right before this. And we're going to see the MVP here for our game number 4. It's going to be Wooey taking that there from Team Hex with 15,000 damage, 7 eliminations. But yeah, man, I mean, we saw it yesterday. And, you know, speaking of devil, it was Wooey who had really rough games into that first set of solo games yesterday, and then just came online around game 4 or 5 and just completely became the dark horse that really turned the tides there over the top 4. And you know, I feel like we might have the same type of situation if Raven and Eat My Cheese is gonna be able to keep the gas pedal down like they just did for this game alone, and really start shifting up the momentum from those top 4 players that we see it here for our standings of game number 4. Hex gonna be racking up 21 points, nearly hitting that 20 ball off of that game alone. Raven Ate My Cheese though in second with 11 eliminations, 15 total points for their game 4. Hypercube, it's a slow one, but not a tragical slow one, with 7 points, still getting a good amount of eliminations there. Young Generations YG now with 7 as well for this game. HRG with a massive game 3, not being able to reciprocate that energy here into game 4 with that 4-point overall points for this game. Risk Takers with 3, Touch of Death with 3, and Henon King, HNK, what do you guys want to call them, have that 1 there for the game number 4.
Yeah, standings overall going to give us in the 53 points right now for Hypercube, with a 4-point difference due to that first round. Yeah, this is why these guys are on top, right? 49 points though for Hex in second, HRG with 34, 20 for Raven Ate My Cheese, and on King going to have 14, 12 for YG, Risk at 7, 6 for Touch of Death. Now pulling ourselves aside here, right? I mean, 53 points comes down to this next 2 games. Close, even though HRG is at 34, I mean, even though it's a 19-point difference, I mean, listen, we got 21 points just earned right there for Hex, right? Anything can happen in terms of 1 round, and then catching up into round 6 for point value. So let's think about it, right? Since it's going to be the last pick ban round going into this, right? We get to round 5 to go into the Midoriya Ventai timeline. It's going to be our last pick ban round. As the selection process goes, as part of it, it's part of the phases, right? It's the last time we're going to get that going into round 5. Now, kind of hoarding into the picks. Raven and My Cheese working down that Shio composition, or the Zenda Wu composition with the Tianhai and the Tumult. That's a double round pick selection. They still got the Inner One, they got the Wei Shan, they got the Justina. We'll have to see how the performance comes down, guys. We're gonna take a quick break, get ourselves into round 5, and see you guys in a bit. Too excited.
Welcome back, everybody, to the European MSC Challenge. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severio. We just saw 4 games out of the way now. Top 4, very, very close, especially that first and second place there being Hypercube and Hex, with just a 4-point difference between both of those teams, with a massive game 4 there for Hex and a massive game 3 there for Hypercube, and it kind of just flip-flop with the points there between both of those games. And then now HRG was already in that 3rd place spot to game 4. Raven ate my cheese, had a massive game as well, and now moving on up to that top 4. And now this is where it starts getting very, very tricky, because if that was 3rd or 4th place spot teams are able to have a massive game like Hypercube or Hex had with that 20-point game, it can really shift off this competition, especially into that game 6, depending on how one of those 2 squads do. But we are going to be moving on into our last pick band match of the day, that being Predoria Eventide time there for this game alone. It's going to be very interesting to see how the competition is going to be. And here it is. Xiaoyo Lee for the first round selection for Young Generation.
Obviously, this composition could work. I just really see the way
like
Sean having Valley there, not having it when she's popping ultimate, right? Because then she doesn't give him the shield. I mean, it's really more of a soft target. That's why it worked with the Zendawu, with the Zendawu and the Tumulch. But let's go over, right? HRG, Enor 1, Hadi Zaping, having the Akos Viper Sire for Raven, Ate My Cheese, and Hex with at Ramsey. And then Hypercube having the Enor 1 Zaping, as well as seeing a Kylan swap out here for Touch of Death, the Zip, and a Tianhai, right? TD bringing out that, getting this little, this is where our personality picks come out. You know, Head on King, getting the Shun Huan, Justina, Wei Shan. And then finally seeing Risk bringing out towards the Enor, or Enor, hitting the Tianhai into the Tumulch, into the Zendawu. You know, seeing how that composition works out for that. So what's going to happen next is kind of seeing where these drops on here, right? Imperium is going to be where we're at in terms of like a high isolated, you know, drop spot. But if not, Arcadia still for the Vulpines. Now, putting ourselves in terms of this round, we are way past cold engine start. A lot of these teams are now formally warmed up after the Predoria first round in the BR, putting the leaderboards aside. I mean, these guys are now in this position of just like catch up. You know, if they don't have the points for it, right? If they don't have a way, I mean, for instance, for Risk, you know, they're at 7 points overall in terms of the overall in 7th place, still having a lot of chances to kind of catch up on points this round. I mean, that composition that they're running right now, having it with, you know, the Transformers, having Predator there, having everyone to kind of line it up, they have to have a successful first off drop fight, and then taking that snowball effect. If they can't, if they have to make a reset, they have to make it in the right direction. Heavenwell have some money town for Predoria if they want to reset over there. They still want to take a chance to take another fight for a hard salty spawn, which means like in a nearby vicinity and not taking a full reset furthermore from a fight that just happened. They still have to think about the other reset on other players that went down. You know, kill feed aside, I mean, you're going to notice the soul forms when it comes down to yourself and the other opponents, and all these guys are going to be looking at this. This round 5 begins for the MSC Challenge as it comes down 4 finals in EU.
It's crazy to me, man. In that 3rd round selection, Hypercube still is able to snag up the Enor comp that late into the round selections. You know, it's just, we've seen the success they have had with that competition as well. So we'll see how it unfolds here for game 5. Starting off here with YG getting active, HRG starting to rotate on in, TOD getting shut down here from YG, but a third party is in. Now we have the pressure happening here from HRG onto YG. Boomkey and Co now trying to retreat, have the call to try to back on up. He gets clipped in the back end. You shot F into the wall. Gets clipped for the 2nd time around. The Enor ult does get double tap dodge through. The Xiaoyo ult doesn't really do much there in that situation. You see Boomkey now getting completely shut down there from Taki and crew. HRG's Fumio now trying to stay up with the sustain off that Zaping pop ult. And now the pressure is on. Boy with the Xiaoyo proc there off the shield. But the chase is on here for this squad.
Yeah, getting a double hit on that shield throw into the media F2 though was kind of an ambitious start, but we're going to see a parry coming down here due to the Valley attacking and the LMB to catch Emery's off with the combo breaker, even the Tianhai ultimate, but they got a lot of buildings to surpass this, right, to kind of beat it out. No parry or no grab could be had here. Even through all the window sills, we are going to see these indoor fights come out across 2 different teams, 2 different fights. HRG's Fumio is getting melted out for these 1-2-3s, throws an immediate R&B release. I know Fumio is looking to scale right back outside, but look at this. Look at Taki getting chased down by the Kylan, and having to get the catch there. Taki does go down. The soul wound could be picked up, but the level 2 slash confirms off of this. If he can get it again, Fumio gets an R&B. He slams it down. The soul wound has been picked up, and then he goes right back into it.
Yeah, he's applying that pressure on the Kylan, being able to get those slashes through. Doesn't get the hit confirmation. The F came off of cooldown just in time there for the Zaping. Now Fumio getting full looked at here. TOD reruns it back. We see them now coming back into the mix. Emery's and Co. getting clipped off the R&B, jump LMB, shots to parry, but a cancellation there from Boomkey forces out the Monk F here. on this player. Since it gets parried now, Boom Keep gonna be able to get the damage here in the corner. Doesn't get a lot of damage though, being able to go for the LMB. Doesn't get caught up. Sky Rushes is good. Everything being invested here between both of these squads. TOD loses Trex. YG staying up here in this situation. HH with the last hit confirmation onto that player. Another player falls there for TOD. Emery's last one standing here for that squad, and that's super unfortunate there for them. But the Jushan ultimate still online here for YG. We see them now looking for that third player. HH now is going to reveal himself, having this up. HH now looking for the scale rush game on the top side of this map. Have Emery's now on the muck with no O online. It's gonna be rough to try to sustain out if he's not able to get away from this squad. I would say TOD resurrecting the mini map. This looks like they're going to be running this back potentially due to the fact that Trex is right on top of that, but the call might not be made due to, I think, HNK now starts to move on in. So YG retreats off of this, expecting the third party to start moving on in. But a player like Emery's now is getting caught up by boy pretty soon.
Yeah, while YG is taking the chase down, I mean, other spawns have happened around, not just into Arcadia. I know a lot of positions are available since the circle here is pretty much in the center, right? I would assume that Imperium had some sort of scuffles as well as Skygate's Cove, and if not, we could see this kill potential here in a moment. I mean, Emrys is doing some good movement here. He's at Heaven's Well, or Heaven's Watch right now, so he has a lot of building terrain to kind of work around and scaling in and out. But in terms of this fight, I mean, in terms of getting this kill, Selection, this will be their 4th elimination here for YG. For him, having delayed on the F1, getting that recast just in time, there it is. Now for TOD, for Touch of Death, they are over here at the Soul Altar as they rezzed because the timer on that Soul form had to take it some way. But since YG is going to be ulted out here, they got Shayol ready to go for the ultimate cast. They got that Soul Bloom towards HH with that Shunhuan Lee ultimate to go through. And honestly, this composition really is an early comp, like a mid game, early game to mid game, right? Because when you get a late game, Shayol, I mean, she could work if you get a close pocketed fight, as long as no one's fully investing like a for the Weishan, right, in ult form. Because once those Oculus Viper Cyrus show up there for a second, I mean, the stun is going to be denied, at least for a moment, for the mitigation. But after that, there's no value for her from him. And then seeing how Touch of Death are over here, just breaking out noise, they're going to be waiting this out at Skygate's Cove. Like I said, it's been looted up there, potentially. And if not, that's going to be a huge gain for Young Generation if this hasn't been touched up on the spot.
Yes, sir. But we're posted up now. Going to continue scaling up for the first Rama Yang, as always. TOD. So have Emery is up. Just gotta wait up to see where the resurrection is gonna come into play. Did a really good job though, really running out the timer there. Just almost got out. Unfortunate for him, gets caught up there in the monk. Just unfortunate there. Doesn't manage to survive with 2 players chasing him down. But overall, still in this. Still has that soul form out. Team like Hypercube though, been scaling up, posted up for that long run, right? Full blue armors for this whole squad. Slow shot with Sunwing shot. They're on one of the J's here for Wendy. Just blue armors, cross and blue weapons. Pretty standard. You're gonna level 0 though for Taliska, so he can potentially scale this up in the remainder of this match. It can be a big decider, right? If you're able to get that up to level 2, it can be a very, very nice little buff add-on. But Risk already getting active against TOD. Oh man, it's just a full blender there in the corner. Can't even play the game. You're shut down, locked in here in the Temi ult. You can't even get out. And Aguindo just going to be able to get taken out so easily here in a 1v3, obviously. But Risk now scaling up with 3 eliminations, 1 apiece for all members here for Risk. Now starting to rotate on in to the Rama Yang, Sion Fong here on Creditor for the 1-2-3 potential area dash on the Tumult. Tempest kick in advance still on Brandoro. Still looking for the group heal, right? Beautiful J pair set up to have in their inventory there if they're able to have those 2. But everybody thus far from what we've seen, pretty evenly scaled up with blue weapons and blue armors. Waiting to see if we find anybody with anything interesting like a purple armor, or there it is, purple weapon. Taliska showcasing that with the purple staff here to get ready to start posting up for this realm. As we see, teams like HRG and Hypercube are right next to each other for this realm gate, and Revelia still has that common armor. And a little bit of a hype chat, you see the common armor. It could be a rain down here onto the squad if Hypercube decides just to get the aggression. I saw the Yang.
So, they're hoping to see, the common, whoop, there's a hit. Just hoping to see whether or not they're going to confirm off of the common armor. They're seeing blues all across the board, but scaling right now for damage is only in Revelia's favor right now with the purple flying knives. Now, on top of this, Romyang's open. The gate is set to go. 2 teams already entered. We have a fight happening here in just a moment, 15 seconds or less. But depending on what happens in the outskirts of this, the room is entered here. It's going to be Young Generation taking a fight against Risk on this first Rumiang. It's going to be that Zendawu composition with a Tianhai and its Mulch up against the Shayil, Shunhuan, and the Weishan. Now, these guys are up to 4 eliminations, right? Seeing that the immediate ultimate comes out in response, Predator's going to be having that popped early. As for Boomski, he's not going to have his Weishan ultimate ready to go as he's hoping for. But Voice still holding on to his Shy ultimate as H8 is already active on the Shunhuan. Now, Predator finds a launch here for a free grab for a hold, and if he can get it, could have stopped that Weishan, right, to have any sort of momentum, at least to see where that Shunhuan Lee recast confirms off of this. And having 1 grab, potentially almost 2. The slam down has to happen soon due to the V1, and there it is. Going to be looking for the knockback. If he can confirm it, iframe does get behind the pillar and avoids it, tries to protect his teammates. Boomski has that Shy ultimate ready to go, and the V1 zipping, or V1 send the Woo popping out here, is now forcing out Boomski's Weishan.
Yeah, UH on ultimate now invested here from Boomski, being able to get the first slam down pretty good there onto one of those players. Looking for the second out to Predator, nearly messes him though, but now the damage is inflicted, and YG snagging up the second, last one standing. It's gonna be Rustum here for this squad on the Tumult. This is the ultimate, but it's gonna be a very hard task to try to outlive the pressure here from YG. See the damage now being called in. Grandoro still up, or now gets eliminated. Rustum now last one standing, I should say. And there it is, YG with the cleanup. HRG takes out Hex, so Hex now is gonna have, it's a 1-for-1 piece. Here we go. HRG going at it. Massive parry there from Wooey. It's a 1v2 situation. They lost somebody early, Wooey, with no health online. It is gonna be a taken out as well. And HRG now, this is that 3rd place spot team, right? This is the team that's been having a good run thus far still. And now currently with what? 4 eliminations into game 5 with this Yang win in the first Yang, and be able to scale up with the weapon and armor department plus every millions, or this the buff as well. Are you be able to try to scale up and pick up as much eliminations as possible? And HAK won as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this, right? 6 eliminations right now for H&K.
Yeah,
having Vermilions scaling up. Like I said, bottom 4 teams can't count them out, right? Like they literally show up in the worst possible moment for the top 4, but that's the competition, right? That's the beauty of it. And then hoping to see where they kind of end up going through. They're going to Imperium and having the bell rotation to kind of work off to the eastern end. Since this is going to be where the zone, slowly creeps away from it, they're going to be trying to get from here to Sword Tomb and maybe having to Heaven's Watch. We'll have to see. Due to HNG's success, so they're going to have the gold Jade. It might be that Volkman's Essence, since it's going to be on Karsa, since he does Justina do. And then more so, I would honestly like to see now on the Shunhuan Lee, right? To kind of have him there. But if Justina, in this case, if Karsa is much of a position carry to kind of take this down, being on the ground and getting blown up, he's got to be careful. Right? He's got to be making sure that he doesn't get caught by a random Weishan staggered and all of a sudden gets caught into some flurry of actions. But over to the northeast, HyperQ took some fights up against YG. Hold on a second. Got to switch over there. As the HRG, we're taking a loot path. We are going to look into this. Hottie captured off of the F1 recast, and as HH gets his V1 ready to go. Casting this down, looking for it. This wall's a little bit of a grievance, but he can even go in for a level 1 kicks. If he can get 1 target, 1 hit, doesn't get nothing.
I am repairing my armor.
Unfortunate. Super unfortunate. They have their millions though. You see Hypercube on the other hand. Not gonna get aggressed on here by YG. They're full aggression. Having this buff in your inventory just enables you to be as aggressive as possible. Someone gets lifted. Not sure who that was in the back end. Boy, though, staying in the pocket there with a katana in hand. Taliska sends it, but the pole sword storm form there is good there to stop that damage from coming into play. HH looking for a drop down, seeing he can find anybody, but Eno ultimate now invested here for Hypercube, and HH gold pole sword still up for grabs, I would say, with the ground slap. Big damages here. HH though, the terrain didn't give him the full capitalization off of that. That looked a little weird there. He just fully stand up. Lexington in the kill feed takes out Zay. So Raven 8 Mighties and Hex are having an altercation on the other side of the map as well. But Taliska still getting active. Windy with no armor online. They're getting a little bit of help back there from that Zaping ultimate. You see the Hottie looking for some sort of regression with 53% on that ultimate. Windy is going to be eliminated. Squad putting up a lot of damage here. HRG now trying to stay up. They lose another member though. It's a 2v2. Taliska in the pocket trying to stay active. Having that Hottie being called in. Now Chili getting caught up at the 1-2s. Taliska's going to back on up. Boomkey 1 HP. YG take YG's Boomkey gets taken out, and Chili and Co now are going to clean up here against YG. And that was a close one there for Hypercube, but they're able to stay up here in the situation.
Yeah, northeast of Skygates goes, so they can get themselves right back in there. And then hoping to get Windy here for the reset on that Solon. There it goes. That's what I like to see. And these guys got a lot of money to work with. Maybe not having purple armors across the board, but they still be able to get more gear. And since it's coming up to the second round Yang, the only ultimate online is going to come up soonest is going to, as soon as it's going to be with Haliska. No way. No way, bro. Look at this. Oh, no shot, bro. But the thing is, they're going for that res there. And as it comes down, Haliska's like, we got to make the call. We got to get back in the zone. This is weakness escalation. We can't even heal if we wanted to. So get us back into this, go for position, at least to kind of go through. We missed that. It's okay. Haliska puts himself, though, with his team at Heaven's Watch. As for right now, just got to pray across some fingers, though. They don't get hunted down because you can see from Wendy's point of view, Revelia has seen the light. And he may or may not be focused down here for a moment until Fumio gets spotted.
I mean, this is insane to see, man. Now HRG. Really good run here to game 5. You see the aggression now unfolding. Revelia getting full active here in the Eno. Is going to go ahead and invest this ultimate. Not sure how the ult pool is looking here for Hypercube with those blooms getting picked back up. I think they have to wait a little bit longer, but the damage is here from HRG. Chili gets taken out in a fast fashion there. Chili gets eliminated. 2v3 situation, still getting active inside the zone. You see Taki still in the mix in the back end, but Revelia in this Eno ultimate trying to stay up. Fumio falls though. Taliska makes it a 1-for-1 apiece. Potentially getting the resurrection as well. You see him posted up. There goes the res. Windy as well. Deforms on up. Players are getting this res. No way they're able to get out of here.
No way. Yo, they didn't even get the gear off the body too. I know Young Generation was right there.
No.
I know HNK's taking a fight against Hexto, and I don't know how that's going, but Chili's looking at his HP bar. I mean, he gets in the zone just barely, just shy of it. Yeah, I know the HRG, you're looking to try to get this Bell strike and then having the money to go for a purchase, but I don't think so. I mean, the Moonbane's popping off here. They got to look for those Rebirth Charms is available since Fumio went down. That's their healer. That's a sustain source. They need to get her back up. And as for HNK taking fights against YG, they still are in the side of the zone where we saw those fights happening earlier between them and Hex. Let's take a look at Money Pool. Yep, they got it. Rebirth Charm, boom. Okay. Now Taki's gonna get the res over the Soul Altar in the center, and there's Fumio coming right back up, hoping to get some scraps of, gear. As for Hex actually making them way into the realm, having their fight up against it seems to be with YG Young Generation.
They have 8 eliminations. They've been getting active throughout the map. They go to shut that off the Aqua's ultimate. Sachiko holding the Viper ult as we see it. Now going to an invest. They're going to be playing off the Syra ult, I believe. Now what do we have? The Dazzle connects out to Boomkey. They're going to stop some of this pressure here from the Transformer. Hex and Co are going to go ahead and back on up, waiting for the remainder timer of this. Do have the Viper ultimate now being called in. Buki needs to try to iframe this. The F comes off of cooldown. Now, it's going to be bad if it connects, but there it is, the deform off the Yushan ultimate and the full collapse here from Hex.
Yeah, the Scare Rush is going to be enough to kind of scale up here. He goes into the offensive, and that counted against him, and that's going to be Boomski going down there. And the HH is going to be the last remaining teammate. This is up to 8 to 11 eliminations. Hex is going to be scaling up tremendously well after this Roman Yang and taking this into the end because we have 14 players left to go through with this, 15, I should say. And that's since HH is just going to be scaling out here. I mean, he's a way shot, shoot one lead, but without his team, he's only going to be one way out. To the lobby, right? Because this is going to be the catch. That's going to be up to now with the players. 15 left on the board, but with 2 teams potentially, if not just one on Yang depletion. And with the gear side, I mean, we don't know what they got. There's a lot of pole swords on this team. They're going to be scaling nice with 2 on the board with those. But having these eliminations seconds to double digits, we're going to still see HNK with that Volpine's essence. And in an aerial dash, which you get a Honk Sword, that could set up a nice setup on one target.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how that unfolds. When Hex been getting active, we haven't really seen much of them into this game 5, but guys were peeping at kill feeds. They were picking up those eliminations. I think they lost round 2, so they had to cleanse that out, and they were able to do so. Not sure against who, but we lost players and teams already. I have to wait and see how many of those squads are still up. HNK posted up here with the Mystic Might. Gonna have some sorts of UAV online for that information on that buff. HRG though, Revelia, Gold Fan, managed to buy back to 3rd. Got eliminated in that altercation against Hypercube earlier. Hypercube, I believe, are still trying to bounce back. I mean, they got the res there, and there were, I think, 2 purple armors, 1 blue armor on one of their players, but we'll see how it looks for them in just a moment of time. A team like YG, 3 minutes on the Yang depletion. Have to try to get active, and this is where it starts getting tricky, especially this late game where there's a lot less players on the field. Try to cleanse out this Yang depletion. You see them just trying to get as much resources as possible with the timer ticking. Gonna have to try to get active pretty soon, though. Try to see if they can find a squad roaming in the outskirts if, you know, possible. But see Revelia and Co. already spotting HNK. So the aggression is gonna happen there between both of those squads with a little bit of range focus, as we see it here from Revelia. Just knocking down a little bit of that health pool. But HNK not wanting to have any sorts of beef there with that Mystic Might buff. A little bit of a rage, you know, just trying to get some rage back here from Revelia off the pistol here. With 72% on the inner orb. Just in case they get collapsed on by any of these squads. But zone 3 spreads now. Already full covering that top left-hand side as we see it. But, you know, it's looking like another end game here, Severio. These teams are playing very patiently. But after this commotion off this Zane depletion, we're going to see how many teams are up off of that.
No, for real. And then putting ourselves into Ferris Pavilion, I mean, HRG have bell positions to kind of keep eyes on for the shop at least. Though getting us into the next spot, this is going to be where the Yang Spirit Well starts to kind of percolate on the map here. But for Hex right now, I mean, I'm going to get a J check, man. I want to see what they got. So getting Merciless Havoc on Wu Wei, Soothing Boon, Salmon Strike is going to have Sustain. These guys don't have really a lot, right? Let's be honest, right? For Hex, they have only like a Cyan Fang and Alchemy kind of stick themselves out. And I'm definitely not seeing the 1, 2, 3 verticals from every single player with the Katana, right? But having HNK here stacked up here on top of the, you know, they are literally on top of the cliffside of Azoth Peak. They have a bird's eye view on everything between Hypercube, seeing between them and the Young Generation, not taking a fight against each other unless the YG wants to kind of be antsy about it. Seeing how this comes down for Wendy, right? He's going to keep themselves, you know, up to the high ground. There's not really a way to know that HNK is actually looking over them unless they get a quick peek over there. But you can see these guys are grounded at the cliffside for our rotation right now. Patience is of virtue, right? We have a spot right now for the floating platforms to kind of see if it's going to reset, which I doubt in this late in the game, but more so just kind of see if any armors are here for this preparation board, right? Because as a hottie, you can always obviously have an armor next to a teleporter or set up a teleporter next to an armor so that way the team can take a reset and go right back in, right? Why chicken run? You know, you just go straight to it. But these teams are going close in, and Boomkey getting a beautiful parry and a Justina dash for 2 count to be invested. Might be enough of the torch to be lit up here because these guys are looking for war.
We're seeing it now. Being invested another parry there from Buki. And now, who's that? B1 eats up so much damage in the back end. Gets caught up by the shield throw as well. That's beautiful there from YG. Completely blitzing out B1Z. Biz. Now Buki's U-Shot ultimate is being called in. Shayo Proctor off the shields. The F invested here for the U-Shot as well. Hypercube at the top side, get out of the commotion. HNK though still in the mix. Karsa eats up so much damage here, now getting full looked at here by the U-Shot. Trying to cut out the pressure for now, gets hit off the slam there. Beautifully done. Back to back armor piece as well. Good damage there. The overhead slam is good, and that's another one. Yang depletion cleansed there onto 2 members of YG. Still having it cleanse out there onto Boy, which gets completely taken out there by ZDD. And now the cleanup looking for in this 1v2, but other teams are capturing Spirit Wells as we see.
Yeah, seriously. And this is the crazy thing too is that we take an R&B, we might die, man. I was about to say the scaling on that gold spear is not going to be a lot, right? Chill. But the armor swap is there for him if he wants to go back to that Justina body. In the distance, you're going to see Wendy getting melted out here as Hypercube is looking at whether or not the Inner One's going to have any value due to the Akko's cage and the Sire ultimate. And then, of course, looking to try to turn his back around here. So Taliska is thinking about it, but Chili is going to be down for the down counts. There he goes. He goes down. HRG is going to pick up the elimination here. And since Taliska is on high, going uphill terrain, that F2 doesn't give as much range as he was hoping for. Getting a reset on his armor and no risk is of the wear because now that the team has to reset back off, they don't have money for rests even if it was available. But more so just kind of making sure they can run this lobby down on a 2-man squad. Otherwise, Boomkey going around getting kills off of HNK, which is crazy as up as it sounds. They have a lot of gold lead to go to that shop if they can even get away to it because now that the teams are north of them, there's only one way, one path, right? Through the fire. And then, of course, you can see it coming down here as it comes through from YG as Young Generation. They're picking up around 11 eliminations. Now, this is a lot of kills to kind of work into this round, but they still have 2 or 3 other teams to kind of worry about once they go up there. Fort Ferris Pavilion, remember that shop I was talking about earlier? That's the shop they're going to be reaching out towards and see if they can get a res on the team. And if not, just going to have to gear up and just hold it down.
Yeah, and Hacks full throttle and then trying to cleanse off of these 2 players. We have the capitalization of HRG snagging up that Spirit Well. You see Taliska falls there for Hypercube. Now 1 player remains there for that squad. Boomkey potentially trying to run in these players onto this squad, but he's running into the Wolf's Den. I mean, everybody's around here in the outskirts. HRG now capitalize off of this. He trying to go for the res in front of us. He's forced to pop this ultimate as well. Boomkey just in time. Doesn't even get the res off. We see him now trying to fight back inside his zone. HRG though has full eyes onto this player. have HH on the other hand start to move on it to potentially try to help Boomkey off of these three form of the Yusha. No, but Hypercube is windy. Gets potentially spotted there from Hex. It's gonna be a little bit of Bane surf here between these squads. We see a couple teams in a mini map straight center of this Bane. Revelia being one of those players, and we see him now kind of rotates on the outskirts of the outer ring of this Bane. Lexin though takes up so much damage to the back end. No, it was Wooey. We see him there with all that armor gone there for himself, trying to replenish his now. YG's HH still up. Revelia on the other hand and Co, they have that Spirit Will capture under their belt, so they are going to be potentially being able to control the aggression of this lobby and see Revelia. One with a massive musket headshot there onto Boomkey. Does manage to kite out of that pressure for now on the bottom side of that ravine. Do have nobody full committing right now. Flag here for Lexin. Musket shots flying, but it's pretty much structure here between all these teams.
Yeah, the thing is that healing over time for them is if they can want to drop it to their teammates. Though we look at Boomkey, man, it's going to still stay alive, but Lex is having them down to the dumper. This is going to be the elimination that comes out. This is going to give them the Soul Bloom that they picked up. 2 minutes left on the clock for that Yang depletion. They're picking themselves up to around, 12 eliminations right now. So putting this down here, we're gonna get a J check here hopefully in a second, but more so about HRG taking this down. Desperation on a Viper name. I mean, she's at 36% HP, or to the point right now for at least around that amount. What's gonna be next is that for Sachiko, as a Viper, has to build up that rage over time. I don't think they have anything with the staff to kind of get that Merciless Havoc online. If they don't, that's gonna be rough. But if they can get though, they could have full focus ready to go to kind of hoard this pressure, giving a little bit more to worry about, because this terrain, this entire cliffside, it's a double-edged sword. You get trapped, or you can disambiguate someone to kind of take one corner and obviously get punished for it. For our side though, for Revelia, since they got the ult be popped out here, he is looking just to jump R&B, and having that secondary ult on standby due to the pickup, he's able to kind of work this R&B down if he can get it with the zone, knowing that the Viper ultimate is going to be coming back up. They got that chance right now for the Akos, and there's going to be the huge connection. Revelia has the iframe throw within him and has himself the impale. Lexin going to be the next one to go down. If they can get the impale off the distance, he's looking for him. He can't escape the Akos cage. He's got to run the knockback, but it's too much time to be standing into the chains like that long and hoping to kind of catch one last one. We lost Fumio in the mix-up, but having Taki to be flying around and kind of hope for it. Windy trying to passively try to get the res. Won't be able to get it to deny it as Fumio is getting looted for a second. They are going to be having no ultimates left to go.
Yeah, you see it here. Big capitalization off of that. Wooey now starts to move on in. Has to try to cleanse still, I believe. Sachiko as well. Both of those players need to get active. Big stun there off the dazzle there onto both of those players. Do get a little bit of damage there, but Revelia and Co still in the mix. Gets clipped off of that. No parries connecting. Lexin though with a massive nunchuck meter burn onto 2 players into the overhaul in the back end. Revelia drops very low. Sachiko still having to cleanse with 20 seconds remaining, I believe. He is player 1, so yeah, he needs to do quick work as possible. Lexin takes out Revelia. Windy now takes out Fumio. Lockdown cage here for the Opcos. I believe that's Wooey's ult now being inflicted on the top side. Inner ultimate is going to be stopped for now. Sachiko still not finding a bloom. They're going to lose the Viper now. It's going to be a 2v3. Taki though getting active. The 1-2s off the fly now. He's trying to stay in the pocket, and there goes the elimination out to Sachiko from Taki. And we do have Wooey and Lex is still up. Taki though trying to live out the pressure and get that second place spot here for his squad, but they have 11 points on the board. He's doing a little shimmy dance there for the resurrection. Lexin though can control it. Stops it there with a grapple bump. The 1-2 now getting called in. The 1-2-3 off the fly kick is there. Good there from Lexin. Now trying to clean up here for Hex. It's gonna be nice if they're able to pick up these last 2 eliminations.
Jumping, let me try to connect off of there. Lexin actually doing the Sign Fang as well as he can. That flying kick, never forget it. But the thing is now it's up to Windy to kind of stay alive for Hypercube for second place. The kick knocked back, doesn't hit it. He doesn't get it, but he has the F2 cast. He found a common armor in the midst of all that. And the F2 recast, tap dodge, LMB attempt right there for it. Windy puts himself up here. As long as between him or Taki to get second place for their team, between HRG or for Hypercube, who knows? But Hex has the ultimate online for the Sire to keep the sustain. Windy goes down. That's going to be second place for HRG as Hex stays healthy. But unless something miraculous happens for Taki, he knows it's best to be taking this fight no matter what. Has the ultimate ready to go, the Aquasol ready to go again, and having Taki to try to get this pop up. There he goes. Seeing how the F2 roar, it's going to be available here for the golden flask. If it comes through, they take the teleporter. He's caught. Look at that Lexin charging it down. No for the knockback. and having him caught for the bow shot in the micro decision making here. Lexon is going to be having his F in 3, 2, 1. Scare rushes up and gets the kill confirmation, and that's 16 eliminations that comes out here for Hex. And these guys are putting these within the numbers on the board for 20 points, getting first place.
That's insane. That's insane to watch. I mean, like I said, we didn't really see much of their fights in the beginning, and they were already up to 8 to 9 kills in that second Yang. And off of that scaling, they win that second Roman Yang. They, you know, continue that momentum throughout the remainder of this game. They lose one player off of that Yang depletion, but it didn't even matter. They were able to cleanse out 2. They stayed in the pocket, being able to control the remainder of that match, even though HRG had that the spirit wall on their sides. It wasn't enough for them to live out the pressure from, not sure which team they were fighting there right before we saw that last fight just unfold. But overall, what an insane match to watch. Start off here with YG and TOD. I mean, this was like a double run back between these teams. TOD ran it back at the final moments as well. They fall there, and now here for TOD, looking for the grabs onto Revelia. Revelia gets shut down here on his side. HH now being able to get the damage onto Trex. Trex is taken out. Next cleanups here onto this long chase onto Emery's. I mean, this really took a lot of time here for YG to catch up to this player to get the elimination confirmation. Boomkey against Wrist in the Rumble Yang. Yushan was looking nice though, even though this comp, I wasn't really liking it, but I see how it works now. I understand the process of the Shayo, but I don't know. We'll see how it does every day. We get to see it again for Game 6.
Not for real. And since it kind of comes down to the Shayo, I mean, she doesn't really have much to kind of offer there. That's why we saw her with this mulch instead. But hey, listen, coming down to this outside fight for the Hypercube onto this Skygate Scope, right, getting the team right back up. It was nearly a scare for them to come right back into the zone because, you know, you saw that Salty run back to try to get Boy back up, you know, because he didn't have his Vermilions. His team tried to go for the res. But as for Hex, I mean, taking this game by the storm, putting out eliminations, getting to the second round Yang, having success there, of course. It's meant that they can take any sort of snowball, anything that they need, right, to the end game. Of course, with YG putting out fights against HNK, who did have an, you know, overview in this fight. I saw that the Chayo, you know, with the Justina actually here, burning her Volpines earlier, you know, from the launches that were happening. So losing that out means that she can survive that fight off of the Weishan with Boomkey, and Boomkey coming down here saving a lot for the team. And then Sachiko, of course, taking himself out, but forcing out against Boomkey. What interesting is that Sachiko not having the Viper ultimate in the end, right? Didn't really surmount anything. Still a 2v, 1v1 in some case. But the Akos and Syra, that's technically all you need, especially with a low rage kind of bar coming out from Akos V2. And then, of course, for Taki, I mean, he tried to make his strides. I mean, taking his ultimate into side, I mean, he had that to think about for his survivability because he knew that Sobel was going to be up. So even though he was trying for the res on Revelia, you can see the distance, how much Wooby was kind of getting, you know, a little bit of reset there. But Wendy still taking the fights. They still took their minds off of Wendy for a moment to kind of deny that res. They cannot have a 2v2 lead, right? That's going to be worse for wear. And that last kill steal comes out there. So the scare rush, man. And the thing is, I mean, would a Hottie even win that fight? Who knows, right? He has an extra teleporter to come through there, but you saw the Akos cage was able to come up every single time. You know, it comes down to the damage dealt. It comes down to him having the F2 ward and build up damage, and then for him to have those soul blooms on standby for him to go through. I mean, Syra's cool and all, but she's slower than she's slower than a tank, so she's not gonna really be moving around as much. For him though, he's able to kind of be mobile. He's able to lock down. He's doing best of both worlds.
Yeah, it's insane, man. It's insane how well Akos is overall. Now in both modes, right? We saw a lift up there on Akos for Trios with that cage shutdown. Just been a very good comp to run there with the Viper Syra. Just how all-time CC composition, right? It just has so much to try to deal with if you're playing against it. And, you know, that lockdown on the Akos just traps you in place, man. I feel like it's just a better Temi ult, right? Yeah, Temi does have that new variation with the slam down on his ult, but we see here for the Trios. But we're gonna be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we're gonna be locking in our last game here for the European MSC Challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Final round coming out here for the MSC challenge coming through for EU Trios. My name is Severio alongside with Creators. We got to get ourselves into the last game, folks. This is the wild card round. I mean, getting us into the first, let's get a recap, right? First round versus round, martial art versus, with everything coming down with with Hypercube taking first place, Hex taking second, taking 8 to 4 points due to that. But then pushing ourselves from the boundary lines from rounds 2 through 5 to pick band selections with a 4-round rotation. This is obviously going to be where we know all the fights are going to be happening on Firefly maps, right? All the rage-based maps to be selective. And then having ourselves go into that last round. I mean, we saw Hex coming out here with a 2v1v1 fight, going out there in third place with Hypercube, and in second place putting up for HRG with Taki staying alive, and then Lexin with Wooey staying it through the course with Sachiko as well. These guys are going to be pushing through the threshold, right? 20 plus points over and over, man. I called it. I was like, they did 2 20-point games and then they're set, but then all of a sudden, leaderboard wise, they're nearly on top of that. They're putting themselves at the very top of the peak, potentially even surpassing Hypercube with 4 points.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the overall standings look now. I mean, Hex and Hypercube have been going back and forth, right? Like you mentioned, first and second place for that martial arts trios, as we see it here. Overall standings. So now we got MVP first. Lexin on what was he running? Viper here with 8 eliminations. 20,000 damage on the dot too. Straight 20k. I've actually never seen it on a dot like that. But hey,
that's crazy.
Crazy amount of damage there for Lexin. 8 eliminations on the board. Gonna be our MVP here for game number 5. Now we're gonna see our standings off of this game alone. What do we have? Hex with 20 points off of that game. HRG were 13. Young Generation making sure that they staying up now with 12 points. HNK with 10. Hypercube, slow game, back-to-back games now with 7 elimination or 7 points for that game alone. Touch of Death and Risk Takers with 3. And Raven Ate My Cheese had a massive game 4. They had a rough one here for game 5. They end up having 0 points across the board, not taking any kills, no ranking. So I think they're gonna potentially drop down if Young Generation bounces up there with that 12-point games. So we'll see how it unfolds once we get our overall standings here in just a second. Yeah, I mean, Hex definitely is above, but by how many? 9 points. Look at that, Severio.
Yeah, man, 9 points getting the 69. Nice. The thing is that now Hypercube is down below by 9. It's going to be up to them having a corner comp that they've been holding, since the beginning of this today with the pick bands to hold their hero points for a double pick or even for a single pick, right? To kind of surprise a lot of people. Who knows? HRG having 47 though in third, having a massive terms of leading seed in terms of the catch up. I mean, Henan King, HAK have themselves at 24, Young Generation with 24, and this what's coming out here with Raven Ate My Cheese with 20, 10 for Risk Takers, and COD with 9. And now let's go ourselves across the path. I mean, 9 points. It's a lot, right? I mean, low-key, if you kind of get us into a lobby that ends up getting turned around on, Hex is probably the best turnaround in terms of resetting in the EU region, right? So for them, if they ever go down in the beginning, they end up putting themselves apart, they can get themselves right back up, right? Just depends on their selective positions. So long as the other teams aren't really focusing on that. They've been studying Hex and seeing where their positions are on that to kind of, think about what their picks could be in this round. Like I said before, this is going to be that mirror, not the mirror comp. This is not going to be a mirror comp pick. This is going to be that wild card. If anyone's been hoarding out pick selections, we won't even potentially see the picks as it comes up on board. We'll just see them as they show up on the map, right? It's like we watch the view. That's how it was for solos yesterday, right? So it might be the same case today. We might be able to kind of be surprised as it comes down. But like I said, this is more solid day. This is no longer going to be a position of Fireflies. Only things you're going to be looking for is just raw instinct. Initial starting rage is always going to be the best case for these players to have on board. But some of them working into more of the economy check or just having that, or just going for rage, right? For the damage dealt to get more and more and having their ultimates back online sooner than anything.
Yeah, this is like your gold one, right? This round, play your best composition here. You have free will, play whatever you like. So this is a make or break it. I would say right now, you're 4th and under. You're gonna try to have a massive game to try to take that 3rd place spot just for that extra cheese, right? Just to have a little bit more money, just to the fact that Hypercube and Hex have been just so far ahead that they're just 9 points against each other already in the 60 pluses. So it might be harder to drop like a 29-point game. I mean, I think I've seen it before, but that was an old format, so I think it might be a lot more harder now, to do something that crazy. I mean, even seeing 20 bombs is insane, right? 20 bombs when we saw the new format with 8 teams in the field, we didn't really think that any team was going to be able to get you know, even close to it. Game 2 in the Pro League, I mean, a team just comes out with 20 bombs. It was just insane to watch. So, you know, stuff like that, stay able to do so as well here for the European region. We've seen 20 bombs, 20-point games as well being played out by a team like Hex and Hypercube. So, yeah, it's gonna be an interesting game 6. This is a big match there for the top 2 to see who's gonna be making it into the MSC. Yeah, I mean, cash out bets in the Twitch chat. I don't know if there's a poll going on, but you know, quick little shout out to all the moms though. All the moms, Mother's Day. Make sure y'all say y'all tell your mama y'all love them or whatever you gotta do. Make sure y'all show some love to mom. So happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. But yeah, so it's gonna be very excited to see. It's a wild pick when it's taking this long to get in this game because we're usually already posted up here with the hero points, but now. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch, right? We had some good games once again from Hex and Hypercube. Hex had a bad game and instantly turned on the switch and bounced back with 2 back-to-back 20-point games, which is very hard to do. And they're able to do so here into those game 4 and 5s. And then Hypercube, on the other hand, we're on with the online switch, and then they kind of just stripped it off and had 2 back-to-back low-point games, right? That kind of just like shifts down their momentum a lot. And now it's a game 6. This is your bounce-back game that you really have to try to come up and try to make up for those 2 matches that you had a rough time in. And now how is it going to work out with a team like Hex, who just had 2 great games? Is that momentum going to continue shifting on to this game 6? I'm not sure. It's going to be interesting though.
Yeah, I just got to see what's going to be happening on their comp selections. Just kind of dropping this down to have it available. It's in the Wei Shan Justina could be their option, right? Or Shunhuan, Wei Shan to Justina. That could be a popular pick for them to go through with. And if not, if they've been trying to hold it down with the Audi Inor Ziping, I mean, most of these teams would have been prepared for that pick anyways, just because this is usually the 6th round for the Mirror Comp. But, ladies and gentlemen, Akko's Viposira for Hypercube, bringing it out here, 2nd place with 9, and they're dropping for Fireflies, and their opponent's going to be here with HRG. And having this fight to be going through, this is the final round for the mid-season challenge. This is going to be the determination on who's going to be making it through. Top 3, top 1st place to make it happen. Hex actually getting their first elimination on the Young Generation over by this side of the Zest Winery, the Money Town, and then with Artisans Grove. But of course, for Sachiko losing Wooey here means that this strength in numbers aspect is going to be coming down. You can see it, and this is now going to be the ultimate cast. That might be determination whether they go down early.
Oh, that's rough there for Hex, man. They were trying to clean up that other member, and at the meantime, they were able to get that resurrection on, and now Hex has to try to stay up here for the pressure here from YG, HH, and Co. Being able to inflict a lot of pressure there. Sachiko does manage to get the Inner Ultimate on just on time. We're able to see they can try to cut out some of this pressure, but boy, loses a lot of HP. The aerial slams are good here on the Inor. Boy still getting full looked at, but he has the kite back to try to help out his teammate. A resurrection came into play there for Wooey. The other 2 players still have souls online, but no eliminations happen, and it looks like the round 2 is going to be starting off again.
HH is looking at himself like, yo, don't look at me, but this is going to be the deformation here for Sachiko. He has his F2, but no grapples. He can get focus fired on here by YG, but if they group up and he gets his F2 recast, he does a lot of damage. This is what we saw earlier. Now he's going to be looking for an armor swap inside of the buildings. He's backing off, and the recast comes out there. It's going to connect before the F2 recast comes down. The knockback won't do anything because of the ridge, and he gets V1 comp, but the F1 from the Ziping doesn't have enough. Boomkey goes ahead, gets the elimination, and we're seeing these players running it down, and Lex and Wooey spread out like, wildfire. They are going all over the place and hoping not to get focus fired by one select player from YG, but there it is, the loop path. You can see Lexington's getting focused by Boy and Wooey on the Western, and he could potentially get that res, potentially, right? Even if it's on soul form, you actually never mind. Sachiko's already in soul form. It's going to be a spotlight right now for the 2nd to 3rd elimination right now for YG.
That's a insane start there for Hex. I mean, they had to try to live out the pressure here from YG. I've not seen signs of Hypercube in the kill feed, so they're probably just scaling up into this first Yang. We're gonna have to wait and see how Hex is able to bounce back off of that alone. But YG now, Common Armor's trying to see if they can scale up here from any of these shows they have around this area. You managed to snag up a blue armor. I don't think, do you see any more kill feeds in the kills in the kill feed? It's been a little quiet, right?
Yeah, way too quiet. HRG didn't lose any of their players. They went all the way from Council Courtyard all the way to here. So they're reset, or they didn't even reset it. They just go ahead, came back. Now Brandoro over by Servant's Grounds. That's taking a heavy blow right here against Booty, which Risk actually takes in full advantage. And now for Predator to find a reason to use ultimate, but I don't know, they're going to need that Impale to be a good time right now for it. Oh, doesn't get it. F1 for the Shunhuan gets himself out of the danger zone, and Predator not even proccing out the Hottie ultimate to close this in the aerial, right? But this is because his scare rush is too fast inside of the buildings. He can't really do much to kind of lock down unless he finds a reason to it with Enor and not having to double invest ult. But getting the knockbacks through the wall, kind of a miracle right there. Jump LMB come next. And now YG giving all the gear, all the money, all the loot towards Risk. And in this case, they're going to go right back to the bodies. We can kind of see what's going to be up. What can we buy from the shop? Purple armor for one of them, at least. Or else we having 417 gold, right? But here's the thing. Having this gear to be set up here to be upgraded, these guys are going to take this. As for what we are wondering, and if you're wondering where Hex is, couldn't tell you. But if anything, there's a lot of spacing here to go to the Victim's Haven. Or if anything, in the Malcolm's cottage, if the zone is going to be reaching out that far to the west. But we're looking at Trex taking the fight against HNK as TOD, Touch of Death, taking themselves, even though at the bottom of the leaderboard, not going without a fight.
Now, 24 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes for that Yang starts posting up, right? We're going to see some sort of aggression from these teams. Teams like TOD, Touch of Death, had a different approach here for this game 6. A little bit more conservative, but they're kind of sandwiched between two teams, HNK and Hypercube. Hypercube being full aggro. They try to capitalize off the situation of Touch of Death. Touch of Death needs to try to see if they can try to stay up here in the situation. First one up, though, the lockdown is here. There goes the Aqua's ultimate invested into the Viper ult as well. Trex, though, eats up so much damage. The F is good to get him off the safety, but no. The stun still connects there off the Viper ultimate. Beautifully done. And now Hypercube are going to be snagging up the elimination onto that player. No! HNK snags it just in time. And Trex gets eliminated, and Hypercube invests so much there for no kill, and now the showdown continue here on the other side of the map.
And a parry comes out, double to the triple, the Syra ultimate to contest. And I know Wendy's like, yo, where's my rage bar? Because the ultimate's done, but Chili went ahead and got eliminated there. Taliska's going to have to look to back off. These guys are not on reset, but they're still on their first lives to hopefully see any sort of reason not to. For Aguendo, though, he's getting his teammate to close this in. Yo, this man loves to dual flintlocks a little bit too much. He's getting caught by the 1-2s there. It's going to be the whole R&Bs and scales up here. Has that silencer ready to go, the wake up. Goes ahead, does the tap dodge, walks away from this R&B, connects nothing there. And then, of course, going back to his teammate and hoping to see whether or not Wendy goes back for the res there for Chili, but he's in point-blank view. These guys know exactly where his body is. H&K doing massive work. 6 eliminations so far in this game. And the parry from Taliska might turn the fight around if the teammates weren't there. This is a 3-man onto 1.
What a shutdown, man. That's insane. HNK, I mean, consistently top 4. I think they had one bad game that didn't, they didn't get enough points. I think it was the Raven 8 Your Cheese game, or 8 My Cheese game, that they just had a rough one. But they were in that top 4 selection throughout the games, and even going into this game, they had I believe they had fifth place spot. So you see them shut down there for HNK being able to shut down Hypercube, and now that's gonna make it a lot harder there for Hypercube, just to the fact that Realm is starting to form on in now, right? Spirit Will is up as well. You want to be posted up for that Realm, especially with the scaling that you get off that Realm. And you see for Team HRG as well, had a good game 5. Currently 0 eliminations on the board, no aggression into the start of this game. As you see, all souls are still intact for this squad, and they're ready to start posted up for the Realm. See frontliner Tacky here on the Hottie. Just very strong composition. I mean, keep saying it. You got to beat this comp twice with that Supreme Gold, that Ener Sustain. It's just so good to have. HNK, though, getting mad up against Wendy. Wendy is going to be potentially get eliminated here in this situation, and there it is. The elimination comes into play. No soul for Wendy, I think. I don't think I saw it. Yes, he's out. I see it in the minimap. He's free. Taliska has to be real careful not to get spotted. He tried to run it back and does manage to get out of the line of sight. So HNK can now freely rotate out into the Yang with 2 purple armors as well.
Yeah, it's a really big lead right down. This team is, like I said, count them out, 8 eliminations right now so far, but taking them down the timeline. Realm has been entered. Some teams have already walked in there, frame 1. Take a look and see what's going to be the case right now for HNJG, or HNK, I should say. They're going to have themselves kind of look at the shop right for a bit, but they got to rush this down to the Realm, hoping to see if they go ahead. This is interesting. We actually can see the attack is going to be built up there. You see that 7.2%. So the team actually having that on their side is making strides in terms of having an attack boost. But we are going to see HRG taking a fight against Hex rather than in the lobby inside the Rummy Yang, and you can see it going against Wooey as well. That's the guaranteed first Rummy Yang fight that's been happening. Gotta see what that fight's looking like. For what's going to be happening here next, if anything, Hex has to make this fight happen after that reset, but it's actually not even in the Rummy Yang. It's outside the Rummy Yang, which is kind of interesting because the Spirit Ball is right next door, and YG and TOD are actually going to be right on top of it, trying to contest one another there. but Hex cannot enter the Rumyang whatsoever since the plates are closed. And when they entered in the or they exit the premises, you know, this fight's already happening. It's that way shot, man. Like Wendell doesn't get the scale on the piece on the tree, and we know that Trex is down. Emery's leading that Tianhai. He can't really do much here. He's getting melted in the back line. Gene though getting a kill. Raven Ate My Cheese goes out here into the lobby for 1 hit, and we are still seeing other fights across the board, man.
Yeah, we do see the scrap offs unfolding, as we see there on our hand side. Could be just left taps though into the realm. No, it's a full aggression. There it is. Emery's gets taken out by Boom Key. There goes the elimination. And overall though, Hex had a rough start. Hypercube though gets taken out, and you know, we haven't really seen a good set for them thus far as well. So I would say it's fairly even. I'm not sure how the eliminations look between both of those squads, but overall, none of those two teams have, you know, overly, you know, just been full dominating throughout this game. 6 teams like Boomki though are already with that Vermilion's Birds might. We didn't see the Yang.
No, I don't know who's in Yang. Couldn't believe.
Oh,
so unfortunate. Oh, perfect.
There you go.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it was Risk. I saw the kill feed going down here for Raven Ate My Cheese to kind of work against Predator, so Risk, I should say. So that would be a case where they just delay the death on him to get that buff, like I was talking about earlier. Though they're up to 3 eliminations after this Rumyang. It's their first kills in the lobby. 30 seconds on the clock. Can't play around against a hottie, man. Yeah, you gotta get him out of the lobby right now. He got a nice erudition though. I don't think he's enough race for old cast, but does get caught there. There's Wenchan getting the elimination, putting out the purple armor probably on Bajin first, and then putting ourselves a gold weapon to see what we can get from that. See what the loot is looking like. But for this buff, I mean, this is going for the Vermilions, of course. For the value, I mean, they could go for eliminations on this end with like White Tiger's prowess and start stacking it up, but that very rarely comes across, especially in terms of the first rub game. Yeah, you just like fully aggro team. That only happened once in MBPL, by the way. It's kind of seen the White Tiger's prowess team. Actually, no, it was straight Vermilions versus a Spirit Well White Tiger's prowess squad. So no real team would want to kind of bring that out early because the Vermilion Second Life is just too valuable. You know, get a full reset, go ahead across the map. If you need to go for the reset, you'll still be in soul form for like, what, 80 seconds. And for you and your team to kind of reposition away. And that's for YG here inside of the Heart of Celestial. They're going to be working this down to kind of see with bells, to kind of see what they can get loot-wise before they start pushing down southward more and towards the council courtyard, maybe towards the tower. And then hoping to see what's next. If not, they go out to the west. And there's a lot of positions over to the west, right? That Swinery is probably the biggest fights, biggest zones for anything, even more so in solos. But in trios, you're been in steel potentially there, and that's the thing to play around. If you end up having to use your ultimates early for a purpose, that way the other team can't use their ultimates in the second wave.
CBWG though, Raven Ate My Cheese starting to move on in. Boomkey, getting a grapple check in the back end. First one in potentially be Gene. Got HRG as well joining the fight. Middle here of Celestia. Players getting active. First one in, Zay. Tries to go for the parry, but Chili, I believe that was him on the top side. Not sure, but we have the follow-up off that. Boomkey does get completely demolished there onto that damage there from the Pulsar. Gold Pulsar, BWG, Zay. He's gonna go ahead and continue to look for more. Him and his squad mates here from Raven Ate My Cheese. Tacky gets caught up in a ravine. Does have a little bit of space there, but Bajin catches up with the flying knives in the back end. Now, F called in there from the Enor. Zay now to go ahead and respond with the ultimate Reveille as well. Trying to stay up here in the situation. Fumio gets clip off of this. Into the ground slam. Big damages here onto this player. Zay now trying to peel for his squad mates. Fumio eats up so much damage here on the top side. Looks like Fumio does manage to get some sorts of lunch due to the cube there from the Hadi ultimate. And now it's another run back at the top side, but now they have to be in a 3-way scrap off here against Risk.
Yeah, Risk is looking to kind of go in here for the yoinks, and here's going to be deformation here for the Hadi or for the Enor 1. And of course, having the F2, casts it immediately, looking at the teammates and looking at how the resets are looking like. HRG have not gone down yet. And of course, Fumio having himself the HP, you know, Beijing going down, even with the Vermilions, it's not an elimination. This is HRG's first kill in this game. Now, the thing is, Fumio puts himself with purple armor, but he's going to be putting himself aside here with his double blue armor teammates. He can't really work around here too long. You can see in the backline there for Risk taking fights against, with, you know, Wenshen off of Raven Ate My Cheese, burning their Vermilions piece by piece. There it goes. And immediately in soul form, while the other guys are still hunting them down.
He's out, correct?
Mm-hmm. No. He's not in soul form. You got those Vermilions. We're still chilling.
Oh, they won Yang.
Yeah.
All right, let's see it. Draco up for grabs. To think about it too, right when the buffs first came out, Draco was getting picked up over Vermilions, right? Like it was so busted at that time, just how strong Draco Storm was. Definitely got tuned down a lot more, and you know, Vermilions kind of just overtook that. Just the fact that, I mean, it's just so good, right? You get a safety net of being as aggressive as you want without having to fear of getting taken out of the game. So Yeah, it's been very good to see. And then, you know, the Mystic Mind, the White Tigers, so the implementation of the White Tigers kind of shook the middle a little bit. I believe we had some crazy situations in the Pro League where, you know, in the Spirit World, when the White Tigers end circle was up for grabs, I mean, it just did so much damage there off the tick damage from the Roar. And yeah, I had to get two down as well. So, you know, the buffs also has been you know, patched up just a tad bit, a little tuned here and there. But let's see here, HRG is gonna be posted up on the Ballista Tower. Hex though is gonna retreat, sees that his team already had the top side conquered. As you see, a little bit of ballista shots being invested there from Fumio. In the zone though, HNK and an aggressive scrap off here against, can't see the name though, top side Boomkey. Oh, gets parried, and there it is. YG's member gets eliminated. Lockdown there on the top side though. Star ultimate as well. Hold on, full capitalization off of this. There goes the ultimates invested. Viper Stuck connects onto CDD and onto the other two players of HNK. And Windy Hypercube now showing up to the mix, being able to snag that one up, potentially snagging up another one. And just like that, the two-man party, Karza goes down, and Hypercube being able to lock down. The third is still up, like Surveil mentioned. They had Vermilions. Not afraid of the fight, but that is their first two eliminations, and they do manage to get eliminated by Hex now. Taliska falls, and now that's a trade-off with no souls online for that team. Two players still up, and what a back and forth between these teams, and what a way to even unfold that follow-up, right? Hex being the one showing up there against Hypercube.
Yeah, they get the rebirth charm though quickly as they can, and then going right back to the loot, seeing what they can do. The soul altar to the northwest if they want to go into the zone, or south, right? There's two opportunities there to get the res on Taliska. I'm not sure about the kill count right now on Hex, but you can see they're taking another fight against Risk. You know, people who have not been having the gear, but we have to see, because I want to see that fight going down right now. Because the thing is that if Risk comes out and they get a single elimination on one of the players on Hex, I mean, that can slow their progress, because there's no Vermilions, there's no nothing. But you can see the pressure is going down here. Sachiko getting a little bit more pressure onto Rustum, since he kind of had to back off him, with YG getting a res on the boy. And this fight's happening in the distance. We gotta get it close in. There we go. As Hex has that Draco Storm online, gonna deform. Well, actually, no, they have this active ultimate to go through, but not having a secondary. They find Rustum. That's gonna be their fourth elimination in this lobby, and then hoping to see if they can get this going through. This this Draco Storm does work, man. Especially this as an opportunity to close in isolated units, you know, and this is the worst case for Brandoro to go down next, at least for Risk as well. More so for, you know, for Hypercube, you know, because considering that we're at like what, 5 eliminations, Hypercube's at what, 2, they still need 9 points ahead, and they're already 3 points, you know, past that point. So still having a lot. They have to, you know, they gotta act like Eddie Brock in the hospital, you know, at the church. They just gotta pray for the downfall. But as for Raven Ate My Cheese popping over here by this area, they may or may not have seen potential spotting on Taliska. You can see how low HP he is. Gets spotted out here, man. Wenshin found him out, man. The one thing is going to be targeting him down and hoping to go ahead past the Windwhale Gorge. But of course, working this from Bajine's angle, he'd also have a position to look this. And the weakness escalation, I think, has already kicked in here for Taliska. So not really having a lot of survivability here and getting knocked down as possibly one of the final remaining members. Nope, he is still going to be not the last one for Hypercube, though. And seeing where they're going to be ending up going next. And with the Mystic Might off of that Realm Yang, Raven Ate My Cheese working themselves right back in. Even though, you know, the zone take damage is kicking in there, they're going to have more than enough time to reset here.
This team is really stacked right now, man. Fully stacked. We see the golden armor on BG. Dreadful here on the dagger, and that's all we could really tell, but I'm pretty sure scaling on that gold pulse sword as well on Zay. Sachiko and Co. Draco Storm online. What do we have? 5, right? It's 5 for them still. Been having a good set of games. Nothing too crazy thus far, but 14 players still up. 3 minus from them, right? Correct. We got Risto inside the zone. Creditor have some bounty as well, so I'm waiting to see if there's gonna be some sort of regression. Rebellion's in the mix as well. Could be a potential third-party situation here for Hex. You see him still trying to scale up a little bit more to stay up here. Hottie ultimate is gonna come online pretty soon. 70% on the Eno ult here for Sachiko. Rotating on in to the next zone. We're gonna have a big showdown there from all these teams meeting up. Still a lot of players in the mix. Sachiko, Co, ready to start seeing sorts of action. Raven Ate My Cheese though. 2 gold armors now for this squad. I mean, I see purple jade indicators there on the flying knives. Could be palm lightning. I mean, we gotta wait and see. We gotta wait and see how inventory looks. But Wendy, you see Hypercube's Wendy might be caught up here by Raven Ate My Cheese, and this is gonna be the end of game 6 if he does get caught up here.
Yeah, could be potentially even going through that. I know Creditor's kind of working around the sidelines, but for Creditor right now, I mean, he's getting some sides to kind of stay out of sight, out of mind, but having barely any supplies can even burn out through a Vitality, level 1. And then for Lexon, finding in the fight up against YG, finds him down, and HRG taking a fight against Bajin, right, and hoping to kind of, funnel him in through it. That's going to be a ballistic shot. Wait a second, having a Hottie ultimate. Wait a second, we get impaled. Wait a second, we might be deleted. There's going to be the hit. Oh, he gets denied, and he gets a free shot off of that to get the Hottie ult. And this, of course, means that he can get a reset if he needs to get that teleporter set up for the team, though, more importantly. And Zaki's looking right here and looking at Rebellion like, yo, how you doing down there? Because he's taking this fight individually and just kind of work it, but the Ballista is in range. YG's still there. Hex is looking to kind of put them off of it, and then just locking down the Hottie, who still has fight for him.
That's it. Now Taki, you're forced to pop this Hottie ultimate and have that safety net here for his squad with the Prism. Cube's going to be put up pretty soon here. Waiting for the rotation into zone to be able to put it down, but no, the aggression from Taki, trying to get some source of damage there onto the opposing Hottie in the back end. Does manage to create a lot of that distance. Winchin does gonna eat up some of that damage there. There's a team there for that squad. This side's gonna be the call to back on up. Somebody behind, we got him locked in. Let's look straight forward for him, and that's gonna be Zay. Zay trying to stay up here in the situation, eats up so much damage to rotate on over to the no ult zone. Dreadful well now being inflicted there onto the remaining players there of HRG. Do have the commotion now, settling down for now. Quick resets for both squads. Good sustain there from HRG, though. The upper hand was thrown at Raven Ate My Cheese due to the fact of the double gold armors and the scaling there off the weapons as well. But there it is. This is where it comes into play. A massive dreadful well once again, but Winchin throws it up again, connects onto Taki, or Winchin, sorry, or Taki, yeah, gets the damage off the pistol shots. One shot, 1 HP, manages to survive, gets a common armor swap just in time. Now back to the 2v2 on this side. Dreadful well just being thrown out back to back, and Winchin being able to be that front runner there for this squad.
Yeah, F2 to get himself out there, but that won't be enough there. You can see the backline from Taki to rush right back in. Zipping ultimate, but the impale might not even connect off the zipping. He focuses direction somewhere else, and now the V1 comes up, and we got a lot of healing over time. Now Zay is going to be trying to do this on his own to kind of make sure he pull some pressure, but look at Sachiko on the map, and look at Wooby, look at the map. These guys know this is a yoink of the century. Taking everybody out there if they can. Scrapples off of this end and resetting right back to where Forbidden Seal, because they don't have ults. And now since Zay is going to have to make that reposition there, we're going to see that impale, but not even going to happen. Can even get it if he wanted to once he walks into that Forbidden Seal. Then that's the Yang Spirit Well. Unsure as to who claimed it, but considering that what we have here for Raven Ate My Cheese is that Ramsey is going to be just holding this line as much as they can. Forbidden Seal is now depleted. They have to go on the move just to kind of close the distance. So for Wenchen, pulling this down the side, I mean, grab the supply chest. You can see YG getting killed against Rebellion here, and there's going to be Fumio going down here next, and then having YG to kind of go ahead. They say, you know what, let's go for Taki. After that, and for the lobby, it's going down to 12 players so far. Dreadful Whale still being spammed out there and hoping to close this until the Zipping gets a stagger. Raw Uppercut doesn't come through because due to the F1 being there, Wenchen pulling himself aside, and now the Dreadful Whale to push them back. They are going to be trying to contest this Yang Spirit Well to try to get, making sure that since they have the one, they are the ones with the buff, that they go ahead and just pressure these guys as much as they can.
Yeah, you see, Hex, I keep looking at the minimap. They're not full committing anything. They're just trying to let these teams duke it out and potentially bid out some more ultimates on the field. And they're right behind them. They're right ahead of them. You see now the drop down coming in hot. Moonki now trying to see if he can find some source of damage. Wooey though eats up so much damage. Forced to pop this Sam. Now it's getting full looked at here by YG. Inside the zone. Do have some ultimates now being called in. Moonki's gonna go ahead and invest this 2-shot ultimate once again. One foot overhand slam connects out to Wooey. Wooey potentially getting eliminated here in this situation. Gets out just in time though. He does manage to live out that pressure, but he's 1 HP in the backside. Does manage to get a little bit of health back as well. And just like that, he's able to sustain out here the pressure here from YG. And Sachiko takes out Wendy. And I think that confirms the dub on Hex, with Hypercube just completely getting shut down and not being able to get their footing here in this game 6.
Yep, and that's going to be putting it, and it's going to be just who's going to get top 3 at this board with Raven Ate My Cheese holding it down with 6 eliminations, and just seeing about what's going to be happening next. We'll be getting out there with the grapple. It's gotten nasty. The double jump into that, no one stopped him. Bomb lightning, there's the reveal coming through here as Vegeta was able to kind of get that earlier. Now, up to the board. What do we got left? Because one thing is for sure, right? Positions right now in terms of the Spirit Well is that if this Spirit Well comes through and these guys have the buff to go off, I mean, they'd have to pop that now, but looking at Creditor at risk, he's going to be isolated here with Taki. The HRG is kind of holding it down at 1 point on. Ooh, uppercut. Don't die to Creditor, Taki. Don't let it happen. R&B goes after the erudition because it's real. Goes for the R&Bs, 1-2s into Spear Storm. Couldn't even go for it. LMB confirms. Taki goes down. Predator gets the kill. That's going to give himself a little bit more sustain with the purple armor, but also the supplies that came with it. And otherwise, Hex taking the fights against X. It's the X mentioned, but up against Raven ate my cheese in the distance.
Yeah, but Bijin gets eliminated very quickly there. They're all up to 2v3. Zay gets caught up here on the side of the shield throw there. Boom Key with a palm lightning. Big damages there onto Zay. Zay now gets eliminated, and this is a fight for, what do we say, third, fourth, potentially third. Not too sure with how it was there for HRG. But we'll see it now after this game. Our winners, though, Hex. They're going to be taking the MSC ticket here for the EU qualification finals. I mean, it's been exciting, man. But, man, you just can't get their fitting into Game 6 there for Hypercube. It just makes it so unfortunate. Hex still fighting and duking it out. They have still 6 eliminations on the board for themselves. Sachiko with a massive parry here. Staying up here, fighting for this very well. Eats up a lot of damage, though. 80%, 83 now. Needs to live out this pressure for just a little bit longer. Have more than Defiance here. Oh, that's the proc after Zapango, I believe. Stays up now. 96%. Live out of pressure here and have time to pop this ultimate, but gets cut off by the Dreadful well. And there it is. Can pop this ultimate off and wake up. Gets hit off with the rendition, though. Creditor, I believe, has that in his arsenal. Now it's going to pop the ultimate, and now it's a mix up here with an old battle.
Yeah, HH has his impale ready to go for the level 2 snipe. There he goes, finds it into teleportation, goes right back to it. Now, obviously for HH, has himself to break the line of sight, but he's going to see himself get caught by a little bit more for Predator, though. This man's a menace. This man's in it. And level 3 swipe comes out from left field. He's going to do it again. Why not? He's going to find the knockback on the way shot, but now he's going to fall through for his ultimate. It's going to deplete. He takes the teleporter. Last second, gets high ground position, drops into Blexen's hand. Are we going to get that? He didn't even want to. He saw a parry. He's like, I don't like that. That's not a good position to be in. But HH is still going to be healthy. I mean, he had that invested ultimate, the Shy ultimate also to be invested, still be to be used. It's going to be in Boy's hands, and the way Sean to kind of work this down to kind of get the Spirit Well buff if they can, complete it. But noticing how the Predator has been positioning himself, I mean, that's Adi as well. I mean, he's staying alive. Having the erudition here, that burn is actually going to be the killing blow. There it is, and that's going to be a solo potential for a Predator. If he gets a combo breaker, he can go ahead and invest towards it, walks right back into the Spear Well. Having himself the Dragon Slayer away, still having the erudition, go for purple focus, but gets caught into the uppercut, and that will be the end for Credit.
That's it. Young Guns. I'm calling Young Guns. I know the young generation, but I'm gonna call them Young Guns because they came on after Game 6. Yeah. Wow. Massive Game 6 there for YG. Unfortunate enough, it's just a little bit too late, but potentially overtook third place. Not sure how the overall standing is going to look, which we'll see in just a moment. But I mean, that stamps our ticket, right? Hex just being able to get a lot more kills than what Hypercube had, and living out a little bit more of that situation. Not an ideal situation for them where they're able to clean out the rest of the lobby, but the damage was done already in that early to mid game, and that just punched their ticket on over there to the MSC. So they are going to be back, and it's good to see. That's a new third in the mix. Obviously, they've been practicing for a couple months now, but still, you've been with a core 3 for such a long time. I mean, I remember Hex for since forever ago. They've been in that same 3 for a long time, dominating as well in the European region, and still here for the MSC in the 2026 season. But that new third there being Blexen, which also has been a very strong player in the European region for a while as well. So it's good to see them still being able to have that foundation and winning these games out. You see, they were able to get taken out pretty early there at Money Drop, but that didn't phase them. They were able to stay composed and roll through the game and still snag up some sorts of eliminations into the remainder of that mid game. But HNK here with a massive shutdown onto Hypercube, and I think this was a big turning point here into Hypercube, where they just lose Chili early here. They invested everything in the start of this fight, but HNK were able to just stay up and clear out their Hypercube.
Yeah, exactly. And the one thing, too, is just kind of looking into the sidelines and just who's going to call a response. Obviously, TOD getting called out here by YG. And it was really a placement for 4th between HNK as well as YG to see who's going to come out. We'll see the leaderboard standings later on. But a phenomenal work coming out here for these fights. I mean, even after the Vermilions have been invested to take this engagement into the value, and of course, looking at, Predator getting the erudition, man, for free. But for everything coming out here next, I mean, this is a huge point because Talisco is actually getting soloed out here by Hex in the distance over in Celestia. having only Chile and only having, you know, 1 or 2 players there and not having a third. Hex being able to get that Draco Storm online was meaning that they can just go ahead and isolate it out. They ended this day with 6 kills eliminations, or at least this round, I should say, for round 6. So some pickpocket kills here and there. Not to go a mile away, a different timeline, Hypercube has been popping up, but in this case, Wendy just had to stay still. I couldn't do anything. Having no teammates to be aside besides himself. Reveille for HRG, though, taking themselves out here. I believe HRG taking 3rd place overall still in the overall since they stayed alive for such a long time. And having all that, I mean, this is great. Kind of working this down. Credit, you know, credit taking on Taki, classic. For everything coming down, though. Final fight commenced here. For everything that can be considered, I mean, like I said, wildcard rounds, I mean, it's the one and done, right? I potentially think so, besides NA happening tonight, but meaning that all the players are going to have to be prepared for this open round pick selections in terms of key compositions. Enor Hadi's Ping is one of those comps, right? Wei Shan Justina or Wei Shan Justina with the Enor or with the, you know, Shunhan Lee. That's another composition that has value to kind of hoard it until the time of the last round. But having these teams that have no, you know, set path on who's going to be choosing who, this kind of gives you a little bit of an open book and seeing what these players are really looking to prioritize across the rounds and hoping to have later on, you know, and seeing what they feel comfortable with.
Yeah, that was exciting, though. Battle of 4th, right? I think HRG just had 20 points over 4th place. So we'll see, though. But we are going to be crowning our champions now, which we already know. It's going to be Hex, right? They just had an outstanding back-to-back 20-point bombs. There it is. Team Hex going to be winning the MSC challenge here for Trios for the European region. Big congratulations there for Team Hex, showcasing their strengths once again, right? I mean, just a powerhouse of players in this mix. Just being able back-to-back 20-point games is just, man, it just really sets you up comfortable in the remainder of these matches, and they're able to get those, and I would say the most important time in the tournament structure, right, in that 4th to 5th rounds. It just gets you a better insight on how well you're posted up for that game 6, and you see it here for Team Hex being able to crown themselves once again the top of Europe in these trios setup. I mean, yeah, I mean, what can we say? It was just a A1 performance there for that squad.
Yeah, an immense practice comes over here. I mean, multiple trio scrims had happened over the year. In terms of the past, like 2 years, it feels like, for them getting prepared for these moments. I mean, these guys have been min-maxing themselves. Regardless, you know, with the new teammate and all that stuff, they still have themselves kind of, you know, see things in a new light coming down here for this first year competition. And obviously, YG, you know, Bookme gets himself out here for the MVP to kill his damage and all that. But knowing how the scoreboard had went out here, we're going to take a look over that overall. Young generation, young guns. It's crazy how these guys coming out here, but, you know, strong forces of nature. Listen, we still got competition season later on. Don't forget these guys. They still have themselves to work down the weekly tourneys when they do end up kind of showing up somewhere later on this year for the weekly, you know, for the weekends, and hoping where their, you know, presence comes out in the competition league for EU.
100%. This is our this is the start of the global competition, right? We haven't had our weekly tournaments for both solo and trios, so you know, you've been doing your work and, you know, trying to set up some scripts for some of these players on NA region. So yeah, I mean, it's all a lot more competition to be foreseen, right? See how it's going to be turning out. But, you know, 2026 season here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT, you know, global side is looking good. It's looking good here for the European side. Lots of fun, exciting scrap offs here between these teams. And even yesterday, right, the solos was just very intense here for the EU scene. Very, very close. It came down to 0.5s for that decider. I mean, that's the best way to see it. But overall standings here for game 6. YG, young generation, with 17 points for this game. Online, just a little bit too late. Potentially takes 4. We're going to have to wait and see. I think they're around 6 in the overall standings.
Wait a second.
HNK.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, standings wise, they should be in 4th, yeah. I was like, I was running the math in my head.
There it is.
Got it.
Crazy. That's crazy.
The mean average. I'm looking at the mean average. Yeah, 76 for Hex first, with a 14-point lead over Hypercube and 62 in second. HRG with 48 points, even though the 1 point in the last game still had more than enough, right? Young Generation getting that 17-point game with 41 points in 4th. Non King with HNK, 34 points in 5th. They're at my Cheese with 27 in 6th. For Takers takes 7th, and then 8th for TOD. And having these teams coming out here, man, we did a good job. You know, a lot of EU teams, you know, getting a little bit clappy emotes in the chat right there for them, because everything comes down to this, right? For this MSC qualifiers, 6 bands are going to be for first place. Hex takes that, right? 2K each, you know, if it's even split. Then obviously coming down towards when we get to the trios, I mean, these guys are going to be the representatives for EU. And this time in terms of this new light, you know, for us, we're going to have to see how the performance comes out here for the MSC. As a lot of things come out here, guys, the light has been closed, the limelight, the curtains are going to be shuttered. Creatives, myself, we're going to have to call it out here, guys. You got a last word, C8.